Chapter 193. The ice and fire yin-yang I spring water carried on the arrow was like a deadly poison, rapidly eroding its last bit of vitality. The two extreme properties of ice and fire in the spring water raged wildly in the body of the deep-sea demon whale king, intertwining and conflicting with each other, forming an unprecedented destructive force. Half of the body was frozen by the extreme cold, and the other half was burned by the extreme fire. The body of the deep-sea demon whale king began to tremble violently, and it seemed as if countless ice and fire were moving under its skin, tearing its flesh and blood apart. Its scales, which were originally as hard as iron, became fragile under the erosion of ice and fire, and fell off one after another, revealing the bloody flesh inside. Its eyes were blind, but pain and despair were clearly reflected in its remaining consciousness. The deep-sea demon whale king let out bursts of shrill wails, his voice filled with fear of death and desire for life. But the sound became weaker and weaker, until it was finally replaced by the roar of ice and fire. The power of ice and fire reached its peak in the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. Its body began to swell, as if it could not withstand the impact of his force. With a deafening explosion, the middle section of the deep-sea demon whale king's body exploded, turning into countless fragments that flew everywhere. The entire sea area seemed to be shocked by the power of ice and fire. The waves rolled more violently. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, as if even the heaven and earth were mourning the death of the deep-sea demon whale king. When everything returned to calm, all that remained on the sea was the broken body of the deep-sea demon whale king and the mess. The sea area that had been baptized by ice and fire was filled with a strong smell of blood and burning. On the sea surface, the frozen ice gradually cracked, and huge cracks spread out. Ended. Xiao Han was suspended in mid-air, watching all this coldly, without any fluctuation in his eyes. Lin Jiruo flew over with a look of relief on her face. Xiao Han, you succeeded. Xiao Han nodded and restrained his soul power. Although he successfully killed the deep-sea demon whale king, the battle was also extremely exhausting for him. The two slowly descended onto the ice. Although the deep-sea demon whale king died, the huge energy in its body did not dissipate so quickly. Xiao Han had consumed a large amount of soul power, so he could take this opportunity to absorb some to recover. Mom, let me absorb some energy first. This guy's energy is too huge. After I devour some, I will help you absorb it together. Maybe I can help you break through the 90th level directly. It is good. Lin Jiruo waited by the side with some anticipation. Afterwards, Xiao Han released the devouring power of the dark demon evil god Pearl and began to absorb the energy of the deep-sea demon whale king. 1,000,000 years of cultivation is extraordinary. During the absorption process, Xiao Han could clearly feel that his soul power was recovering at an astonishing speed. In just about 10 minutes, Xiao Han's soul power had recovered to its peak state. Mom, I have recovered to my best condition. Now I will inject some of the energy of the deep-sea demon whale king into you, and then help you absorb the energy. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he released two blue-black flames from the palms of his hands. One side is connected to Lin Jiruo's right palm, and the other side is connected to the body of the deep-sea demon whale king. Xiao Han absorbed the energy of the deep-sea demon whale king, and after transformation, slowly transferred it to Lin Jiruo. After all, Lin Jiruo has not yet reached the title Douluo realm, and this huge amount of energy has a considerable impact on her. Therefore, under Xiao Han's control, energy was injected relatively slowly. Time passed by minute by minute. Lin Jiruo suddenly opened her eyes. Xiao Han, that's enough. If you absorb any more, I'm afraid my body can't bear it. Xiao Han gathered his soul power. Mom, how do you feel? Lin Jiruo said happily. As you expected, my soul power has successfully broken through the 90th level. Great. After I absorb this spirit ring, I will go with you to find a suitable spirit beast. There are many 100,000-year-old sea spirit beasts in this sea area. Not only will you be promoted to a title Douluo, you will also have your own 100,000-year spirit ring soon. Xiao Han was happy for Lin Jiruo. Wisps of mist rose from the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king and slowly condensed above the sea. The soul ring of this million-year-old soul beast is condensing into shape. 1,000,000 years of cultivation is naturally extraordinary. This process is much longer and more complicated than that of ordinary spirit rings. Before the soul ring was fully condensed, Xiao Han decided to take a step ahead. He knew that the most precious thing on the deep-sea demon whale king, besides the million-year soul ring, was a million-year soul bone. In addition, the huge head also contains priceless treasures, whale brain and whale pearls. Xiao Han shot an ice explosion arrow at the head of the deep-sea demon whale king. The arrow hit the head of the deep-sea demon whale king. With a deafening explosion, the head of the deep-sea demon whale king was instantly blown apart. A golden light came into their eyes. There is a faint fragrance in the air. Although the head of the deep-sea demon whale king is big, its brain is not big, less than 1 square meter. The whale brain was like melted gold, in a paste-like state. The golden light and fresh fragrance emanated from the whale's brain. In the middle of the whale's brain, there is a fist-sized bead that radiates purple gold color. Xiao Han knew that it was the whale pearl. It embodies the life essence of the deep-sea demon whale king. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiruo was a little curious. Xiao Han, what is this? This yellow paste is whale brain, which has high medicinal value. That bead is a whale bead, which is somewhat similar to the dark demon evil god bead. It condenses the essence of the deep-sea demon whale king. However, it is not easy to absorb, but it also has wonderful uses. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he lightly sucked the whale pearl into his hand. It feels somewhat soft. Without thinking too much, Xiao Han stored it in the soul guide. Afterwards, he mobilized his soul power and sucked the paste-like whale brain into the soul guide. Mom, the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king has not yet condensed into shape. I will absorb its soul bone first. Have you seen the soul bone? Yeah, it's inside it. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he pulled the bowstring and shot an ice-explosive arrow at the back of the deep-sea demon whale king. Another explosion was heard. The back of the deep-sea demon whale king was blown open. A soul bone emitting purple light appeared. It is crystal clear all over, like purple crystal. This is a torso bone that contains extremely powerful energy. The energy released from it formed a small purple vortex, gently lifting it up. Chapter 194. Looking at the scene in front of her, Lin Jiruo was a little shocked. What a powerful energy. Mom, I'll fuse it now. Well, you already have 500,000 level soul bones, and you only need one more to complete the collection. This torso bone is just right. Xiao Han nodded, then activated his soul power and sucked the soul bone into his hand. Without any hesitation, he immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and began the fusion process. An unprecedented huge amount of energy instantly poured into Xiao Han's body, like a raging torrent, trying to break through every vein in his body. The strength of this energy was far beyond anything Xiao Han had experienced before. His body felt as if it was being cut by millions of sharp blades at the same time. Xiao Han clenched his teeth, and the power of the dragon bones in his body started to circulate automatically. The power of dragon bones was like a solid dam, compressing the violent energy and finally slowly blending it into his blood. As time passed, the violent energy gradually subsided and turned into warm currents that flowed through Xiao Han's limbs. It finally worked. Xiao Han opened his eyes, felt the new huge power in his body, and smiled with satisfaction. Lin Jiruo was a little excited. Xiao Han, you finally woke up. Just as the two were immersed in the joy of fusing the million-year soul bone, the soul ring condensed by the soul power of the deep-sea demon whale king finally took shape on the sea surface. This is a golden soul ring, more dazzling than any other soul ring. It radiates a warm and sacred glow, and seems to contain endless power. Mom, the spirit ring is complete. I'm going to start absorbing it. It may take several days. It's okay, go ahead, I'll protect you. Xiao Han nodded, took a deep breath, and looked at the golden soul ring with a firm gaze. He came under the soul ring, closed his eyes and concentrated, devoting himself to absorbing it. With the integration of the soul ring energy, Xiao Han seemed to be in a golden world, surrounded by warm and pure energy. These energies flowed through his body, merging perfectly with his soul and spirit power, bringing him an unprecedented sense of comfort. However, as the energy of the soul ring penetrated deeper, Xiao Han also felt unprecedented pressure. Fortunately, there is the power of dragon bones in the body, and even the most violent energy can be suppressed. Time passes day by day. From day to night, then back to day, then back to night. Xiao Han just sat quietly on the sea, engaging in a silent battle with the million-year-old spirit ring. Finally, on the morning of the 8th day, when the first ray of sunlight rose from the sea and fell on Xiao Han, he suddenly opened his eyes. A golden light flashed in those eyes. Xiao Han let out a long breath and a satisfied smile appeared on his face again. He felt that his soul power had undergone a drastic change, soaring from level 90 to level 96. This is a qualitative leap, which means that he has become a top powerhouse. Xiao Han, you really did it. Lin Jiruo was relieved to see Xiao Han wake up. Mom, you look haggard. Thank you for your hard work. By the way, how long did it take me to absorb this spirit ring? 7 whole days and nights. It took so long. The hard work paid off, and it brought me a huge improvement. How much has your soul power increased? Lin Jiruo asked impatiently. Xiao Han smiled. Mom, my soul power has increased several levels in an instant. It is now level 96. Level 96. Oh my god, that's a huge improvement. Lin Jiruo knew that the deep-sea demon whale king's million-level spirit ring and spirit bone would bring a huge improvement to Xiao Han. But he didn't expect that it would directly send him to the peak Douluo realm. Xiao Han, then you should have obtained more than 4 million level soul skills, right? Mom, the deep-sea demon whale king has actually only practiced for about 300,000 years. He reached the million-year level by devouring, but that is not his true cultivation level. Therefore, I only obtained 2 spirit ring skills and 2 spirit bone skills. Afterwards, Xiao Han introduced the 4 powerful skills to Lin Jiruo. Xiao Han's 9th soul skills are Ice Demon Breaking Arrow and Demon Whale Thunder Explosive Arrow. The Ice Demon Breaking Arrow is an arrow that combines the extreme power of ice and the violent power of the demon whale. This arrow is not only incredibly powerful and can easily penetrate strong defenses, it also contains the power to destroy demons and has a restraining effect on those evil and dark forces. The Demon Whale Thunder Arrow is an arrow that combines the power of extreme ice and the demon whale's lightning. When it hits the target, it will burst out with extreme ice power and violent lightning power. It can be said to be an advanced version of the Ice Explosion Arrow. Xiao Han's torso bone soul skills are, the Magic Whale's Invincible Golden Body and the Magic Whale's Death Devouring. The Demon Whale's Invincible Golden Body is a defensive soul skill. When using this soul skill, Xiao Han's body will be wrapped in a layer of golden light. This layer of golden light can withstand physical and energy attacks below the god level. The Demonic Whale's Death Devouring is a mental attack skill. When performing this skill, Xiao Han can release an invisible void as deep as the abyss, directly attacking the opponent's soul level. When this mental fluctuation comes into contact with the enemy's soul, it will instantly arouse the fear and despair deep in the opponent's heart, causing him to fall into a mental trance from which it is difficult to extricate himself. In this state, the enemy's combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced, and they may even lose their will to fight and be at the mercy of others. What's even more terrifying is that it also has a certain devouring effect. With the help of this skill, Xiao Han can quietly devour part of the opponent's soul power and transform it into his own soul power or mental power. After listening to Xiao Han's explanation, Lin Jiruo was amazed. Xiao Han, you are able to obtain such a powerful soul skill. However, you must also remember that although strength is important, what is more important is how to use it. Use your strength to do the right thing and protect those who need protection. Xiao Han nodded solemnly. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely keep your teachings in mind and use my strength to protect this world. Xiao Han knew that although he had already stood at the pinnacle of Douluo continent, he still had a lot of things to do and many challenges to face. As long as Bibi Dong, Tang San and others are not eliminated, this world will never have peace. Xiao Han turned his head and looked at the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale king. Although 7 days and 7 nights had passed, the corpse was still emitting energy. In order to completely absorb its energy, Xiao Han mobilized his soul power and cast a blue-black ice vortex, completely covering the behemoth and continuing to absorb its energy. Only when it completely disappeared did Xiao Han restrain his soul power. Mom, my spirit ring has completed its transformation again. As Xiao Han spoke, he couldn't help but release his martial spirit. 9 soul rings of black, 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 red, red, and blue gold unfolded around him one after another, emitting dazzling light. Chapter 195. Xiao Han's first soul ring also underwent a transformation and became a 10,000-year soul ring. The last blue gold soul ring was as dazzling as the sun, emitting a heart-pounding pressure and sacred aura, illuminating the entire sea surface. Xiao Han stood on the sea, his figure enveloped by the light of his soul ring, and an indescribable majesty and sacredness arose spontaneously. His aura was deeper and more powerful than before, as if a god had descended to earth. Lin Jiruo was deeply shocked. Xiao Han, not only do you have a million-year spirit ring, but even your first spirit ring has transformed to the 10,000-year level. You are really too powerful. Xiao Han smiled and said, Mom, after absorbing the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king, the power of the dragon king has been released more in my body, prompting the first soul ring to complete its transformation. You haven't rested for several days and nights, so take a break now. I will go with you to find a suitable soul beast later. Okay, you take a rest too. Ah. Xiao Han piloted the sea spirit boat and took Lin Jiruo away from the demon whale sea. After a short rest, the two continued to search for soul beasts in the sea. This time, their target is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. After several days of searching, on a sunny afternoon, a powerful breath suddenly came from the front, causing the sea surface to tremble slightly. The sea breeze was accompanied by a strong smell of blood. "Mom, there is a powerful soul beast ahead, let's go take a look." The moment he felt that powerful aura, Xiao Han's fatigue disappeared, replaced by full of fighting spirit and anticipation. As they got closer, the two discovered that a fierce battle had just taken place in this sea area. A huge deep-sea demon whale is gnawing on the corpse of a demon soul great white shark. Upon detecting the presence of a human soul master, the deep-sea demon whale suddenly turned its head, roared, and opened its huge mouth. Sharp water blades spewed out from the open giant mouth and flew towards Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo. The two of them flew into the air and easily avoided the water blades. Xiao Han smiled. "Mom, this deep-sea demon whale has been in cultivation for 100,000 years. It is perfect for making your 9th spirit ring. Okay, let's kill it together." Xiao Han's eyes focused, and he directly opened his million-year-old torso bones, and his whole body was filled with golden light. The demonic whale's death devouring is activated. An incomparably powerful mental pressure surged out like a tide, directly enveloping the deep-sea demon whale that was about to attack. Feeling the breath of death from the pressure of the deep-sea demon whale king, the eyes of the deep-sea demon whale were instantly filled with fear and despair. That's their king. He actually died at the hands of this young soul master in front of him. Under the suppression of this force, the huge body of the deep-sea demon whale began to tremble involuntarily. The attack that was originally ready to be launched came to an abrupt halt. There wasn't even the courage to resist. "Mom, it's now." Xiao Han's voice was calm and firm. His eyes were fixed on the deep-sea demon whale that was suppressed and unable to move, creating a perfect opportunity for Lin Jiruo to attack. Lin Jiruo was already ready to go. Her figure flashed, like a streak of light cutting through the sky, and appeared directly above the deep-sea demon whale. Soul power surged, and an unparalleled chill burst out from her body, transforming into a blue blade of light, accurately piercing the vital point of the deep-sea demon whale. With a deafening wail, the huge body of the deep-sea demon whale trembled violently, and finally fell down powerlessly, stirring up huge waves on the sea surface. Xiao Han suppressed this 100,000-year-old soul beast so easily that Lin Jiruo couldn't help but sigh. "Xiao Han, thanks to your amazing soul skills, we were able to deal with this deep-sea demon whale so smoothly." Xiao Han chuckled. "Mom, this million-year soul skill is different. Please adjust your state and prepare to absorb the soul ring. I will protect you." "It is good." Lin Jiruo nodded and prepared to absorb the soul ring. Wisps of mist slowly rose from the huge corpse of the deep-sea demon whale and gradually condensed into a 100,000-year soul ring that glowed with red light. Under Xiao Han's protection, Lin Jiruo began to absorb the soul ring. A layer of golden light was released from Xiao Han's chest, enveloping Lin Jiruo, providing her with spiritual support and helping her absorb more smoothly. As time passed, Lin Jiruo's breathing gradually stabilized. Just as Lin Jiruo was concentrating on absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring, Xiao Han suddenly sensed an unusual fluctuation of soul power. The fluctuation of soul power was like a sudden strong wind, approaching rapidly, causing the originally calm sea surface to begin to shake. Xiao Han's heart trembled, and he immediately realized that the situation was not good. Lin Jiruo's safety is his biggest concern. He must ensure that she will not be disturbed by any external factors at the critical moment when she absorbs the soul ring. The soul power in Xiao Han's body surged, and his figure instantly turned into a stream of light. He stopped a few hundred meters away from Lin Jiruo, making sure that Lin Jiruo was within his sight. The soul power fluctuations were getting closer and closer, and the sea surface was shaking more and more violently. Xiao Han once again released his million-year-old torso, his entire body glowing with golden light, trying to intimidate the approaching soul beast with his powerful mental power. The group of soul beasts indeed slowed down, but were still slowly approaching this side. As they got closer, Xiao Han saw that it was a group of demon soul great white sharks. There were a large number of them, at least 50. Each one exudes powerful soul power fluctuations, and they are all adult demon soul great white sharks. On the back of one of the largest great white sharks, there stood a small human figure. Although the figure was small, he exuded an extraordinary aura, as if he could control these ferocious marine creatures. Xiao Han stared at the figure with sharp eyes. He guessed that the man might be Xiao Bai, the guardian soul beast of Poseidon Island. The deep-sea demon whale hunted by Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo bit a demon soul great white shark to death. Xiao Bai and his tribe are here to seek revenge. Feeling the powerful aura of Xiao Han, Xiao Bai and the group of demon soul great white sharks did not dare to move forward. "Are you Xiao Bai from Poseidon Island?" "I'm Shui Binger's friend. I went to your Poseidon Island more than a year ago." Xiao Han's ethereal voice came from the sky and reached the ears of Xiao Bai and the group of demon soul great white sharks. Xiao Bai was shocked. The entire Sea God Island knows that the test that Lord Sea God puts on Shui Binger is the 9 tests of Sea God. Shui Binger and her group thus became VIPs on Poseidon Island. And the young soul master in front of him turned out to be Shui Binger's friend. Without thinking too much, Xiao Bai flew into the air and stopped less than 100 meters away from Xiao Han. Chapter 196. Xiao Bai has a cold face, and his blue eyes sparkle with wisdom. She saw that not far behind Xiao Han, another human soul master was absorbing the soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale. Not far from the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale, there was a bloody great white shark floating. The demon soul great white shark was exactly one of Xiao Bai's tribesmen, and half of its body had been eaten. Xiao Bai stared at Xiao Han, eyes full of disbelief. You were the ones who killed that 100,000-year-old deep-sea demon whale. Xiao Han nodded slightly. That's right. Unfortunately, we were a step too late. When I saw it, it was eating the demon soul great white shark. After hearing this, the wariness in Xiao Bai's eyes lessened slightly. I'm Xiao Bai, one of the guardians of Poseidon Island. But how do you know me? Xiao Han explained. More than a year ago, when Binger and I arrived on the island, we heard about you and your tribe. So you really are Miss Binger's friend? Of course. Xiao Han looked at Lin Zhirua behind him, then turned around and continued. I know you hate the deep-sea demon whale that killed your people, but my mother is in the important stage of absorbing spirit rings. I hope you won't disturb her. After she has absorbed the spirit rings, it won't be too late for you to devour the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale. Xiao Bai was stunned for a moment. How do you know we want to devour the body of that deep-sea demon whale? Don't you whale spirit beasts all devour each other after killing each other? It's not surprising. Xiao Han knew that the 100,000-year-old deep-sea magic whale was a great tonic for Xiao Bai and those magic soul great white sharks, and it could bring them improvement after swallowing it. Although whale brain has extremely high medicinal value, Xiao Han already has the whale brain and whale pearls of a million-year deep-sea demon whale king, so that 100,000-year whale brain is no longer important. Xiao Bai could clearly sense that the young human soul master in front of him was extremely powerful. May I ask what your name is? My name is Xiao Han. Xiao Han, thank you for avenging my people. Let's wait until your mother absorbs the spirit ring before we devour the deep-sea demon whale. It is good. Xiao Han thought of something and asked. By the way, do you know what stage of the divine examination Binger and the others are in now? They have all passed the first test from Lord Poseidon and are now taking on the second test. Can I go to the island to see them? Xiao Bai nodded and smiled. Miss Binger is our honored guest. You are her friend, so of course you can go see her. Okay, then please take us to the island. You're welcome. Xiao Han returned to Lin Zhirua and continued to protect her. Xiao Bai and her tribe waited quietly on the side. As time went by, Lin Zhirua finally absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring. Feeling the changes in herself, a satisfied smile appeared on her face. Xiao Han, I succeeded. Mom, congratulations. Not only have you become a title Douluo, you also have a 100,000-year spirit ring. My child, I have to thank you. Without you, I would not have achieved what I have today. Mom, you are too polite. Oh, by the way, quickly absorb this soul bone as well. Xiao Han said as he handed a soul bone to Lin Zhirua. When you absorb the spirit ring, I found this spirit bone from the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale. It looks like a right arm bone. Lin Zhirua took the soul bone and looked at it carefully, feeling delighted. Xiao Han smiled and said, Mom, after you fuse this soul bone, we will go to Poseidon Island with the group of demon soul great white sharks to meet Binger and the others. Demon soul great white shark. Yeah, right over there. Lin Zhirua followed Xiao Han's gaze and discovered a group of huge sea soul beasts not far away. Xiao Han briefly explained it to her and she finally understood. Afterwards, under Xiao Han's protection, Lin Zhirua began to fuse the soul bone. It took less than half an hour for Lin Zhirua to completely fuse the soul bone. Xiao Han was very happy and asked impatiently, Mom, what level of soul power have you reached now? It's higher than I thought. It just broke through level 93. Level 93, really good. It may be because I absorbed the energy of the deep-sea demon whale king before, and it was fully manifested after obtaining the 9th soul ring. Well, it's possible. After a soul master breaks through level 90, it becomes extremely difficult to advance to the next level. Moreover, even if there is only one level of soul power between title Douluo, the difference in strength is huge. It is simply a luxury to be able to level up 3 levels at once after reaching level 90. As an extreme spirit master, Lin Jiruo now has the strength to fight against peak Douluo above level 95. Xiao Bai, you can come over now. Hearing Xiao Han's call, Xiao Bai swam over with dozens of demon soul great white sharks. In order to make it easier to eat the corpse of the deep-sea demon whale, Xiao Bai also transformed into a magical great white shark. They quickly devoured the huge corpse of the deep-sea demon whale cleanly. Afterwards, Xiao Bai transformed into a human form again. Xiao Han, thank you for your gift. I will take you to Poseidon Island now. Okay, trouble. Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo each rode a demon soul great white shark and, under the leadership of Xiao Bai, headed towards the Sea God Island. It was already dusk when we arrived at Poseidon Island. Under the setting sun, Poseidon Island becomes even more mysterious and majestic. The setting sun poured onto the sea level like molten gold, dyeing the sky a brilliant orange red. The sea breeze blows gently, bringing with it the salty fragrance of the sea water and the faint scent of flowers and plants in the distance, making people feel relaxed and happy. Occasionally, a few seabirds fly across the sky, leaving behind a series of melodious chirps, adding a bit of vitality to this quiet evening. On the beach, the soft sand glows a faint golden color under the setting sun. The mountains in the distance cast long shadows in the sunset, like a giant guarding this sea area, quiet and majestic. Xiao Bai took Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo and slowly walked into this dreamlike scenery. Lin Jiruo was in a good mood as she admired the beautiful scenery of Poseidon Island. Xiao Han, the environment on this island is really nice. Indeed, it is peaceful here, without as many disputes as in the outside world. When Douluo continent is unified, perhaps such a peaceful scene will appear as well. Hope so. The two followed Xiao Bai and came to Kaiba City. Xiao Bai arranged accommodation for the two of them, and then went to find Seahorse Douluo to explain the situation. After more than a year, Seahorse Douluo was shocked to see Xiao Han again and feel the even more powerful aura from Xiao Han. Mr. Xiao Han, you have become stronger again. Xiao Han smiled and said politely, you're too kind. Is it convenient to meet Binger and the others now? It's convenient. I've sent someone to inform them. Chapter 197. After a while, Shui Binger and a few others hurried over. Everyone was surprised to see Xiao Han and Lin Jiruo. Hello, Dean Lin. Xiao Han. Why are you here? Binger spoke first, with a hint of surprise and joy in her voice. The girls quickly gathered around Lin Jiruo. Xiao Han smiled and looked at everyone, saying, we came to see you and hunt soul beasts. Hunting soul beasts? Have you broken through level 90? Yeah. My mom also broke through level 90. After hearing this, the girls looked at each other and were happy for them. Great. Have you obtained the spirit rings yet? Ah. Next, Xiao Han briefly described to everyone how he and Lin Jiruo hunted soul beasts and obtained soul rings. Upon learning that Xiao Han had killed the million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king and that his soul power had reached level 96 after absorbing soul rings and soul bones, they were all stunned. Level 96. Xiao Han, this improvement is too amazing. Shui Binger exclaimed, with an incredible light flashing in her eyes. Xiao Han is so amazing. The other girls were also shocked and looked at him with envy and admiration. Lin Jiruo smiled modestly and said, don't just praise him. It was also thanks to him that I was able to break through the 90th level. Several people talked and laughed, and talked about their recent situations. Shui Binger and the others passed the first test of Poseidon and achieved considerable improvement. They also learned about the current situation on land from Xiao Han. They didn't expect that Bibi Dong would go against the Spirit Hall and establish a new Spirit Hall. Xiao Han chatted with Shui Binger alone for a while, and finally reminded her. Binger, I came here mainly to tell you something. What? When the time is right, tell Poseidon that Tang Chen is dead. Who is Tang Chen? Shui Binger looked confused. Xiao Han explained Tang Chen is Poseidon's sweetheart. Afterwards, Xiao Han told Shui Binger about the relationship between Poseidon, Tang Chen and Qian Daolu. Xiao Han knew that the 9 tests of Poseidon were not that simple, as the final test required him to face the High Priest Poseidon directly. Poseidon will not easily sacrifice himself to help others. However, if she knew that her lover Tang Chen was dead, perhaps she would let go of her obsession. Xiao Han knew that Tang Chen was trapped in a city of slaughter by the Shura god, which was no different from being dead. Binger, remember what I told you. Okay, I get it. How long will you stay this time? We have to leave tomorrow. The situation on land is tense, so we have to get back as soon as possible. You should also hurry up and try to complete the second test as soon as possible. Although Shui Bing'er was a little reluctant, she knew that Xiao Han had more important things to do. Xiao Han and Lin Zhirua did not stay on the island for long and left the next day. Shui Bing'er and others reluctantly bid farewell to Xiao Han and Lin Zhirua. They stood on the shore and watched the two people's boat go away until it disappeared into the vast ocean. Xiao Han and Lin Zhirua returned to land. They first returned to Qianshui City together, and then Xiao Han went to Wudi City alone to meet Qian Renxue. Seeing Xiao Han return safely, Qian Renshue's face lit up with a long-lost smile. "Xiao Han, you're finally back." Xiao Han smiled and nodded, and told Qian Renxue about his experiences on this trip. When Qian Renxue learned that Xiao Han had hunted down a million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king and his soul power had been raised to level 96, a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. "A million-year spirit ring, Xiao Han, your strength has far exceeded my imagination. Your chances of winning against Bibi Dong are much greater." When talking about Bibi Dong, both of them couldn't help but look serious. The new spirit hall formed by Bibi Dong, with its powerful strength and means, expanded rapidly and posed a serious threat to the spirit hall. Qian Renshue's face suddenly turned gloomy. In just a few months, the new spirit hall has become the most powerful force in the Xing Luo Empire. At this rate, it won't be long before they catch up with the spirit hall. I underestimated Bibi Dong. There are more people supporting her than I thought. We can't wait any longer. Xiao Han nodded, agreeing with Qian Renshue's opinion. I came here to discuss this matter with you. Now you can take the initiative. The two then began to discuss the specific battle plan. This time, their plan was not just to capture a few cities, but to take over the entire Xing Luo Empire. Xiao Han knew that Bibi Dong was challenging the Rakshasa divine test. Before she becomes a god, she must be completely destroyed, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Not long after, Qian Renxue declared war on the Xing Luo Empire again. Bibi Dong was practicing in a dim room. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps broke the silence outside. Didn't I tell you that no one is allowed to disturb me without my permission? Your Majesty, the latest intelligence is that Qian Renxue has once again declared war on the Xing Luo Empire. What? Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She then stood up, slowly walked to the window, and suddenly opened the curtains, allowing the dazzling sunlight to pour into the room, as if to sweep away the haze in her heart. Qian Renxue, are you unable to hold back so soon? It seems that you have already felt the threat from our new spirit hall. However, do you think you can stop me like this? You are too naive. Bibi Dong whispered to herself, then a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Tell Elder Yu to come to the main hall to see me. Yes. While Bibi Dong was practicing, all the affairs of the new spirit hall were handed over to Yu Xiaogang and Hulayina to manage. Yu Xiaogang only has theoretical knowledge, which he learned in the spirit hall. In fact, he has no real ability. In addition, his own soul power has not exceeded level 30, so he is still regarded as a waste in everyone's eyes. But he has Bibi Dong's support behind him, so no one dares to say anything. Yu Xiaogang also knew that everyone was talking about him behind his back, saying that he relied on women to get to his position. But he doesn't care. Dai Mubai is dead, and he is not valued by Xinglua Emperor, so he can only rely on Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong gave him trust and rights and allowed him to play freely. He wants to use the power of Bibi Dong and the new spirit hall to take revenge on Xiao Han, Qian Renxue and others. Yu Xiaogang walked slowly into the hall. Bibi Dong was the only one in the empty hall. Bibi Dong smiled and said, Xiaogang, you're here. Yu Xiaogang nodded lightly. Why did you come out early? Is it because Qian Renxue declared war on the Xing Luo Empire? Yes. I feel that Qian Renxue and the others' attack this time will definitely be more swift and fierce. I wonder how Emperor Xinglua will respond. I was just thinking about this issue and was about to go to Xinglua City to listen to their ideas. Chapter 198. Although the new spirit hall established by Bibi Dong is located within the territory of the Xing Luo Empire, it is still an independent force. When necessary, they will fight against the Wuhuan Empire together with the Xinglua Empire to safeguard common interests. As the chief elder of the new spirit hall, Yu Xiaogang played the role of middleman very well. Bibi Dong was a little worried about Yu Xiaogang's safety. Xiaogang, this is an emergency. I'll send someone to go with you. No need. This place is not far from Xinglua City, and Xiao San will be enough to accompany me. Okay, please be safe. In front of Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong no longer had the majesty of the Pope, and there was only tenderness in her eyes. But Yu Xiaogang has not completely gotten over the demise of his family, and always deliberately keeps his distance from Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San came to Xinglua City together. The atmosphere in Xinglua City was solemn. The Star Luo Emperor frowned, holding tightly in his hand an urgent report that had just arrived from the front line. Qian Renxue had once again declared war on the Star Luo Empire. Inside the hall, all the ministers were silent, and no one dared to make a sound at this time, for fear of disturbing the emperor's thoughts. The Wuhuan Empire has declared war again. Good job. I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood. The low voice of Emperor Xinglua echoed in the hall, carrying endless anger. His eldest son Davis was killed by Xiao Han, and Crown Prince Dai Mubai also died in the war. He has always wanted to avenge his two sons. He knew that this war was different from the last one, and the power of the Wuhuan Empire was more stable. But the Xinglua Empire also became stronger because of the existence of Bibi Dong. At this time, Ning Fengji stood up. Your Majesty, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is willing to do its utmost to support the empire in resisting the invasion of the Spirit Empire. Ning Fengji's words eased the atmosphere in the hall a little. Emperor Xing Luo looked at Ning Fengji, with a hint of approval in his eyes. Master Ning, your loyalty and courage will be remembered forever by our Xing Luo Empire. Tang Xiao also stood up. Emperor, the Haotian sect is also willing to fight. In the previous battle, the Haotian sect lost several title Douluo level elders in succession. But the situation is different now. With the support of Bibi Dong and the new Spirit Hall, Tang Xiao believes he can avenge his previous defeat. Emperor Xinglua nodded with satisfaction. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Haotian sect are still two powerful sects whose strength should not be underestimated. With their great help, the resistance of the Xinglua Empire was greatly enhanced. However, Emperor Xinglua still had some worries in his heart. Not only do they have to fight against the army of the Wuhuan Empire, but they also have to be wary of Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong is ambitious, and the power of the new Spirit Hall is also rising rapidly. We must guard against attacks from behind. Emperor Xing Luo looked at Yu Xiaogang and asked. Elder Yu, I wonder what the new Spirit Hall plans to do. Your Majesty, we will certainly stand together with the Empire and resist the invasion of the Wuhuan Empire. Okay. Pass the order down, gather the troops immediately and prepare for battle. The entire Xinglua Empire quickly took action. The army was assembled, food and fodder were prepared, and a war that concerned the survival of the country was about to begin. On the other side of the continent, the Wuhuan Empire is also intensively preparing their plans. That night, Tang San came to find Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, we are about to go to the front line. After much thought, I think it is better for you and Zhu Qin not to follow us. I plan to send you two to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. With Rongrong here, your safety will be guaranteed there. No. Brother, I want to go to the battlefield with you. Tang San shook his head. The battlefield is too dangerous. There are too many title Douluo level warriors in the Spirit Hall, especially Guanling Douluo and Xiao Han who have long-range attacks. I don't want you to take risks. But you. Tang San took Xiao Wu's hand and said with a smile. Don't worry, I have the ability to fly. Moreover, we have Bibi Dong here this time, and there are also a large number of spirit masters. The overall strength of our Xinglua side is much stronger than last time. We may be the winner. Xiao Wu also wanted to fight alongside Tang San, but she understood Tang San's thoughts and finally compromised. Well, then you must come back safely. Don't worry, it'll be okay. After sending Xiao Wu and Zhu Qin to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect in Xinglua City, Tang San headed to the front line with the main force. A month later. As the dawn broke, two huge armies slowly unfolded like a steel torrent, confronting each other under the vast sky. On one side was the elite army of the Xing Luo Empire. They stood on the city wall, their armor shining, battle flags fluttering, and their morale high. On the other side was the Wuhuan Empire's Iron Cavalry army, with black robes fluttering and lights flickering, revealing a murderous aura that should not be underestimated. The air was filled with a tense and solemn atmosphere, as if even the wind had stopped. On the Xinglua Empire's side, Yu Xiaogang, Tang Xiao, Ning Fengji, Jian Douluo and others are in the lead. Yu Xiaogang brought a large number of soul masters from the new Spirit Hall. On the opposite side, in the Wuhuan Empire's camp, Qian Renxue, wearing gorgeous armor, stood in front of the formation. Her eyes were cold and arrogant, as if everything was under her control. He was surrounded by many titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, including the feared Xiao Han. The presence of those strong men makes the entire Wuhuan Empire's lineup even more intimidating. Qian Renxue's eyes were as sharp as torches as she scanned the Xing Luo Empire's camp, finally stopping at the location where Yu Xiaogang and the others were, with a sneer on her lips. Humph, that traitor Bibi Dong, doesn't she have the guts to come here in person? Is she hiding in some dark corner again, preparing to launch another despicable sneak attack when we are least prepared? Qian Renxue knew that if Yu Xiaogang appeared on the front line again, Bibi Dong would definitely follow him because she would not let Yu Xiaogang fall into danger. The powerful aura from Xiao Han surged towards the Xing Luo Empire camp like a tide. Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaogang, you two ungrateful bastards. The spirit hall trained you, but you betrayed it. Even if you set up a new spirit hall, what does it matter? It will not change the spirit empire's pace of unifying the continent. Being mercilessly mocked, Yu Xiaogang was furious. He tried hard to control his inner anger and stay calm. Qian Renxue, Xiao Han, you keep saying that Bibi Dong and I are traitors, but you know better than anyone why we have come to this point. The ambition and atrocities of the Spirit Empire are the root cause of all this. Today, our Xinglua Empire and the new Spirit Hall have joined forces to stop your ambitions and protect the peace of this continent. Ning Fengji also stood up. Qian Renxue, although you are the heir of the Spirit Empire, your actions go against the original intention of the Spirit Hall. Our Seven Treasures Glazed sect has always put justice first. Today, we will fight against evil to the end. Chapter 199. Seeing Ning Fengji standing up and shouting, Qian Renxue retorted mercilessly. Ning Fengji, have you forgotten how you escaped last time so quickly? This time, I won't let you go easily. Qian Renxue hit Ning Fengji's sore spot directly. Ning Fengji, who was always calm and composed, was no longer calm at this moment. Qian Renxue, do you think you can easily win this time? The departure of Pope Bibi Dong has greatly damaged the strength of your spirit hall and it is no longer what it used to be. Really? Bibi Dong only took away a bunch of rabble. If she is so powerful, why is she hiding and not daring to come out? Qian Renxue's words left Ning Fengji speechless. The momentum of both sides reached its peak at this moment, and a war was about to break out. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened and was covered with dark clouds. A flash of purple lightning streaked across the sky. Then, a familiar figure slowly descended from the sky. The person coming was none other than Bibi Dong. She was full of vigor and her eyes were gleaming with contempt. Qian Renxue, Xiao Han, and you old fools who don't know your own limits, do you really think that I, Bibi Dong, am afraid of you? Bibi Dong's icy voice filled the entire battlefield, intimidating without even being angry. Her appearance made the atmosphere on the battlefield even more tense. Faced with Bibi Dong's sudden appearance, Qian Renxue's eyes flashed with surprise, but it was quickly replaced by anger. Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall gave you supreme glory and status, but you betrayed it. Not only did you set up the so-called new Spirit Hall, but you also aided and abetted our enemy, the Xinglua Empire, to fight against us. Your behavior is that of a complete traitor. After hearing this, Bibi Dong's mouth curled up into a disdainful sneer. Qian Renxue, the Spirit Hall you mentioned is nothing but a cruel cage that imprisoned me in darkness and deprived me of my freedom. It destroyed me and made me lose so much. Everything I have built with so much difficulty, including the new Spirit Hall, is for the purpose of escaping from that shackles and regaining the freedom and dignity that I once lost. And you, and the so-called orthodoxy behind you, are nothing but executioners who are pressing me step by step and pushing me into a desperate situation. I worked so hard to lead Spirit Hall to its current heights, but you snatched it away effortlessly, just because you have the blood of a six-winged angel flowing in your veins. How could I possibly accept such injustice? For those who support me, I will of course build a new Wuhuan Hall, and I will take back everything that belongs to me. Bibi Dong's words were full of determination and unwillingness. Her murderous eyes swept between Qian Renxue and everyone present, as if she wanted to burn away all the injustice and anger. Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, Tang Xiao, Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo looked at each other, all with smiles on their faces. Compared with the last confrontation with the Soul Master army led by Qian Renxue, this time with the addition of Bibi Dong and the new Wuhuan Hall, the overall strength of the Silla side has been greatly improved, and everyone is more confident. Qian Renxue's eyes were as cold as frost as she warned Bibi Dong and her subordinates, Bibi Dong, do you think that you can rewrite your destiny with the new Spirit Hall? Don't forget that your foundation and your strength all originated from the Spirit Hall. Since you have chosen to oppose the Spirit Hall, you are the enemy of the Spirit Hall. No matter what you have done for the Spirit Hall in the past, the Spirit Hall will ruthlessly eradicate you, because we cannot tolerate traitors. Bibi Dong heard this and a hint of sarcasm appeared on her face. Qian Renxue, you are so arrogant. Without me, the Spirit Hall has been greatly weakened. This is an indisputable fact. Today, let me kill these old guys with my own hands and let the world see that when the Spirit Hall is destroyed, the new Spirit Hall led by me will rise. Your so-called orthodoxy is nothing but a bunch of corrupt people who can't stand a single blow. After hearing this, Guanling Douluo, Jianhua Douluo and others all looked angry. Guanling Douluo said, "Bibi Dong, you ungrateful bastard, if it weren't for the nod from us old guys, how could you have ascended to the throne of Pope? You gave up everything for a loser like Yu Xiaogang and went against the spirit hall. A stupid woman like you is not fit to be the Pope. Now, look what happened. You are still the Pope, and your wish has come true, keeping the useless Yu Xiaogang by your side as the chief elder. What real ability can a loser who has studied in the spirit hall for many years but uses the knowledge he has learned to deal with the spirit hall and can only rely on women to get to the top have?" After hearing Guanling Douluo's ridicule, Jianhua Douluo, Qianjun Douluo and others all laughed out loud. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes were firm, but his expression gradually became ugly. "Shut up." Bibi Dong's face instantly turned dark as water, with raging anger burning in her eyes. She hated it most when others looked down upon her lover, Yu Xiaogang, and she once swore in her heart that she would kill all those who humiliated Yu Xiaogang. "Guangling, how dare you insult me with your words? Today I will make you pay the price." Before he finished speaking, a powerful wave of soul power surged around Bibi Dong's body, releasing the Death Spider Emperor's martial soul. After being possessed by the martial spirit, Bibi Dong looked like a giant poisonous spider. The skin on her upper body was covered with a layer of purple-black armor, and her face was also covered by a shell. There are 4 small eyes under the Death Spider King's eyes. The legs disappeared and the area below the abdomen turned into a huge round sphere. 8 thick long legs stretched out from the round abdomen, covered with tufts of green hair and disgusting mucus. 9 soul rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red, unfolded around her body one after another. Bibi Dong's momentum reached its peak at this moment. Among the 9 soul rings surrounding her body, the blood-colored 100,000-year soul ring was particularly eye-catching. That 100,000-year soul ring represented Bibi Dong's powerful strength and gave people an invisible deterrent effect. Bibi Dong seldom displays her martial spirit and spirit ring in front of others. The atmosphere on the battlefield became somewhat tense due to the appearance of the Death Spider Emperor and the 100,000-year spirit ring. Bibi Dong's eyes flickered with a dark light. She is no longer the noble and cold Pope, but has transformed into the queen of the underworld who controls life and death. A strong smell of death emanated from her body. This breath contained endless darkness and decay, as if it could devour all life, causing the soul masters present to feel palpitations involuntarily. Even a peak Douluo as strong as Guanling Douluo could not help but change his expression slightly and feel a chill in his heart when facing the aura of death released by Bibi Dong. "Today, I will let you see my strength." Chapter 200. As soon as she finished speaking, the fluctuations of soul power around her became stronger and stronger. A suffocating atmosphere of tension spread. When Guanling Douluo saw this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes, and he released his Guanling Divine Bow without hesitation. The Guanyu Divine Bow emitted a bright light in his hand, like the first rays of dawn, forming a sharp contrast with the dark aura of Bibi Dong. Demon-subduing Douluo and thousand-strength Douluo also felt Bibi Dong's powerful aura. The 2 brothers looked at each other and released their respective martial spirits, the Panlong stick, without saying anything. On the Xing Luo Empire side, Tang Xiao, Jian Douluo, and Ning Fengji saw that Bibi Dong was ready to go, and they did not hesitate to release their martial spirits and spirit rings, preparing to fight together with Bibi Dong. The spirits of the soul masters on both sides reached an unprecedented height at this moment, and the battle was about to break out. Just when the atmosphere was becoming suffocatingly tense, a dazzling ice-blue light suddenly burst out from Xiao Han's body. Like the first ray of light at dawn, it instantly illuminated the entire battlefield, causing the originally extremely depressing sky to change color. At this moment, Xiao Han was quietly floating above the battlefield, with a faint layer of cold air surrounding him. His figure became the absolute focus of this world, and everyone's attention was involuntarily attracted to him. As Xiao Han slowly raised his arms, an unprecedented strong chill surged out of his body. This chill not only made the surrounding air freeze instantly, but even time seemed to slow down at this moment. Immediately afterwards, a Zhenbing bow and arrow condensed from extremely cold ice appeared in Xiao Han's hand. There was a faint blue light flowing on it, as if it could freeze all living things in the world, and it contained an icy power that was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Tang San, Yu Xiaogang and the others couldn't help but feel a strong shock in their hearts when they saw this. They felt that compared to last time, Xiao Han's strength had become stronger. Moreover, it is so powerful that it is unimaginable. The next scene made everyone present stunned. As Xiao Han's martial spirit fully manifested, 9 spirit rings surrounded him one by one. Black, 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 the 6 10,000-year soul rings exude a calm and profound aura. The 200,000-year soul rings that were as red as blood and flames were like blazing flames, making people feel terrified. And the blue-gold soul ring that appeared last, glowed with golden light, dazzling and brilliant, like the blazing sun in the sky, dyeing the entire battlefield with a layer of golden glow. The light was so strong that people could not look directly at it. As the blue-gold soul ring appeared, the air on the entire battlefield seemed to be solidified by this power. Everyone's breathing involuntarily stopped for a moment. They had never seen such a terrifying spirit ring configuration, and had never thought that someone could possess such incredible power. Although Yu Xiaogang, Tang San and the others had already had a premonition in their hearts, when they witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they still couldn't help but reveal expressions of disbelief on their faces. They knew that Xiao Han was making progress. But no one expected that Xiao Han would be able to break through the 90-level barrier in such a short time and even obtain the legendary million-level spirit ring. Is that a million-level spirit ring? There was a flash of disbelief in Bibi Dong's eyes. Even a strong person like her had never thought that Xiao Han could possess such an amazing spirit ring configuration. This was simply beyond her imagination. Tang Xiao, Sword Douluo Xin, Ning Fengji and others were also stunned. As the top powers on the continent, they naturally know the importance of spirit rings and what a million-year spirit ring means. However, they never thought that Xiao Han could actually release such a terrifying spirit ring configuration. This was simply a miracle. Not only the Xinglua Empire, but also the Wuhuan Empire's soul masters and soldiers were shocked by Xiao Han's amazing soul ring configuration. The first soul ring reached the 10,000-year level. All spirit rings are over 10,000 years old. Not only does he have 200,000 level spirit rings, he also has a million-level spirit ring. This means that Xiao Han has hunted at least 1 million-year-old soul beast. What a terrifying existence. Xian Rinxue already knew that Xiao Han possessed a million-level spirit ring. After witnessing Xiao Han releasing his spirit ring with her own eyes, she was still deeply shocked. Xian Rinxue also knew that Bibi Dong might participate in this war. However, she believed that Xiao Han could defeat Bibi Dong. Therefore, not too many powerful people were dispatched to attack the Xinglua Empire this time. In addition to Xiao Han, there are Guanling Douluo, Jianhua Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, as well as 2 titled Douluo level guards, Snake Spear and Thorny Turtle. Those titled Douluo level warriors were all shocked when they saw Xiao Han's incredible spirit ring configuration. Guanling Douluo had already released the Guanling Divine Bow. The Guanling Divine Bow also released a blue-gold light, but compared to Xiao Han's million-year soul ring, it seemed much dimmer. The usually arrogant demon subduing Douluo couldn't help but look at Xiao Han with a bit more awe in his eyes. With the release of Xiao Han's martial soul and 9 soul rings, the entire battlefield seemed to solidify a little. Both sides, who were originally preparing to launch an offensive, did not act rashly at this moment. Even the arrogant Bibi Dong chose to endure it temporarily. Bibi Dong had heard of Xiao Han's powerful soul skills, but had never fought with Xiao Han. In a contest between strong men, one often does not strike first, but rather waits for the right moment to strike, looking for flaws in the opponent's moves and delivering a fatal blow. Seeing this, Tang San clenched his fists and looked at Xiao Han with eyes full of jealousy. He was filled with indignation and once again raised a soul-searching question. Damn it! Xiao Han, why did you become so strong? Why was it you who arrived at the Yin-Yang Eyes first, and not me? If I could obtain the fiery apricot and the star aniseed ice grass, how could I be suppressed by you everywhere? Why? Why does all this good luck fall upon you? Tang San's jealousy and unwillingness surged like a tide, quickly drowning him. But he also knew in his heart that jealousy could not change the status quo, only strength could decide everything. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down his emotions. He knew that in the upcoming war, he had to save his life first so that he would have a chance to take revenge on Xiao Han in the future. At this time, Xiao Han was suspended in the air, and the Zhenbing bow and arrow in his hand emitted a heart-pounding cold light. He slowly scanned the enemy, and finally his eyes met Bibi Dong's. In the silent confrontation, the wills of the 2 top powers collided in the air, and Bibi Dong couldn't help but tremble. Bibi Dong, I will put an end to your ambitions. Chapter 201. Xiao Han's voice was cold and firm, and every word seemed to contain a tremendous force that struck people's hearts directly. Bibi Dong curled her lips into a sneer. Xiao Han, your growth is beyond my expectation. I don't know what method you used. Do you think you can defeat me with your powerful spirit ring configuration? Naive. Before he finished speaking, Bibi Dong's soul power surged around him, and black mist swirled around him, as if it was going to swallow up everything around it. The 9 spirit rings on her body also shone brightly, especially the 100,000-year spirit ring. How shameless! Let me show you what the power of death is. Bibi Dong launched a tentative attack on Xiao Han. The third soul ring on her body suddenly glowed. The third soul skill, Death Spider Web Binding, was activated instantly. Deep purple spider webs spewed out of her mouth, carrying with them a purple poisonous gas that quickly enveloped Xiao Han. The spider web can expand rapidly as it approaches the opponent. Once the opponent is entangled, the toxins on the spider silk will penetrate into the opponent's body. Opponents who are not strong enough will be poisoned and die instantly. Each death spider web is woven from a lot of spider silk and also has many holes. Even if Xiao Han's ice arrows could hit the spider web, most of them would pass through the gaps. Even if you hit the spider silk, it will be useless. Unless every arrow Xiao Han shoots is an ice explosion arrow. Therefore, Bibi Dong used this trick to tentatively attack Xiao Han to see how Xiao Han would respond. Faced with the overwhelming death spider web, Xiao Han was not at all panicked. He did not dodge the attack of the death spider web, but his eyes were as sharp as torches, and a biting chill emanated from his body. The soul power in his body surged, and the defensive skill of the 100,000-year-old left arm's soul bone was instantly activated. A layer of crystal clear, indestructible ice quickly covered Xiao Han's entire body, like an ice armor. Those deep purple spider webs, carrying deadly poison and overwhelming power, were instantly frozen when they touched the ice on Xiao Han's body, losing their original vitality and threat. Little tricks. Xiao Han sneered, his eyes revealing contempt for Bibi Dong's tentative attack. As Bibi Dong's soul power continued to be output, one death spider web after another followed. They were like crazy spiders, trying to overwhelm Xiao Han with their numbers and speed. But, without exception, all these spider webs were frozen by the ice armor on Xiao Han's body, piling up into a small hill of purple spider webs. The poisonous gas lingering around it was also suppressed by Xiao Han's coldness and could not dissipate. At this moment, Xiao Han was like a moving fortress, wrapped in dense spider webs and hard ice. He was not at all flustered. Obviously, these continuous attacks did not pose any substantial threat to him. Bibi Dong, you asked for this. Xiao Han's voice penetrated the battlefield, reaching everyone's ears clearly and coldly. Then he made a surprising move. He exerted force suddenly, and with the help of the weight of ice and spider web, he dived down from the air, like a comet carrying destructive power, heading straight for the enemy camp. The huge sphere made up of countless spider webs and ice drew a dazzling track in the air. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be frozen, leaving behind streaks of white frost. Boom! There was a loud bang. When Xiao Han and the sphere of death spider webs and ice collided with the enemy, the ice suddenly exploded as if it had exploded. Countless ice fragments carrying poisonous spider silk, like a flying icy rain, poured down towards the Soul Master army of Xing Luo with a biting chill and deadly toxins. Those ice fragments contaminated by the Death Spider King's venom are terrifying. Not only are they extremely fast, but each piece is as sharp as a knife, enough to penetrate the defense of an ordinary Soul Master. The enemy camp fell into chaos in an instant. The Soul Masters used their soul skills one after another to try to resist the sudden attack of the poisonous ice rain. Those ice fragments contaminated by the poisonous spider silk not only have amazing physical attack power, but the toxins on them are also hard to guard against. Many Soul Masters were unable to dodge and were hit by the fragments. They turned pale and their bodies were shaking. Some even fell directly to the ground and lost their fighting ability. Xiao Han's attack not only demonstrated his great strength and wisdom, but also completely broke the balance of the battlefield, making the already disadvantaged enemy even worse. And all this is just the beginning of the battle. In the initial contest with Xiao Han, Bibi Dong was at a disadvantage. Looking at the miserable condition of those Soul Masters, Bibi Dong was extremely angry. Among those people, many are Soul Masters from the new Spirit Hall. She is reaping the fruits of her own action. Xiao Han, I'm going to kill you. Bibi Dong prepared to attack Xiao Han again. But Xiao Han had already made preparations in advance and turned defense into offense. Countless ice arrows poured down towards Bibi Dong like a meteor shower. Facing Xiao Han's sudden attack, Bibi Dong's fourth soul ring suddenly flashed, activating the thorn bead armor. This is a powerful single-target defensive skill. Purple-black thorns, each more than 1 meter long, are densely covered on every part of Bibi Dong's body. The purple armor on her body also became extremely thick, but it did not affect her speed. Those stingers are highly toxic and can be used to attack opponents as well as defend themselves. Facing Xiao Han's overwhelming rain of arrows, Bibi Dong dodged while trying to launch a counterattack. Just as Xiao Han and Bibi Dong were fighting fiercely, the sky suddenly darkened and several powerful auras approached rapidly. Following a roar, several other titled Douluo from the Wuhuan Empire descended on the battlefield. Their arrival made the already tense atmosphere even more solemn. The demon subduing Douluo held the panlong stick in his hand, exuding a strong aura from his whole body, and his eyes were directly fixed on Tang Xiao. Tang Xiao, you escaped last time, but you are not so lucky today. The voice of the demon subduing Douluo was like thunder, echoing on the battlefield. Hearing this, Tang Xiao raised his eyebrows and a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Humph. If you guys hadn't joined forces to besiege me last time, I wouldn't have retreated so easily. Today, if you're really capable, challenge me in a duel and see who gets away. Demon subduing Douluo laughed loudly, raised the panlong staff in his hand, and pointed it directly at Tang Xiao. Let's fight alone. Why would I be afraid of you? Today, let's fight it out. Whoever runs away is a coward. Before he finished his words, the two men flashed and started fighting. Tang Xiao's clear sky hammer collided with the demon subduing Douluo's panlong stick, accompanied by a deafening roar, and the surrounding space seemed to be torn apart. At the same time, Qianjun Douluo and Guanling Douluo set their sights on Jian Douluo Chen Xian. Chapter 202. Sword Douluo Chen Xian, with his sharp swordsmanship and ruthless attacks, is known as the title Douluo with the strongest attack. After receiving Ning Fengji's enhancement, he became even more powerful and his strength should not be underestimated. Last time, Guanling Douluo didn't get the upper hand on him, and that was when he was distracted in taking care of Ning Fengji. This time, Qian Renxue was more serious. She wanted to completely wipe out those powerful people who helped the Xing Luo Empire. Therefore, let Guanling Douluo and Qianjun Douluo join forces to deal with Jian Douluo. Qian Renxue smiled and said. Sword Dao Chen Xian, it is not easy for you to cultivate to this level. Why do you have to risk your life for the 7 treasures glazed tiles sect? If you are willing to submit to the Spirit Hall, we will forgive you and treat you with courtesy. Faced with Qian Renshue's persuasion to surrender, Jian Douluo did not waver at all. I appreciate your kindness. As the guardian of the 7 treasures glazed tiles sect, I will not surrender to the Spirit Hall even if I die in battle. Okay, very good. If you don't accept my toast, don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as Qian Renxue finished speaking, Qianjun Douluo and Guanling Douluo flew towards Jian Douluo. Sword Douluo Qianxin remained calm, the 7-killing sword in his hand flashing. He knew very well that today's battle was a matter of life and death. Facing the siege of 2 Peak Douluo, he must go all out. Ning Fengji also released the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial spirit without hesitation, ready to provide amplification to Sword Douluo at any time. The fierce battle between several top Douluo made the entire sky change color. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang stood close together. The two of them stared at the battlefield closely, ready to respond at any time. Not attack, not defense, but escape. This level of battle was not something they could participate in. They would be killed instantly if they went out. The battle between Xiao Han and Bibi Dong continues. Both sides wanted to kill each other in this battle. Bibi Dong wanted to get rid of Xiao Han before he became stronger. Xiao Han also wanted to solve this problem before Bibi Dong became a god. However, he knew that it would be difficult to do this time. Because Bibi Dong possesses the powerful 9th soul skill, immortality. As long as the opponent is not god level, he will never be able to truly kill Bibi Dong in this state. After seeing how powerful Xiao Han was, Bibi Dong's expression became more serious. She released her 7th soul skill without hesitation, the true form of the Death Spider Emperor. The body swelled up instantly, 8 huge spider legs burst out of the abdomen, and the attributes of the whole body were increased to the maximum. Bibi Dong looked like a real Death Spider King descending to the world. There was a suffocating feeling of oppression in the air, and the space around her was slightly distorted by her power. Seeing this, Xiao Han remained calm and released his Jinbing Bao and arrow weapon soul without showing any weakness. His body was wrapped in a layer of faint blue light, and the ice bow in his hand exuded a chilling coldness that seemed to be able to freeze time and space. Upon seeing this, Bibi Dong snorted coldly, and the 8th soul ring on her body suddenly flashed, activating her 8th soul skill, Spider Emperor Clone. Her body suddenly blurred and split into 2. In the blink of an eye, 2 identical Bibi Dong appeared in Xiao Han's sight, each emitting a heart-pounding breath of death. This soul skill allows Bibi Dong to create an avatar with 100 of the power of the original body. The clone has no intelligence and is completely controlled by the original body. Whether it is attack or defense, it can reach the same level as the original body, including the use of the first 6 soul skills. However, the clone did not have the ability to use the 8th and 9th soul skills. Facing 2 identical Bibi Dongs, Xiao Han's eyes were unusually bright. His mental power is strong enough to penetrate illusions and he can easily distinguish which is the real person and which is the clone. Xiao Han did not act immediately, but deliberately showed a hint of hesitation. He planned to take advantage of the situation and lure Bibi Dong into revealing her weakness. Humph, Xiao Han, do you think this can distract me? Bibi Dong sneered in her heart. Her original body and clone moved at the same time, attacking Xiao Han from the left and right sides respectively, trying to take advantage of Xiao Han's misjudgment to deliver a fatal blow. Faced with attacks from both sides, Xiao Han had no intention of dodging. The ninth soul ring on his body suddenly shone brightly, emitting a blue-gold light. The ninth soul skill is ready to go. Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel frightened when she saw this. Xiao Han's ninth soul skill is at the million-year level. Once hit, even a strong person like her would find it difficult to withstand it. However, she still held a glimmer of hope in her heart, thinking that Xiao Han might not be able to distinguish between her real body and her clone in a short time. Sure enough, the moment Xiao Han pulled the bowstring, the arrow was aimed at Bibi Dong's clone. Bibi Dong was pleasantly surprised and thought this was a great opportunity to defeat Xiao Han. She immediately controlled her clone to launch her sixth soul skill, the blood-sucking spider thorn, at Xiao Han. Countless poisonous spider thorns flew towards Xiao Han like dense raindrops, trying to force him to choose between defense and attack. However, Xiao Han did not act as Bibi Dong expected. At the moment he was about to shoot the ice arrow, golden light shone from his chest, and the million-year-old torso bone skill, absolute defense, was instantly activated. A layer of golden light shield enveloped him, and he resisted the attack of the vampire spider's thorns with an invulnerable attitude. At the same time, the ice bow in his hand was aimed at Bibi Dong's body and the bowstring was released instantly. Bibi Dong, you've fallen into the trap. As Xiao Han shouted, an arrow containing extreme coldness flew towards Bibi Dong's body with a sound of breaking through the air. This is Xiao Han's ninth soul skill, the ice demon breaking arrow. This arrow is incredibly powerful. Not only can it easily penetrate strong defenses, it also contains the power to destroy demons, and has a natural restraining effect on those evil and dark forces. Bibi Dong was shocked by Xiao Han's sudden action. She never expected that Xiao Han could see through her plan in such a short time and make such a precise counterattack. At the critical moment, she had to activate her ninth soul skill, immortality. Her body suddenly became illusory, as if it had turned into a stream of void energy, trying to avoid the fatal blow. The speed and power of the ice demon breaking arrow are beyond imagination. The moment the arrow touched Bibi Dong's body, it burst out with dazzling blue light, and a powerful force exploded instantly. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire battlefield shook. Several peak Douluo who were fighting fiercely couldn't help but stop what they were doing. They witnessed with their own eyes that Bibi Dong's virtual body was blown into pieces and scattered everywhere. Is this the power of a million-level soul skill? Too terrifying. Is Bibi Dong dead? Just as everyone was stunned, a strange and cold laugh suddenly came from the sky. Xiao Han, do you think you can kill me like this? You are too naive. When I become a god, that will be the day of your burial. Not only will I kill you, but I will also kill everyone around you, ah. Bibi Dong's voice gradually faded away and finally disappeared into the horizon. Also disappeared were Yu Xiaogang and Tang San. Chapter 203. Bibi Dong was restricted by the Rakshasa divine test and was unable to exert her full strength, and was defeated by Xiao Han. Although she could not be killed by Xiao Han, she knew that there was no point in continuing to waste time. She was worried about Yu Xiaogang's safety, so she took Yu Xiaogang and Tang San away during the chaos. The three of them came to a safe place. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang looked at each other in bewilderment at Bibi Dong's sudden departure, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Teacher, we... Tang San was about to speak but stopped. Yu Xiaogang sighed and looked into the distance. Bibi Dong, if we leave, what will happen to the remaining people? Bibi Dong's face was pale, and there was a hint of disappointment in her eyes as she looked at Yu Xiaogang. Although she finally escaped thanks to her immortal body, Xiao Han's heavy blow had already seriously injured her and she could not recover in a short time. Xiaogang, I almost died at the hands of Xiao Han just now, but I still risked my life to take you and Tang San away from the battlefield. Don't tell me that my efforts for you can't be exchanged for a little care. Bibi Dong, are you okay? Looking at Bibi Dong's sad eyes, Yu Xiaogang realized that he had gone too far. Bibi Dong smiled bitterly, forget it, I'm used to it. I can't care so much. You've seen that Xiao Han is too strong. If we don't rescue you two in the chaos, you will both die in his hands. Now, we must leave as soon as possible and find a chance to recover our strength before making plans. Tang San clenched his fists, struggling internally. He longed for revenge, but at the moment he was too weak and there was a huge gap between him and Xiao Han. Once again like a deserter, he was rescued by Bibi Dong, and he felt mixed emotions. Yu Xiaogang seemed to see through Tang San's thoughts and patted him on the shoulder gently. Xiao San, remember, there is hope only when we are alive. Our goal is to become stronger. One day, we will be able to protect everything we cherish with a stronger attitude. Tang San nodded gently, suddenly thought of something, looked at Bibi Dong, and asked. Your Holiness, what did you mean by becoming a god when you left? When Bibi Dong heard this, a complicated look flashed in her eyes. Then, she slowly said. Only by becoming a god can one truly master the rules and possess the power to rewrite fate. God? Tang San looked curious and asked. Then how can one become a god? Bibi Dong said coldly. First, I have to gain the favor of God. The road to becoming a god is extremely difficult and requires countless tests and trials. To be honest, I am accepting God's inheritance. In order to become a god and possess divine power, I am willing to give everything. Hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but frown. He thought of Xiao Han. Xiao Han's strength has increased so quickly, is it possible that he has also obtained the inheritance of God? After hearing this, Bibi Dong felt a little flustered. She had thought about this, too. However, no one knows whether he has obtained the inheritance of God, only Xiao Han himself knows. Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly became profound. We can't stop others from becoming stronger, so let's make ourselves stronger. I will definitely become a god before Xiao Han, and then kill him. Kill everyone around him. Yu Xiaogang and Tang San looked at each other, and the evil Bibi Dong seemed to be back again. Okay, we have to go. Bibi Dong was a little weak, so she had to rush back to the new spirit hall as soon as possible. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang both looked into the distance. They were worried about the safety of Tang Xiao, Ning Fengji, Jian Douluo and others. With Bibi Dong's withdrawal, the Xinghua Empire was doomed to fail. Because of Xiao Han's presence, the overall strength of the Wuhuan Empire was too strong. The battlefield on the other side. Bibi Dong's escape was like pulling away the spiritual pillar of the Xinghua Empire. The battle situation, which was already in a stalemate because of her, has now become even worse. The sky was shrouded in a strong smell of war and blood, and the faces of the soldiers of the Star Luo Empire were filled with despair. They knew that once the top leadership was lost, the entire battle situation would be irreversible. On the battlefield, Tang Xiao, Sword Douluo Chen Xian and Ning Fengji once again faced a life-and-death test similar to the last time. But this time, the situation is more serious than last time. Because Xiao Han has become stronger again. Last time, Tang Xiao successfully held back several strong men from the Spirit Hall with his profound cultivation and the Haotian formation, winning precious time for Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji to evacuate. In the end, he successfully escaped using his ring explosion stunt as a cover. But this time, the Spirit Hall was clearly better prepared. Tang Xiao, you can't escape this time. The demon subduing Douluo snorted coldly, emitting a powerful aura. He fought fiercely with Tang Xiao, but neither of them won. Tang Xiao's face was solemn, knowing that the situation this time was more critical than last time. But as the leader of the Haotian sect, he cannot retreat easily. You guys leave quickly. Tang Xiao shouted loudly, his body suddenly grew in size, and he activated the Haotian formation again. Golden light burst out from his body, forming a huge energy field. The demon subduing Douluo attacked Tang Xiao again. Seeing this, Qianjun Douluo also flew towards Tang Xiao. On the other side of the battlefield, Xiao Han's figure appeared in front of Jian Dao Chen Xian like a ghost. Jian Douluo's eyes were as sharp as torches, and the seven-killing sword in his hand was shining with a cold light. Although he has not yet faced Xiao Han head-on, he knows how strong Xiao Han is. Without any hesitation, Jian Douluo directly used his seventh soul skill, Seven Killings True Body, to increase his combat power to the strongest. The seven sword energies instantly transformed into seven streams of light, each of which contained a terrifying force that was enough to cut through space and went straight for Xiao Han. Facing Jian Douluo's powerful attack, Xiao Han instantly activated the invincible golden body of his million-year-old torso bones. A barrier of brilliant golden light protected his entire body. Even Chen Xian's seven-killing sword Qi, which was powerful enough to cut through space, only left a few faint traces on the golden light and then dissipated. Xiao Han also launched an attack. Along with the glow of the right leg soul bone, the 100,000-year soul bone skill, the sky blue locking divine arrow, was fired out. This soul skill has a powerful locking function that can delay the opponent's actions. But, Chen Xian is, after all, a leader among the titled Douluo, and his reactions are extremely quick. The moment the arrow was shot, he once again mobilized his soul power to strengthen the original sword energy protective barrier several times. At the same time, he activated his sixth soul skill, 10,000 swords returned to the origin. This time, his target of attack was not Xiao Han, but Qian Renxue behind him. Ning Fengji had already released the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower to provide an amplification for Jian Douluo, making his soul skill even more powerful. It seemed as if a torrential rain of sword energy was falling from the sky, whistling towards Qian Renxue, and each sword energy was unstoppable. Chen Xian tried to distract Xiao Han's attention and take Ning Fengji away from the battlefield. Qian Renxue was protected by Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo, but they were only level 93 and could hardly block the amplified powerful attack of Sword Douluo. In a hurry, Xiao Han's eighth soul ring suddenly flashed and shot an arrow in the direction of Qian Renxue. Chapter 204. That was Xiao Han's eighth soul skill, the Ice Sky Azure Dragon Seal, a powerful freezing skill that could instantly form an ice field. As Xiao Han controlled his thoughts, an unprecedented chill suddenly erupted on the battlefield. In the sky, the sword energy rain that was originally whistling and unstoppable, seemed to be frozen in time the moment it came into contact with the cold air. They all stopped in mid-air, flashing cold silver light, but could no longer move forward at all. The area where Qian Renxue was located seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force. The entire space, with her as the center, quickly spread out into a crystal-clear ice area. In this area, time seems to have stopped flowing, and everything is sealed in eternal ice. Even Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo, two level 93 warriors, became sluggish under the sudden freezing force, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. The sword energy that was originally as dense as rain was now frozen into ice crystal sword sculptures of various shapes, hanging in the air, flashing a heart-pounding light. Each ice sword perfectly retains its original sharpness and power, but has lost its lethality due to being frozen. A thin layer of ice armor quietly formed around Qian Renxue, isolating her from the outside world. Inside the ice armor, her brows revealed a hint of solemnity, but she could not hide her shock at Xiao Han's amazing skill. In this frozen domain created by Xiao Han's eighth soul skill, the Ice Sky Azure Dragon Seal, even Chen Xian's 10,000 swords returned to the origin, which had been amplified by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, seemed pale and powerless, unable to penetrate this seemingly fragile but actually indestructible ice barrier. Chen Xian's expression became extremely solemn. After releasing this powerful soul skill, Xiao Han did not stop at all. Instead, he took advantage of the momentum and moved forward, preparing to attack Chen Xian again. Chen Xian had witnessed Xiao Han's strength and knew that it would not be easy to escape with Ning Fengji. Without any hesitation, his eighth soul ring lit up. 7 kills caused thunder, and 1 sword pierced the sky. Chen Xian used his soul power to transform into a four-armed troll, holding 4 7-killing swords, and swung them at the same time to form a crescent slash. This soul skill is extremely powerful and can tear apart space. If this blow is struck, there will surely be countless casualties. Without having time to think, Xiao Han immediately released another skill of his 100,000-year-old right leg soul bone, the Sky Blue Annihilation Arrow. An ice arrow infused with the power of thunder and lightning instantly met the crescent-shaped slash. Boom! The collision of two powerful forces caused an explosion in the air, erupting with a deafening roar. The sky suddenly shone brightly, and the entire battlefield shook. Master, let's go. Jian Douluo wanted to take Ning Fengji away while the aftermath was still there. But at this moment, Guanling Douluo seized the opportunity. While Xiao Han was fighting fiercely with Jian Douluo, he flashed and went straight towards Ning Fengji. As the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Ning Fengji's combat power is not obvious, but his auxiliary ability is top-notch. Guanling Douluo knew this very well. Once Ning Fengji was eliminated, the overall strength of the Xinglua Empire would be greatly reduced. How dare you sneak attack Xiaoxue? This is what you deserve. Guanling Douluo's voice was sharp and piercing, and the Guanling arrow in his hand flashed a deadly light in the sun, pointing directly at Ning Fengji's heart. Ning Fengji's face changed drastically. Although he has extremely high auxiliary capabilities, he is vulnerable in the face of absolute strength. He tried to use the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower to protect himself, but Guanling Douluo was too fast and the arrow arrived like lightning. Boom! With a crisp sound, the light feather arrow penetrated Ning Fengji's body protective chi and hit his chest accurately. Ning Fengji's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, his eyes full of unwillingness and despair. Master! Jian Douluo's eyes were red with anger when he saw this. He endured the pain and wanted to rush over to rescue, but Xiao Han's attack followed him like a shadow, leaving him unable to spare any time. Tang Xiao also felt the changes in the Haotian formation. His heart sank, knowing that the situation was hopeless. Suddenly, there was a loud noise on the battlefield, as deafening as thunder. The entire sky was filled with brilliant yellow light, so bright that it was impossible to look directly at it. Tang Xiao once again displayed the Haotian sect's unique skill, the ring explosion. His figure was looming in the light, and violent energy fluctuations surrounded him, as if to tear the heaven and earth apart. Feeling this terrifying energy, the faces of subduing demon Douluo and Qianjun Douluo suddenly changed. They had fought against Tang Xiao's explosive ring before and knew that with their strength they could not withstand Tang Xiao's current attack. Because the ring explosion has just begun, Tang Xiao will explode more soul rings, making it even more difficult to resist. The two of them stepped back involuntarily. Xiao Han was startled when he saw this. He understood that if Tang Xiao's ring-blasting skill was fully utilized, the situation on the entire battlefield would be completely out of control. Thousands of people, both on the enemy and on our side, will die as a result. Xiao Han flew up without hesitation, turned into a ray of cold light, and rushed straight to where Tang Xiao was, ready to stop the disaster from happening. On the other side, Jian Douluo took advantage of Xiao Han's departure and quickly fled the battlefield with Ning Fengji, who was seriously injured and unconscious. Seeing this, Guanling Douluo did not chase after Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji. What is more important now is to get rid of Tang Xiao. Once Tang Xiao dies, the Haotian sect will never be able to recover. Xiao Han, demon-subduing Douluo, Qianjun Douluo and Guanling Douluo, the four of them surrounded Tang Xiao. The million-year soul ring on Xiao Han's body began to shine, and a brilliant blue-gold light illuminated the entire battlefield. The ninth soul skill, the Ice Demon Breaking Arrow, is activated. An ice arrow containing endless icy power shot towards Tang Xiao with a sound of breaking through the air. Xiao Han tried to use the huge power of ice to suppress the energy shock caused by the soul ring explosion. At the same time, Xiao Han's million-year-old trunk bone soul skill, the demonic whale's death devouring, was also activated. A huge blue-black energy vortex formed above Tang Xiao's head. Soon after, the Yin-Yang realm of ice and fire also unfolded in full swing. A huge energy vortex composed of ice blue, fiery red and dark colors enveloped Tang Xiao and his spirit ring. There was icy coldness, scorching flames, and endless darkness in that vortex. The three elements intertwined and collided with each other, erupting with a heart-pounding power. Tang Xiao was in the vortex and felt the pressure around him growing stronger and stronger, as if countless giant hands were tearing his body apart. What frightened him even more was that the energy released after the soul ring exploded was dissipating at an alarming rate, as if it was being devoured by some mysterious force. Tang Xiao's face became extremely ferocious, his eyes full of unwillingness and anger. He knew that he might die here today. Then let's die together. You will all be buried with me. Chapter 205. Each roar was accompanied by earth-shaking energy shocks, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart and turn everything into dust. This destructive force, like a violent storm, raged across the battlefield, making people feel fearful. Xiao Han saw this and locked his eyes. All the soul power in his body surged out like a tide, pouring unreservedly into the huge energy vortex composed of the three colors of ice blue, fiery red, and dark. The vortex was like a huge black hole, spinning madly, and the black hole at the center was getting deeper and deeper, as if it could swallow everything in the world. It ruthlessly devoured the terrifying energy released by Tang Xiao after his ring exploded. Even the surrounding air was sucked in, twisted and deformed, forming a strange area. The 10,000-year soul ring on Tang Xiao's body also began to explode, releasing unimaginable energy fluctuations. These energies were like a raging torrent, originally enough to destroy everything within a radius of dozens of miles. However, under Xiao Han's all-out suppression, they were guided towards the three-colored vortex and became the nutrients that nourished the growth of the vortex. As the vortex devoured this energy, it also continued to grow, and its power became more and more terrifying. Roar. Tang Xiao let out a final roar, which was filled with resentment and anger. His figure was looming in the light of the exploding soul ring, as if he would disappear in the light at any time. Finally, when the last soul ring exploded, Tang Xiao's body began to become transparent. His life's cultivation and memories seemed to be swallowed up by the vortex along with the energy and turned into nothingness. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to stand still. All the sounds, lights and shadows froze at this moment, leaving only the three-color vortex spinning alone, emitting a strange and powerful aura. Tang Xiao's figure completely disappeared, leaving only nothingness. When everything returned to calm, the three-color vortex slowly dissipated, turning into points of light and disappearing into the air. Xiao Han stood in the air, his aura even stronger than before. His figure looked particularly tall in the afterglow of the setting sun. The spirit ring surrounding his body underwent surprising changes. The sixth soul ring, originally deep black, turned into a dazzling red at a speed visible to the naked eye, emitting a blazing light. This signifies that his soul ring has completed its transformation and has become a 100,000-year level existence. This change shocked everyone present. Even the top Douluo, such as demons subduing Douluo, Qianjun Douluo, and Guanling Douluo, could not help but reveal expressions of disbelief. They have been pursuing power all their lives, but have never seen such an amazing transformation of a spirit ring. Qianjun Douluo murmured to himself, is this true? He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Demon subduing Douluo and Guanling Douluo smiled at each other, as if this was within their expectations. Because they had seen Xiao Han suppress Tang Hao's explosive ring in the center of the Star Do Great Forest. Now, Xiao Han's strength is even stronger, and he has a powerful devouring ability. He devoured Tang Xiao's soul ring energy, causing the soul ring to complete its transformation. Guanling Douluo asked. Xiao Han, if I'm not mistaken, your soul power should have also increased, right? Xiao Han nodded. Teacher, my soul power has increased by 1 level. It is now level 97. Great. Qian Renxue flew to Xiao Han and felt unbelievable. Tang Xiao is dead. Tang Xiao is dead, but it's a pity that Chen Xian escaped again. Guanling Douluo said. Although they ran away, Ning Fengji was shot by my arrow and will definitely die. They smiled at each other. This battle had yielded a huge harvest. With the death of Tang Xiao, the morale of the Xingluo Empire instantly fell to the bottom. The soldiers of Xingluo witnessed the tragic and brutal scene of Tang Xiao, and their hearts were filled with despair and fear. Their defenses had already collapsed, and the soldiers retreated, trying to escape this land of death. Qian Renxue was suspended in the air, her golden wings shining in the sun. Her eyes swept across the chaotic battlefield, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. It's time to end this war. Xingluo is powerless to save the situation. Asking them to surrender can reduce unnecessary sacrifices. Soldiers of Xingluo, lay down your weapons and surrender. We will guarantee your safety and give you a chance to live a new life. The soldiers of Xingluo looked at each other. Faced with the powerful spirit hall and the absolute strength it had demonstrated, they put down their weapons one after another, and cries of surrender rang out one after another on the battlefield. Qian Renxue nodded with satisfaction. Subsequently, the surrender process began to be handled in an orderly manner. Qian Renxue and Xiao Han slowly landed in the center of the battlefield, looking into the distance with deep eyes. Qian Renxue said sincerely. Xiao Han, your performance is amazing. The future of the Wuhuan Empire is brighter because of you. Unfortunately, I can't kill Bibi Dong yet. However, I won't let her plan succeed. Although this battle was won, the war was not truly over. As long as Bibi Dong is not eliminated, she will be the biggest threat. At the same time, on the other side, Chen Xian brought the seriously injured and unconscious Ning Fengji to a safe place. Chen Xian carefully laid Ning Fengji flat on a piece of soft grass, then sat cross-legged, gently covering Ning Fengji's back with his hands. A strong soul power flowed from his palms into Ning Fengji's body, trying to wake him up. Ning Fengji's eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes have lost their former brilliance. Master, you are awake. Uncle Jian, don't waste your energy. I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Chen Xian's heart tightened, but he suppressed his grief and comforted her. Master, don't say that. You will definitely get better. Ning Fengji shook his head slightly, with a bitter smile on his face. I know my own body best, Uncle Jian, I have something to ask of you. As he spoke, he raised his hand with great effort and pointed to the distance, which was the direction of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Rongrong, she is still too young, I am worried about her. From now on, she is the new leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. You and Uncle Gu must do your best to assist her and protect our sect. Chen Xian's eyes were slightly red, and he nodded solemnly. Master, rest assured. I will use my life to protect the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and Rongrong. After he arranged his last affairs, Ning Fengji's breath became weaker and weaker. He seemed to have used up his last bit of strength and muttered to himself. This way I feel relieved. The world's #1 assistant teacher has finally reached the end. After saying this, his eyes gradually became dull and his body completely lost its vitality. Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, died. Fengji, I'm sorry, I failed in my mission and failed to protect you. Chen Xian was heartbroken and could no longer get a response from Ning Fengji. Chapter 206. Chen Xian brought Ning Fengji's body back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect in Xinglua City. The entire sect was immersed in grief. Ning Rongrong knelt in front of her father's body, tears falling like beads from a broken string. Bon Douluo Dalu was also in tears, finding it hard to accept this cruel reality. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing hugged Ning Rongrong tightly, trying to give her a little warmth and comfort. Rongrong, you are carrying the future of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. You must be strong. We are here with you. Xiao Wu's voice was choked with sobs, and her heart was filled with worry about Tang San, wondering if he was okay at the moment. Chen Xian blamed himself. Rongrong, it's all my fault. I failed to protect the sect master. Grandpa Jian, please don't say that. I know you have tried your best. Tang San, Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong had just returned to the new spirit hall when they received the tragic news of Ning Fengji's death. Without any hesitation, the two of them immediately set off for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. The moment they stepped into the sect, they saw Ning Rongrong's grief-stricken look and Chen Xian and Gu Doluo's heavy expressions. Tang San's heart was broken as if by a knife. He quickly stepped forward and called softly. Rongrong. Ning Rongrong raised her head, looked at Tang San with tearful eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "Third brother, my father. Rongrong, I know everything." After suffering such a huge blow, Tang San didn't know how to comfort Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu was very excited to see Tang San again. "Brother, are you okay?" "I am fine." In front of the heartbroken Ning Rongrong, Tang San and Xiao Wu didn't say much. Chen Xian slowly walked in front of Tang San, with a complicated look. "Xiao San, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you." Tang San followed Chen Xian to an empty corner. Chen Xian sighed. "Xiao San, Xiao Han's strength is too terrifying. I was able to escape by relying on Sect Master Tang's ring-blasting stunt. Sect Master Tang, I'm afraid he's in great danger and may never come back." After hearing this, Tang San felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, and his face turned pale instantly. Although he had a premonition in his heart, he still found it difficult to accept this fact when he heard Chen Xian confirm it. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm his heart. However, the pain of losing a loved one came like a tidal wave, difficult to suppress. "No. My uncle will be fine. He will come back like he did last time." Tang San still had illusions. Uncle was able to come back from a desperate situation last time, so he can definitely do it this time too. Although he himself did not believe this sentence, this belief became his only support at the moment. Chen Xian patted Tang San's shoulder and said earnestly. "Xiao San, reality is often crueler than we imagine. But no matter what, we can't fall down. For those who have left and for those who are still fighting, we must be stronger. I hope that Master Tang can turn danger into safety like last time and come back again." Tang San nodded. Even if there is little hope, he will not give up. Under the arrangement of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji's funeral was held solemnly and dignifiedly. The entire sect was mourning for this great assistant master. With the support of everyone, Ning Rongrong officially took over the position of the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. She vowed to follow her father's example and lead the sect to a more glorious future. Moreover, she would avenge her father. After the funeral, Yu Xiaogang and Tang San returned to the new spirit hall. Bibi Dong met Yu Xiaogang alone. "Xiaogang, the Wuhuan Empire is too strong. Ning Fengji is dead, and Tang Xiao is probably in danger. I was hit hard by Xiao Han, and my vitality was greatly damaged. I need to practice in seclusion for a while. The new spirit hall is no longer a safe place. During my retreat, you must leave here and go to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect in Xinglua City. With Sword and Bone Douluo there, it will be safer. I will pick you up after I come out of retreat." In the battle that just ended, the new spirit hall suffered heavy losses. Not only did a large number of soul masters die, but many of them also returned to the spirit hall. If Bibi Dong practices in seclusion, more soul masters will be lost. Although Yu Xiaogang is the nominal chief elder, he has no real power without Bibi Dong and is in an awkward situation. Moreover, relatively speaking, the capital of the Xinglua Empire is indeed a safer place. After careful consideration, Yu Xiaogang decided to accept Bibi Dong's suggestion and take Tang San to Xinglua City. Yu Xiaogang went to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. After all, Tang San was a member of the Haotian sect, so he returned to the Haotian sect. When he came back this time, Tang San discovered that the way his clansmen looked at him was obviously different. Tang San was about to go find the third elder when a middle-aged man in his 40s suddenly said, "Tang San, you still have the nerve to come back. The news of the fall of the Xinglua Empire city has reached the capital. Xian Rinxue announced to the world that Tang Xiao had been killed. The Haotian sect also received this bad news. The entire sect was in a state of death, and no one knew whether the news was true or false. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, several people quickly surrounded Tang San. Faced with the sudden accusations and siege, Tang San frowned, his eyes revealing complex emotions. The middle-aged man's words were like a sharp blade, deeply hurting his heart. Tang San, if you didn't go back to the sect and ask the sect master to come down the mountain, how could so many things happen? That's right. Not only did you kill the sect master, you also implicated 4 elders and hundreds of disciples. If the Haotian sect hadn't come out of hiding because of you, how could we have fallen to this point? You are living well in the new spirit hall, why do you want to go back to the Clear Sky sect? Doesn't Bibi Dong want you anymore? Everyone was filled with indignation, their voices trembling with anger. It was as if Tang San really had become the culprit they claimed. Tang San tried to calm his inner turmoil. He understood that any arguments and defenses at this moment were futile, as the tribesmen were immersed in the grief of losing their leader and loved ones, and their emotions could easily get out of control. I have never thought of harming anyone, let alone putting the Haotian sect in danger. Tang San's voice was calm and firm. He looked directly into the middle-aged man's eyes, trying to convey his sincerity and innocence. The elders and tribesmen sacrificed themselves to protect our homeland and to fight against the Wuhuan Empire. Their deaths were heroic and fearless. Humph, that's easy for you to say. If it weren't for you, how could the Haotian sect be involved in this war? If it weren't for you, how could the sect master and the elders sacrifice themselves? You are the scourge of the sect, and you are the cause of all this. The middle-aged man obviously did not accept Tang San's explanation. His tone was full of disdain. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. The tribesmen glared at him angrily, making Tang San feel suffocated. More and more people are watching. Suddenly a voice came from the crowd, Tang San, back then, the Clear Sky sect was besieged by the Spirit Hall because of your father, and now it is entering an irretrievable situation because of you. Both you and your son are sinners of the sect, and you are not worthy of joining the Clear Sky sect. Chapter 207. His clenched fists trembled slightly and his teeth were clenched, as if he wanted to swallow all the anger and release it as strength. Shut up. Tang San's voice was deep and powerful, shaking the hearts of those around him. His eyes were as sharp as torches as he scanned the surroundings. The invisible pressure from him instantly quieted the noisy scene. My father has sacrificed so much for the family and has brought glory to the family. What right do you have to slander him like this? Humph. Your father brought trouble to the sect just for a soul beast that transformed into a human, causing countless people to die tragically at the hands of the Spirit Hall. Isn't this the truth? Faced with Tang San's explanation, everyone still refused to give in. Tang San could no longer bear it, the soul power in his body surged out, and black light surged in the palm of his left hand. Both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao had told Tang San that the Haotian sect was a place that emphasized strength, and that if one wanted to conquer others, one must rely on one's own strength. At this moment, the anger in Tang San's heart has turned into fighting spirit, and he is ready to fight a big battle with the middle-aged spirit master who provoked the trouble. What are you doing? Just when the atmosphere became extremely tense and a bigger conflict was about to break out, the third elder and Tang Yuehua hurried over and broke the frozen silence. The third elder had a solemn expression on his face, and his eyes revealed a hint of fatigue. The death of Tang Xiao and the sect disciples was also a great blow to him. He walked quickly to Tang San's side, sternly swept his eyes over everyone present, and said in a deep voice. Be quiet. This is not the place for you to quarrel or fight. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang San with a worried look on her face and said softly. Xiao San, calm down. The most important thing now is to unite and face the difficulties together. The life and death of the sect leader is uncertain, so we can't lose our composure. After Tang Yuehua finished speaking, she turned her gaze towards the crowd. I know that you are filled with fear and anger, but please remember that our Haotian sect is not a family that surrenders easily. The sacrifices of the elders and clan members are to protect all of us and to safeguard the glory of the Haotian sect. The death of the sect master may just be false news released by the Spirit Hall in order to disintegrate us. We cannot be easily shaken. Tang Yuehua's words gradually calmed everyone's excitement. She continued, before the truth is revealed, we cannot split up because of a momentary impulse. What we should do is to unite as one and wait for the sect leader's news. At the same time, we should strengthen the sect's defense and prepare to meet possible challenges. The third elder nodded in agreement. He looked at Tang San deeply, then turned to everyone. It is an indisputable fact that Tang San has the blood of the Haotian sect in his body. He definitely wants to do something for the Haotian sect, but he is too young now. I believe that he will become the future of the Haotian sect, and one day, he will bring supreme glory to the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect originally had 7 elders. 2 of them had died before they went down the mountain. 4 more people died after they came down the mountain. Now, there is only 1/3 elder left. If Tang Xiao really died, then the person with the most strength and the most say in the sect would be the 3rd elder. No one dared to object to his words. The atmosphere is a bit subtle. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd, the whereabouts of the sect master are unknown. Regardless of whether it is the truth or a conspiracy of the spirit hall, the sect cannot be without a master for a day. So I propose that the 3rd elder temporarily take over the position of sect master and handle sect affairs before the sect master returns. Agree, we must unite. Yes, that's right. Everyone responded. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang San, her eyes revealing some complicated emotions. Although all the members of the Haotian sect had the surname Tang, they had actually split into several factions. If Tang Xiao were still alive, Tang San would definitely be the only candidate for the future leader of the Haotian sect. But the situation is critical now. In order to consider the overall situation, it is undoubtedly a wise decision to let the 3rd elder temporarily take over the position of sect leader. 3rd elder, you are highly respected and one of the current elders in the sect. It is the most appropriate arrangement for you to temporarily take over the position of the sect leader. There was a hint of respect in Tang Yuehua's words. She knew very well that in this turbulent time, the sect needed a strong leader to stabilize people's hearts and provide guidance. When the 3rd elder heard this, a complicated look flashed across his eyes. The Haotian sect is no longer what it used to be, and I'm afraid it can never go back. But we can't disperse yet, we need a leader. Since everyone trusts me so much, I will temporarily take over the position of sect master until sect master Tang Xiao returns. During this period, I hope everyone can put aside their personal grudges and work together to overcome the difficulties. The chatter in the crowd gradually died down. Tang San stared at the 3rd elder. Although the anger in his heart about his father being accused had not completely dissipated, he also understood that what the Haotian sect needed at this moment was unity and stability. The 3rd elder turned to Tang San, his eyes revealing a subtle tenderness and expectation. Xiao San, during this period of time, you need to work harder to cultivate and improve yourself, so that you can contribute your strength to the sect in the future. Tang San nodded slightly, and the anger in his heart turned into motivation to move forward. He knew that only through his own strength could he truly prove everything. Tang Yuehua gently stroked Tang San's shoulder and encouraged him gently, Xiao San, you are the hope of our Haotian sect. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, you must persevere. I will always support you. Aunt, I understand. With Tang Yuehua's comfort and encouragement, Tang San's mood gradually calmed down. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several months have passed. There is still no news of Tang Xiao's return. Inside and outside the sect, speculation about his misfortune gradually formed a heavy atmosphere, weighing on everyone's heart. Although there is no conclusive evidence, the ominous premonition hangs over us like a dark cloud, making it hard to let go. More and more people are prepared for Tang Xiao's death. At the same time, the rise of the Wuhuan Empire is becoming more and more rapid and unstoppable. Under the leadership of Qian Renxue and Xiao Han, the army of the Wuhuan Empire swept in like a tide. In just 2 months, they captured several cities of the Xinglua Empire. Most of these cities chose to surrender without a fight. Faced with the powerful strength and oppressive momentum of the Wuhuan Empire, resistance seems to be meaningless. Emperor Xinglua was in the magnificent palace, his brows furrowed, his eyes full of anxiety and uneasiness. He paced back and forth, holding tightly in his hands the battle reports from the front line. Each copy was like an icy sword, piercing his heart. The Wuhuan Empire is unstoppable. If this continues, the territory of the Xinglua Empire will continue to be eroded and it will eventually face the crisis of national destruction. Chapter 208. As Emperor Xingluo paced anxiously, the ministers in the hall were also talking about the matter, and everyone's face was filled with worry and helplessness. An elderly minister stood up tremblingly. Your Majesty, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. Emperor Xinglua stopped, looked at the old minister solemnly, and said slowly. I love you, but it doesn't matter. The old minister took a deep breath, as if he had made some kind of decision. Your Majesty, the Wuhuan Empire is now unstoppable. Our army has been defeated in battle after battle and morale is low. If this continues, I'm afraid. The old minister hesitated for a moment, then continued. I'm afraid the country will no longer exist. I think it would be better to consider making peace with the Wuhuan Empire, temporarily avoid its attack, and wait until the time is right to try to revive it. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the hall. Some ministers agreed, believing that it was wise to preserve strength and wait for changes in the times. However, some ministers strongly opposed it, believing that seeking peace would be a sign of weakness, which would encourage the arrogance of the Wuhuan Empire and make the Xingluo Empire lose face, making it even more difficult for it to recover. Emperor Xingluo's expression was uncertain. He knew what it meant to make peace. That would be a huge challenge to his dignity as an emperor and a gamble on the future destiny of the country. However, facing the reality, he had to admit that the Xingluo Empire was indeed at a disadvantage at the moment, and if it continued to resist, it might really face a catastrophic disaster. This matter is of great importance and cannot be decided hastily. Emperor Xingluo pondered for a moment and finally made a decision. I need to think carefully before making a decision. Following an order from Emperor Xingluo, the ministers left the hall one after another. But they all knew in their hearts that this discussion about whether to make peace had only just begun. The fate of the Xingluo Empire is hanging by a thread and is uncertain. In the next few days, Emperor Xingluo summoned all important ministers for discussions. Voices of support and opposition are heard one after another, making it difficult to reach a consensus. And during this turbulent time, the people of the Xingluo Empire are also paying close attention to the developments of the empire. The Xingluo Empire was already in turmoil, and the people were looking forward to the arrival of peace. More and more people began to support the Wuhuan Empire. Finally, after weighing the pros and cons several times, Emperor Xingluo made a difficult decision and sent an envoy to the Wuhuan Empire to explore the possibility of peace. They hoped to voluntarily cede some territory in exchange for peace. Although this decision disappointed some people, it also gave others hope. The envoy, carrying the sincerity and expectations of Emperor Xingluo, embarked on the journey to the Wuhuan Empire. Qian Renxue met the envoy of the Xingluo Empire and learned the purpose of his visit. Then, he found Xiao Han. Xiao Han, what do you think of the Xingluo Empire's desire for peace? Today, the powerful Xiao Han has become one of Qian Renshue's most trusted people. Xiao Han answered without hesitation. The Xingluo Empire's request for peace at this time is undoubtedly a desperate move. Our army is in high spirits and invincible. We should seize the opportunity to pursue the victory and not give them any chance to breathe. Once they are allowed to breathe, they will surely make a comeback in the future and become a hidden danger to the Wuhuan Empire. Qian Renxue nodded slightly. She also knew that at this moment, the Wuhuan Empire was moving unstoppably towards its dream of unifying the continent. She couldn't let the request for peace stop her from moving forward. Very good, Xiao Han, your opinion coincides with mine. I will reject the Xingluo Empire's request for peace and continue to launch the offensive until Xingluo is completely conquered and the entire continent is bathed in the glory of the Wuhuan Empire. The news quickly spread back to the Xingluo Empire. When Emperor Xingluo learned that his request for peace was rejected, his anger was beyond words. He clenched his fists and paced back and forth in the hall with a sullen face. The Wuhuan Empire is so arrogant. Do they really want to force the Xingluo Empire to perish together with us? Then we will fight it to the end. The voice of Emperor Xingluo was filled with reluctance and determination. He will mobilize all the country's strength, all available troops, and fight to the death. However, the gap in strength cannot be made up overnight. Although the Xingluo Empire was united and fought bravely, it still seemed powerless in the face of the powerful offensive of the Wuhuan Empire. Half a year passed in a flash, and most of the Xingluo Empire had been conquered by the iron hoof of the Wuhuan Empire, and the people voluntarily submitted to the Wuhuan Empire. The army of the Wuhuan Empire rolled forward like a torrent, unstoppable, and headed straight for Xingluo City. The final battle was approaching, but they did not rush forward. This battle is of great importance and concerns the overall situation of the entire continent. It is very likely that Xingluo City has gathered a number of powerful people such as Bibi Dong, Jian Douluo, Bon Douluo, and the last elite forces of the Xingluo Empire. This is a decisive battle and a battle that cannot be lost. Therefore, after approaching Xingluo City, the army of the Wuhuan Empire did not immediately launch a general attack, but chose to station outside the city to rest and prepare for war. Just as the army of the Wuhuan Empire was preparing for battle, Qian Renxue suddenly received a secret document from Wuhuan City. In the letter, Qian Doulu asked her to return to Wuhuan City to discuss important matters. Qian Renxue didn't know what was going on and planned to go back as soon as possible. Before leaving, she called Xiao Han. Xiao Han, my grandfather wrote to me and asked me to go back to Wuhuan City. Everything here is in your hands. The war is imminent. I don't know why I asked you to return to Wuhuan City at this time. Maybe he's worried about me. The upcoming war will be of great magnitude. Qian Renxue is not even level 80 yet. Facing strong men like Bibi Dong and Jian Douluo, her situation is indeed somewhat dangerous. There is no need to take risks. Xiao Han guessed that Qian Doulu asked Qian Renxue to return to the spirit hall at this time. Besides being worried about her safety, he might have another purpose. That is, to help her start the Angel Divine test. After saying goodbye to Xiao Han, Qian Renxue returned to Wuhuan City under the escort of Guanling Douluo. In Douluo Hall, Qian Renxue stepped into this solemn place with steady steps. Here, she finally met her long-lost grandfather, Qian Doulu, the chief priest of the spirit hall. The two exchanged a warm and brief greeting. Then, Qian Renxue asked, "Grandpa, the war is imminent. Is there something important that you called me back at this time?" "Xiao Xue, I called you back not just for the war. Grandpa, is there anything more urgent than unifying Douluo continent?" Qian Doulu smiled slightly, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "Xiao Xue, as the descendant of the angel lineage, you have a great responsibility on your shoulders, but your growth cannot be ignored. Over the years, although you have been lurking in the Tiando Empire and secretly promoting the affairs of the empire, you have also been practicing tirelessly. I also know that Xiao Han has helped you a lot, allowing your strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Your 7th soul ring has reached the 100,000-year level, which is indeed commendable. But, this is not enough." Chapter 209. Qian Daoliu's expression turned serious. "From now on, your soul power will improve more slowly. Only by passing the test of the gods can you achieve a qualitative leap." God test. After hearing this, a hint of surprise and curiosity flashed in Qian Renshue's eyes. Qian Doulu nodded and explained, "The divine test is the only way to the divine realm. It is also an all-round test of your body, mind, will, and potential. The reason why I urgently summoned you back is to open the angel divine test for you." Qian Doulu knew very well that Bibi Dong would not give up. Once Bibi Dong becomes a god, the consequences will be disastrous. Only the power of God can fight against Bibi Dong. Qian Doulu hopes to see Qian Renxue become stronger as soon as possible, so that she can at least protect herself. After Qian Daoliu's detailed narration, Qian Renshue's gaze involuntarily fell on the towering six-winged angel statue in the Douluo Palace. The angel in the statue spread its wings as if ready to fly, seeming to embody endless wisdom and power, making her deeply feel the mission and glory she shoulders. "Xiao Xue, are you ready?" There was a barely perceptible hint of nervousness and anticipation in Qian Daoliu's voice. Qian Renxue took a deep breath and looked determined. "Grandpa, I've made all the preparations, please start." Qian Doulu nodded slightly, then raised his hand. The six-winged angel statue behind him seemed to be activated, and the sword in his hand released a dazzling golden light. The golden light fell like drizzle, gently wrapping Qian Renshue's entire body. The golden light flowed through her body, as if giving her new strength and hope. Suddenly, 9 golden light screens slowly emerged in front of Qian Renshue's eyes, each of which emitted a mysterious glow, as if it was a door to an unknown area. When Qian Doulu saw this, a hint of uncontrollable surprise and excitement flashed in his eyes. Angel 9 tests, it's actually Angel 9 tests. A miracle that has never happened in these years has actually happened to you. There was a hint of trembling in Qian Daoliu's voice. "I am proud of my granddaughter and look forward to her future." Qian Renxue turned to look at her grandfather, her eyes full of confusion and curiosity. "Grandpa, what's wrong with you? What do these 9 light screens mean?" Qian Doulu slowly came back to his senses, his eyes filled with relief and kindness. "Xiao Xue, all the masters of the Douluo Palace have been waiting for this moment, and that person is you. Not only have you inherited the blood of the angels, but you will also become the messenger who leads the Wuhuan Empire to glory. Grandpa is proud of you." Although Qian Renxue still had many questions in her heart, she could feel the deep meaning and expectations in her grandfather's words. "Grandpa, I will try my best to complete it. However, before the gods' test officially begins, I want to go back to the front line and meet Xiao Han." Qian Doulu nodded. He knew that Qian Renxue was worried about the Wuhuan Empire, and only when everything was arranged could she devote herself wholeheartedly to the test of the angel god. A few days later, Qian Renxue returned to the front line and called Xiao Han alone. Xiao Han stepped into the tent and sensed the unusual atmosphere. He already had a vague premonition in his heart. "Xue, you're back." Qian Renxue turned around and looked directly at Xiao Han, with complex emotions flashing in her clear eyes. "Xiao Han, I can't participate in the upcoming war." When Xiao Han heard this, his eyes froze slightly, but then he regained his composure. "If I'm not mistaken, your grandfather summoned you back to Wuhuan City to help you improve your strength as quickly as possible, right?" "How do you know?" Xiao Han smiled. "As a descendant of the six-winged angel, you naturally have your own mission. I support your decision." Xian Rinxue nodded gently and looked at Xiao Han gratefully. While I am away, I will hand over the command of the Wuhuan Empire's army to you. You are the person I trust the most, and I believe you can lead the Wuhuan Empire to defeat the Xinglua Empire and achieve our goal. Xiao Han took a step forward and gently held Xian Rinshue's hand. Swear, don't worry, I will definitely take down the Xinglua Empire. Xian Rinxue felt the warmth in Xiao Han's palm, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. Xiao Han, I believe you. Xian Rinxue knew that without her, Xiao Han would be able to act more freely when facing a strong enemy. The next day, Xian Rinxue left and returned to Wuhuan City to take the angel test. Xiao Han began to organize his troops and prepare for the final battle. The news of the Wuhuan Empire's army approaching spread like wildfire, and the people of Xinglua City were in panic. Since Bibi Dong was defeated by Xiao Han last time, she has started to practice in seclusion and disappeared without a trace and has not appeared since then. The situation was urgent, and with the intervention of Yu Xiaogang, the new Spirit Hall moved to Xinglua City to fight against the army of the Spirit Empire together with everyone. Inside the Qibao glazed sect, Ning Rongrong, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun and others gathered together, and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. As the new leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, Ning Rongrong was under a lot of pressure. The news of the Wuhuan Empire's army approaching is breathtaking. Ning Rongrong frowned, her eyes full of worry. The Wuhuan Empire is unstoppable. Once Xinglua City falls, the Seven Treasures glazed sect may be destroyed in my hands. Rongrong, you worry too much. Tang San tried to calm Ning Rongrong down. He knew very well how heavy the burden was on Ning Rongrong's shoulders as the new leader of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Xiao Wu also came over and held Ning Rongrong's hand. Rongrong, with the two seniors Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo here, the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect will be fine. Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun also nodded, expressing their support and encouragement to Ning Rongrong in their own ways. Rongrong, we will definitely make it through this. Tang San continued. A large number of spirit masters have gathered in Xinglua City. They all came here to fight against the Spirit Empire. Moreover, the new Spirit Hall has moved to Xinglua City to fight alongside us. Our strength is far greater than we imagined. After listening to the comfort from several people, Ning Rongrong's worries were slightly relieved. She looked at Tang San and asked. By the way, is there still no news about Bibi Dong? Tang San shook his head. She hasn't appeared yet, and no one knows where she has gone. However, I believe that she will return before the war begins. Ning Rongrong nodded lightly. If Bibi Dong is here, there might be a glimmer of hope. Although Bibi Dong is strong, we must be prepared anyway. As Xiao Wu spoke, her eyes revealed a complex emotion. She knew that many things could not be changed. It is almost impossible to achieve revenge by relying on their own strength. At this critical moment, she made a bold decision. Instead of relying on the power of Bibi Dong, the murderer of her mother, it is better to take her destiny into her own hands. Chapter 210. As the night deepened, the moonlight was like water, gently sprinkling on the courtyard of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect. Xiao Wu walked alone in the moonlight, slowly towards Tang San's room. She walked with firm steps and a determined light flashed in her eyes, as if she was about to embark on a road of no return. Tang San was practicing in the room. Suddenly, there was a soft knock on the door, interrupting him. He looked up and saw Xiao Wu's figure reflected on the window frame, and his heart couldn't help but tighten. Xiao Wu, it's so late, what's the matter? Tang San stood up and opened the door. Xiao Wu said nothing, but just looked at Tang San quietly. Her clear eyes seemed to contain thousands of words. She walked slowly into the room and stood in front of Tang San. Brother, I have something to tell you. Xiao Wu's voice was low and firm, as if every word carried a heavy weight. An ominous premonition surged in Tang San's heart. Xiao Wu, what happened? Brother, the upcoming decisive battle will be a life-and-death struggle. We may all die in the war, right? Xiao Wu's voice trembled slightly, but her eyes were extremely firm. Tang San nodded lightly, feeling a sour feeling in his heart. He knew that this war would determine the fate of countless people, including themselves. He also felt very powerless, supported only by his will. Xiao Wu, don't be afraid. I will be with you whether you live or die. Tang San held Xiao Wu's hand tightly, trying to give her comfort and strength. Xiao Wu shook her head and continued, Brother, I don't want to die. But I don't want to die in vain in the war. If there is a way for me to live in another way and be with you forever, I am willing to try it. Tang San was shocked when he heard this. He looked at Xiao Wu, as if he saw the struggle and determination in her heart. Xiao Wu, what do you want to say? You. Tang San's voice was choked. Tears welled up in Xiao Wu's eyes. Brother, perhaps you have guessed it. Yes, I want to sacrifice myself to you. I know that doing so can give you more powerful strength. And I can continue to stay by your side in another way. Tang San was struck by lightning when he heard this. He stared at Xiao Wu with wide eyes, as if he saw a stranger. He couldn't believe that Xiao Wu, who had experienced life and death with him, would make such a decision. No. Xiao Wu, you can't do this. I can't accept your sacrifice. Tang San roared, trying to stop Xiao Wu's idea. He knew what sacrifice meant. That year, his mother was sacrificed to his father. He couldn't accept Xiao Wu leaving him in this way. Xiao Wu shook her head stubbornly. Brother, listen to me. We all know the importance of this war. If we fail, the Xinluo Empire will suffer a devastating disaster. Not only the Xinluo Empire, but also the new Spirit Hall, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, and even your Haotian sect will find it difficult to escape unscathed. Tang San was silent. Of course he also understood the consequences of defeat. He had personally witnessed Xiao Han's million-level spirit ring and watched Bibi Dong being defeated by Xiao Han. In addition to Xiao Han, there are several peak Douluo-level powerhouses in the Spirit Hall. It is almost impossible to stop the Spirit Hall's offensive, unless a miracle happens and Bibi Dong returns as a god. Xiao Wu continued. Brother, you know better than anyone that we all have the possibility of dying in this war. Rather than sacrificing in vain, it would be better for me to live in another way. Only in this way can I continue to accompany you and be with you forever. Listening to Xiao Wu's words, Tang San felt mixed emotions. He knew very well that Xiao Wu's decision was not made on impulse, but was the result of careful consideration. After Xiao Wu sacrifices herself to him, he will possess a 100,000-year spirit ring, and his strength will be greatly enhanced. However, he still couldn't accept this idea, and couldn't accept that Xiao Wu paid such a huge price for him. Xiao Wu, you can't do this. I can't let you sacrifice yourself for me. There was a hint of pleading and despair in Tang San's voice. Brother, this is the only thing I can do for you. After I sacrifice myself to you, you will have the opportunity to help me fulfill those unfulfilled wishes and avenge Daming, Erming, Uncle Tang, Sect Master Tang, Erlong's mother, Dean Flanders, Xiao Ao, Mu Bai, and those who died because of Xiao Han and Qian Renxue. Thinking of those who died, Tang San's tears welled up in his eyes. He hugged Xiao Wu tightly, as if he had foreseen her death. Xiao Wu, I will avenge those who died, but not by sacrificing you. Stop talking, I won't accept it. Tang San was resolute. Xiao Wu felt Tang San's determination, tears rolled down her cheeks and dripped onto their tightly clasped hands. Brother, I am not making a meaningless sacrifice. Your strength is the best protection for me and the best comfort for those who have passed away. If I can become the source of your strength and make you stronger, then my sacrifice will be meaningful. Tang San's heart was beating violently, the pain and reluctance intertwined together, almost suffocating him. He tried to find a hint of hesitation in Xiao Wu's eyes, but he only saw immense determination. Xiao Wu, your existence itself means the most to me. Without you, even if I have the strongest power, it will only be endless emptiness to me. Xiao Wu smiled slightly. There was a hint of sadness and relief in that smile. Brother, I have decided. Xiao Wu, your decision is too sudden. Let me take it easy, okay? Tang San had no choice but to look at Xiao Wu with pleading eyes. Xiao Wu nodded. Brother, I won't regret it. Xiao Wu, you are so stupid. The two hugged each other tightly, tears streaming down their faces. Tang San suddenly thought of something, calmed down, and said with a smile, Xiao Wu, I want to take you somewhere. Where to? You will know when you go. Afterwards, Tang San left a letter for Yu Xiaogang and left with Xiao Wu. The two of them took advantage of the night and quietly circled around the back of Xinluo City. After several days of trekking, they finally arrived at a hidden forest. This place is far away from the hustle and bustle, with towering mountains and flowing water pouring down from the mountains, forming spectacular waterfalls. The water splashed everywhere, the sound was like thunder, but with a hint of softness and tranquility. Tang San took Xiao Wu and walked slowly along a winding path into the depths of the forest. Brother, this place is so beautiful. Xiao Wu couldn't help but sigh. Her eyes sparkled with surprise and excitement, as if she had forgotten the impending separation. Tang San smiled and nodded, gently holding Xiao Wu's hand, feeling the warmth in her palm. The tranquility and beauty of this moment may be the last time they spend together. The two continued walking forward until they came to a large waterfall. Xiao Wu, I'll take you to see my mother. Chapter 211. Tang San took Xiao Wu across the huge waterfall. Behind the waterfall, there is a deep and mysterious stone chamber hidden. It was dark inside the stone chamber, with only a beam of light penetrating through a crack in the top of the cave, illuminating a small mound of earth. On the mound of earth, a blue-silver grass was growing alone. Although it is inconspicuous, it seems to contain endless vitality. That was Tang San's mother, the last bit of soul left after the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor gave up her soul ring. Looking at the blue-silver grass, Tang San's eyes became gentle and sad. He had been away for some time, but the blue-silver grass didn't seem to have grown much taller. Tang San originally wanted to transplant it to the Inyang Eyes of Ice and Fire, relying on the unique environment there to help it grow faster. However, he did not expect that not only was Dugu Bo killed by Xiao Han, but the Inyang Eyes of Ice and Fire were also completely destroyed. The plan fell through. Tang San gently took Xiao Wu's hand and slowly walked towards the blue-silver grass. The two stopped in front of a small mound of earth. Looking at the blue-silver grass, Xiao Wu was confused. "Brother, why is there a blue-silver grass in here? Could it be?" Tang San nodded. "Xiao Wu, you guessed right. This is my mother. Or rather, this blue-silver grass contains a trace of my mother's soul that remained after her death." After Tang San finished speaking, he knelt in front of the small mound with red eyes. "Mom, I brought Xiao Wu to see you. She is one of the most important people in my life. I hope you can bless us." Seeing this, Xiao Wu followed closely and knelt down. Her eyes were full of awe and tenderness, as if she was having a spiritual communication with an elder she had never met. "Auntie, I'm Xiao Wu, I'm here to see you." At this moment, a strange scene happened. The blue-silver grass seemed to feel Xiao Wu's sincerity, and suddenly, countless tiny blue-silver grass vines emerged. They gently wrapped around Xiao Wu's body, as if welcoming her warmly. Xiao Wu's body was wrapped in this gentle blue. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes, followed by deep emotion. As a soul beast, she could clearly feel the vitality and emotions contained in these blue-silver grasses. Tang San looked at this scene with mixed feelings. He was happy that Xiao Wu was accepted by her mother in this way, but he was also distressed that he could not tell her the true situation of his father Tang Hao. Tang San's heart ached. Father Tang Hao originally planned to spend the rest of his life here with his mother. However, my father's wish could not be fulfilled because he had left this world without even a complete body. This scene made Tang San feel very emotional. If my father were still alive, what a wonderful family reunion it would be. But the cruel reality forced him to bury this secret deep in his heart. He was afraid that once his mother knew that his father was dead, the remaining will that kept her going would dissipate. And this blue-silver grass will wither as well. "Mom, I will become stronger and protect Xiao Wu and everything you left for me." Tang San made a silent promise in his heart. Xiao Wu felt Tang San's emotional fluctuations. She gently held Tang San's hand, giving him silent support and encouragement. In this small stone chamber full of mystery and warmth, two young hearts are closely connected. The power of the blue-silver grass made them feel warm and temporarily forget their troubles. The two of them lay on the blue-silver grass and soon fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Wu woke up. She glanced at Tang San beside her. At this moment, Tang San was sleeping soundly. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San infatuatedly. How she wished that it could go on like this forever, living with Tang San in the mountains without being disturbed by anyone. But she knew that this was an impossible wish. Because Tang San has shouldered too much, he can't let go of the blood feud that has left a deep impression on him. Moreover, he is a strong-willed person and will not be content to live in humiliation. Xiao Wu has made up her mind to sacrifice herself to Tang San. She looked at the blue-silver grass and became more determined in her decision. "Aunt, you should support my decision, right? Just like you gave yourself to Uncle Tang without hesitation." Xiao Wu waited quietly, and time seemed to slow down abnormally at this moment. She stared at Tang San's peaceful sleeping face, her heart filled with reluctance and determination. When Tang San wakes up, she will face a difficult decision, to sacrifice herself to him to help him break through the bottleneck and gain more powerful power. The sunlight gradually shifted through the cracks in the cave ceiling, and the light and shadow in the stone chamber also changed accordingly. Xiao Wu gently stroked the blue-silver grass. It seemed to sense Xiao Wu's feelings, and the vines swayed gently, as if silently comforting her. Finally, Tang San slowly opened his eyes. He had never slept so soundly since his father died. Seeing Xiao Wu looking at him tenderly, Tang San showed a relieved smile on his face. He then sat up and held Xiao Wu's hands tightly in his palms. "Xiao Wu, when did you wake up?" "Just woke up a while ago." Xiao Wu's eyes were slightly red, but her gaze was unusually firm. Tang San noticed that Xiao Wu was acting strangely, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. He asked softly, Xiao Wu, are you still thinking about that question? Haven't you changed your mind yet? Xiao Wu nodded slightly. Brother, I have decided. Tang San frowned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu's feelings have not wavered at all until now. Xiao Wu, don't do anything stupid. We can face it together. At worst, we can die together. Tang San tried to dissuade him. But Xiao Wu just shook her head. Brother, this is my own choice. Just like what Auntie did for Uncle Tang, I am willing to sacrifice myself for you. I want you to survive and become stronger. Tang San was struck by lightning when he heard this. He suddenly grabbed Xiao Wu's shoulders, his voice trembling. No, Xiao Wu, you can't do this. I can't lose you. Without you, what's the point of living? Xiao Wu gently stroked Tang San's face, her eyes full of love and reluctance. Brother, I will always be by your side in another way. With my belief, you must live well. As Xiao Wu spoke, her eyes suddenly turned blood red. No. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Stop it now. Tang San shouted weakly, his heart breaking. He tried to persuade Xiao Wu, but found that any word seemed pale and powerless at this moment, and could only let the tears slide down his cheeks. Xiao Wu's voice echoed in Tang San's mind. Brother, I'm sorry, please forgive my selfishness and live well. A blinding red light suddenly spread from between Xiao Wu's eyebrows, and in the blink of an eye, the entire stone chamber was painted blood red. Everything stopped at this moment. Chapter 212. Xiao Wu's entire body was covered in a layer of brilliant red light. Under the illumination of this light, her skin became like a pure ruby, crystal clear, and emitting a breathtaking glow. The clothes on her body turned to ashes and disappeared, leaving only the flawless body, which looked particularly transparent in the blood-red light. Brother, I don't want you to die, I want you to live, I want to be with you forever. Xiao Wu's voice sounded softly beside Tang San's ears, carrying with it endless tenderness and determination. In her eyes, love and sadness intertwined, as if she wanted to engrave this moment forever in the depths of Tang San's soul. The red blood flame burned fiercely on Xiao Wu's body. That was no ordinary flame, but was condensed from her blood, life, and 100,000 years of cultivation. The color of the flame gradually changed from bright red to dark red, like the afterglow of the setting sun, both beautiful and tragic. Under the burning of the flames, Xiao Wu's body began to fade gradually. Tang San's tears had already blurred his vision. But he still stubbornly opened his eyes wide, trying to capture Xiao Wu's final appearance. His heart was filled with struggle and pain. No. Don't. Xiao Wu, why are you so stupid? Faced with this irreversible fate, Tang San could only helplessly watch it all happen, unable to do anything. Surrounded by the blood flame halo, Tang San seemed to be freed from the constraints of reality, with his soul floating outside his body. He tried to resist this power and wanted to break free from the restraints to stop Xiao Wu's sacrifice, but it was all in vain. He could only watch Xiao Wu's body fade away little by little before his eyes, until it almost disappeared into nothingness. At this moment, Tang San felt an unprecedented power surging in his body. That was a selfless gift from Xiao Wu. His soul power is increasing at an astonishing speed. The acquisition of this power came at the cost of Xiao Wu's life, which filled Tang San's heart with endless grief. As Xiao Wu's body became fainter and fainter until it completely disappeared in the blood-red light, a blood-red soul ring slowly condensed and took shape around Tang San. It radiates a dazzling light, as if it is the incarnation of Xiao Wu's soul, protecting him forever. A red light shone on Tang San's left arm. Immediately afterwards, a piece of red soul bone light and shadow instantly merged into his left arm, integrating perfectly with his body. Since then, Tang San also has a 100,000-year spirit ring and an extra 100,000-year spirit bone. His soul power directly broke through the bottleneck of level 60 and jumped to level 65. However, for Tang San, all this was far less painful than losing Xiao Wu. His tears burst out like a dam breaking, and his heart was filled with despair. Just then, a faint light suddenly caught his attention. That was the red ball of light that Xiao Wu's body condensed into at the last moment. It was dimming little by little, like a candle that was about to go out. The light gradually dissipated, and the colors outside peeled off layer by layer. In the end, only a palm-sized little white rabbit was left, lying quietly in front of Tang San. Its body was trembling slightly, and its breath was so weak that it was almost unnoticeable. Tang San held the little white rabbit carefully with trembling hands. Looking at the creature that Xiao Wu had transformed into, which was dying and whose fire of life was about to go out, Tang San felt as if his heart was torn apart. No. Xiao Wu. You can't leave me like this. Tang San shouted heartbreakingly. His voice echoed in the stone chamber, filled with endless despair and unwillingness. But no matter how he called, the little white rabbit's breath was still dissipating little by little, and soon became extremely weak. When that last trace of breath completely dissipated into the air, Tang San's world seemed to collapse. He knelt on the ground, holding tightly in his hands the lifeless little white rabbit, tears streaming down his face like a spring, wetting his clothes. He felt as if his heart had been hollowed out. The pain of losing his beloved made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Xiao Wu, why are you so stupid? Why did you sacrifice yourself for me? Tang San murmured in a low voice, his heart filled with endless regret and self-blame. He knew that no matter how sad he was, he could not change this fact. Strands of blue-silver grass spread out again and entangled Tang San. This seems to be a comfort from the mother. Tang San stroked the blue-silver grass, but the grief in his heart still could not be calmed. The light in the stone chamber gradually dissipated, and everything returned to calm. Tang San felt like he had a nightmare. It seemed as if just a moment ago, he was still here cuddling with Xiao Wu. The next moment we were separated forever. For Tang San, the world has become completely different. He lost the person he loved most. He knew that he couldn't just sink like this. Because although Xiao Wu left, her love and faith will remain in his heart forever. He wants to become stronger and braver for Xiao Wu and their future. Tang San slowly stood up and wiped the tears from his face. Mom, let Xiao Wu's real body stay here to keep you company. Tang San gently placed the little white rabbit in a wooden box. Then he buried it next to the blue-silver grass. After settling the little white rabbit, Tang San stood in front of the mound, unwilling to leave for a long time. He closed his eyes, and every moment he had spent with Xiao Wu came to his mind. Those laughter and tears had now turned into the most painful memories in his heart. Xiao Wu, thank you for giving me everything. I will carry your love and strength and move on. I want to become stronger, strong enough to protect everything we cherish. Until one day, maybe I can find a way for us to meet again. Tears fell again. But this time, Tang San did not let it stay for too long, but wiped it off resolutely, with an unprecedented firmness flashing in his eyes. He knew very well that it was useless to dwell on sadness, and the only way to live up to Xiao Wu's sacrifice was to move forward. Goodbye, Mom. I'll come see you later. After saying that, Tang San bowed deeply and said goodbye to his mother. Walking out of the stone chamber, the sunlight shone on Tang San, but it could not dispel the haze in his heart. Tang San did not stop. He knew that there were still many challenges waiting for him. Once you leave, you may never come back. But he is ready to face everything with Xiao Wu's love. The other side. Xiao Han brought the army of the Wuhuan Empire to the foot of Xinglua City, and a war was about to break out. This battle will determine the fate of the Star Luo Empire. Emperor Xinglua concentrated all available forces to fight against the powerful Wuhuan Empire. Until now, Bibi Dong has not appeared. Yu Xiaogang was a little anxious. Bibi Dong, where are you? Xiao San, I hope you and Xiao Wu will fly far away and never come back. Chapter 213. In order to completely defeat the enemy, the Spirit Hall sent out 4 priests, Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, Demon Subduing Douluo, and Thousand Strength Douluo, as well as Snake Spear Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo. Including Xiao Han, there are a total of 7 title Douluo level powerhouses. In addition, there are many Soul Douluo and Soul Saint level Soul Masters. Xiao Han flew high above the city wall, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, scanning the people on the Xinglua city wall and saw the Xinglua Emperor with a resolute face. Xinglua city has been surrounded. The Wuhuan Empire's cavalry is about to flatten this land. You are simply powerless to stop them. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, it is not too late to surrender now. Xiao Han's voice echoed in the air with unquestionable majesty. Upon hearing this, Emperor Xinglua curled up his lips in a sneer, with an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. We, the people of Xingluo, never bow to any powerful enemy. Warriors, get ready for the battle and fight for the glory of Xingluo. Even if we die on the battlefield, we will never retreat. As Emperor Xinglua finished speaking, cheers were heard in the city. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo stood side by side, and powerful soul power fluctuations emanated from them, as if 2 sharp swords were pointing straight to the sky. Ning Rongrong and Yu Xiaogang stood aside. Looking at Xiao Han, Ning Rongrong's eyes were filled with hatred. Xiao Han killed Oscar. Although Ning Fengji did not die at the hands of Xiao Han, he had a direct relationship with Xiao Han. Ning Rongrong clenched her fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms. The hatred in her heart was like a raging fire. Thinking back to Oscar's gentle smile and his father's meticulous care, tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced herself to hold them back. Xiao Han, you are such a murderer. Not only did you kill Xiao Ao, Dean Flanders, teacher Liu Erlong and others, you also indirectly killed my father. Ning Rongrong's voice trembled with anger. Yu Xiaogang frowned, his eyes sharp. Faced with Ning Rongrong's grief, he could not say any words of dissuasion and could only stand by and give her silent support. Don't overestimate your own abilities. Destroy them. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he pulled the bowstring and shot an ice arrow in the direction of Emperor Xing Luo. The ice arrow cut through the sky, carrying with it the biting cold and destructive power, heading straight for the Xing Luo Emperor. Seeing the crisis approaching, Chen Xian moved, and swung the seven-killing sword in his hand to cut out a silver lightning, meeting the arrow containing extreme icy power. The sword energy and ice arrows collided in the air, causing a deafening roar. A strong energy wave spread in all directions, and the soldiers on the city walls retreated involuntarily to avoid being hurt by the aftermath. The seven-killing sword in Chen Xian's hand shone even brighter, and he was ready for battle. Xiao Han became serious, and a chill surrounded him. For a moment, the air temperature above Xinglua city dropped sharply, and a murderous atmosphere spread. Upon seeing this, Emperor Xinglua's eyes became even more determined. He knew very well that this battle was related to the survival of the Star Luo Empire and could not be lost. Warriors of Xinglua, fight for your homeland and for your glory. Xiao Han, you killed my son, and today I will make you pay with blood. After Emperor Xing Luo finished speaking, he released his evil-eyed white tiger martial spirit and prepared to meet the enemy. 9 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red, surrounded his body. The bright and dazzling red color suddenly appeared, and the entire battlefield seemed to be shocked. It is a symbol of hunting a 100,000-year soul beast, and it is the power that soul masters dream of. This means that the Star Luo Emperor has 200,000-year soul skills, 100,000-year soul bone, and 200,000-year soul bone skills. The Xing Luo Empire's royal family has a cruel competition system, which has been the case throughout the generations. Being able to ascend to the throne of the empire is enough to prove the talent and strength of Emperor Xingluo. However, he never shows his strength easily. If it wasn't a life-and-death battle, he wouldn't have revealed his 100,000-year soul ring. Everyone present, whether it was the Wuhuan Empire or the soldiers on the city walls, and even strong men like Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, all showed expressions of incredible shock. No one had expected that Emperor Xingluo actually had such amazing power hidden. Ning Rongrong and Yu Xiaogang looked at each other. In addition to shock, there was also a bit of hope in their eyes. It turns out that Xingluo Emperor's calmness and confidence were not groundless. He possessed the power to change the situation of the war. The soldiers' exclamations rang out one after another. Many of them had never seen a 100,000-year spirit ring with their own eyes, and this shock was enough to inspire their fighting spirit and courage deep in their hearts. The figure of Emperor Xingluo became taller in their eyes, as if he had become a god guarding this land. Beside the Star Luo Emperor, a netherworld spirit cat soul master also released his martial soul and soul ring. Although her spirit rings are not as dazzling as those of the Star Luo Emperor, she also has a spirit ring configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and black. Obviously, she is a fighting soul Douluo, and may even be close to a title Douluo, with impressive strength. The evil-eyed white tiger and netherworld cat soul masters can work together to perform a powerful soul fusion technique, netherworld white tiger. Xing Luo Emperor and the netherworld spirit cat soul master can naturally do this as well. Moreover, they have reached the level of title Douluo and soul Douluo. It is hard to imagine what kind of power the soul fusion technique they display together will have. It turns out that Emperor Xingluo has always kept this trump card. Ning Rongrong's voice was a little trembling, but more excited. She seemed to see the dawn of victory, and the hatred and sadness in her heart turned into a more determined fighting will at this moment. Emperor Xing Luo slowly raised his head, his eyes as sharp as torches, and the red 100,000-year soul ring circulated around his body, as if covering him with a layer of supreme glory and brilliance. The Xingluo Empire will never give up. Emperor Xing Luo's voice was loud and clear, filled with unquestionable dominance. At that moment, the sky of Xingluo city seemed to be shocked by this force. The morale of the Xingluo Empire was greatly boosted. But the next scene made them feel despair. Xingluo, old man, it's just a 100,000-year spirit ring and a martial spirit fusion technique, why are you so arrogant? As soon as Xiao Han finished speaking, he released his martial soul and spirit ring. 9 soul rings, black, 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 red, 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 and blue gold, unfolded around him in turn. As soon as Xiao Han's soul ring appeared, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield froze instantly. The first 5 soul rings are all 10,000-year level. The 3 red soul rings were as hot as flames, demonstrating his glorious record of hunting down 300,000-year-old soul beasts. And that last blue gold soul ring exudes an aura that is otherworldly and almost godlike. That is the legendary million-year soul ring, symbolizing unparalleled power. Chapter 214. That's a million-year spirit ring? There was a flash of disbelief in Emperor Xingluo's eyes. The Netherworld Cat's Soul Master and the large number of guards around him all showed shocked expressions. Everyone on Xingluo's side, including Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, felt the extremely repressive power coming from Xiao Han. Chen Xian was shocked, and doubts arose in his mind. The last time he clashed with Xiao Han's 6th soul ring was still at the 10,000-year level, but now it has transformed to the 100,000-year level. This growth rate is simply appalling. Chen Xian's eyes were sharp, and he secretly speculated in his heart that Xiao Han's rapid improvement in strength might be related to Tang Xiao's death. How on earth did he do that? Chen Xian whispered to himself. Obviously, Xiao Han has become stronger again. The Wuhuan Empire's action this time is not only to destroy the Xingluo Empire, but also to completely destroy the HIATUS sect and the 7 treasures glazed sect to prevent future troubles. Xiao Han's gaze was as cold as ice, as if it could penetrate all illusions and look directly at the Xingluo Emperor. Today, not only will I take your life, but I will also make HIATUS sect and Qibao Liuli sect pay the price for their choice. The cold voice echoed on the battlefield, and every word was like a hammer, striking everyone's heart. After saying that, Xiao Han moved, and with overwhelming coldness and murderous intent, he rushed straight towards the Xingluo Emperor. Lion Douluo, Light Wing Douluo, Demon Subduing Douluo, Thousand Strength Douluo, Snake Lance Douluo and Thorny Porpoise Douluo followed closely behind, releasing their respective martial spirits and spirit rings, shrouding the entire sky above Xingluo City in depression and despair. Guanling Douluo once again faced off against Sword Douluo Chen Xian. Chen Xian's 7 killing swords drew silver tracks in the air, while Guanling Douluo's arrows were like the whispers of death, precise and deadly. The battle between the 2 men burst into brilliant light, sword shadows and arrows intertwined, and every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar. On the other side, the battle between Demon Subduing Douluo and Bone Douluo Gu Rong was equally fierce. The panlong stick of the Demon Subduing Douluo seemed to be able to shake the heaven and earth, while Bone Douluo relied on the strange power of the Bone Dragon martial spirit to cleverly defend and counterattack. Qianjun Douluo chose the 3rd elder of HIATUS sect as his opponent. Although the 3rd elder is old, his strength should not be underestimated. Even under the heavy pressure of Qianjun Douluo, his clear sky hammer could still burst out with astonishing power. The battle between the two was like the collision of 2 mountains, shocking. Snake Spear Douluo fought with Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Pei clan. The Posey clan was once a branch of the HIATUS sect, and was hunted down by the Spirit Hall because of the HIATUS sect. They were displaced, but fortunately they were protected by the Star Luo Emperor and were able to live a stable life in the Star Luo Empire. Later, with his superb alchemy skills, he gained a place in the Xingluo Empire. Now that the Xingluo Empire is facing a crisis, the Posey clan naturally has no choice but to come and provide support. As the patriarch of the Posey clan, Yang Wudi is also a Soul Douluo, but he is a pure attack-type Soul Master. He has been studying how to improve his attack power throughout his life. Therefore, his attack power should not be underestimated, and he can face titled Douluo-level strongmen head-on. Facing Snake Spear Douluo's flexible offensive, he was always able to find flaws and counterattack, making the battle extremely stalemate. The Thorny Porpoise Douluo faced off against Tuoba Shi, the leader of the Holy Dragon sect. Tuoba Shi is a supporter of Bibi Dong, and his strength is close to the level of titled Douluo. After Bibi Dong established the new Spirit Hall, she appointed Tuoba Shi as an elder, giving him a higher status. Although Bibi Dong has not appeared yet, her supporters are firmly standing against the Spirit Hall. Not only the Holy Dragon sect led by Tuoba Shi, but also several other major sects such as the Elephant Armor sect and the Wind Sword sect all helped the Xingluo Empire to fight against the Wuhuan Empire. Lion Douluo did not go to deal with the titled Douluo-level strongman because he had other plans. His martial soul is the Flaming Lion, which possesses a special soul skill. It is the 8th soul skill, all beasts bow their heads. When performing this soul skill, he can control all beast soul masters below the soul saint level. This powerful crowd control skill can play a key role in battle. Xiao Han wanted to kill Emperor Xingluo. But he is the king of a country after all, and he has many guards, most of whom are soul masters at the soul Douluo level. Facing the ironclad guards surrounding Emperor Xingluo, Xiao Han was not impatient. He flicked his fingers, and ice arrows condensed from extreme ice shot out from the air, carrying a chill enough to freeze the soul, and pointed directly at the soul Douluo level guards. With Xiao Han's current terrifying strength, each of those ice arrows contains powerful killing power. In the blink of an eye, dozens of soul Douluo level guards were turned into ice sculptures by the ruthless ice arrows, and then shattered with a loud bang, leaving them no room for resistance. The mantis is using his arms as a chariot, and he is overestimating his own abilities. Xiao Han's voice was cold and ruthless, penetrating the hustle and bustle of the battlefield and striking directly into the heart of Emperor Xingluo. Why are you hiding? Don't you want to avenge your son? Come and fight me to the death. Emperor Xingluo's face turned ashen and his eyes almost spit fire. He also wanted to join the battle immediately, but he always kept his head and knew to wait for the right time. After all, Xiao Han is too strong. But, as the king of a country, when has he ever been provoked like this? What's more, mentioning his deceased son touched the softest and most vulnerable part of his heart. The mixture of anger and grief almost made his sanity collapse. Xiao Han, don't be so arrogant. Today, I will chop off your head with my own hands to sacrifice to my son's spirit in heaven. Emperor Xingluo roared, and his soul power surged throughout his body, as if he wanted to break free from all restraints. Your Majesty, calm down. Just when Emperor Xingluo was about to take that decisive step, the guards around him came forward one after another, and the voices of dissuasion were endless. They knew very well that as an emperor, Xingluo Emperor's safety was related to the future of the entire Xingluo Empire and he must not take risks lightly. But Emperor Xingluo would not listen to any dissuasion at this moment. The anger in his heart was like a wildfire and could not be contained. As the seventh soul ring suddenly flashed, Xingluo Emperor's figure suddenly expanded and turned into a huge monster. It was the true form of Wuhuan, the evil-eyed white tiger. The huge white tiger's muscles gleamed with metallic luster, and each muscle seemed to contain tremendous power. Its eyes were like burning flames, revealing endless majesty and anger. Roar! The evil-eyed white tiger let out a deafening roar, and the sound waves spread out, causing the surrounding air to tremble. The momentum of Emperor Xingluo reached its peak at this moment. Xiao Han, today is the day you die. Before he finished speaking, Emperor Xingluo launched a tentative attack. A brilliant golden light burst out from his whole body, and instantly formed a huge cross, flying towards Xiao Han rapidly. That was his sixth soul skill, White Tiger Destruction Kill, with powerful attack power. Chapter 215. He stared coldly at the rapidly approaching golden cross. Just as the light was about to touch him, his left arm suddenly lit up, and a layer of solid armor made of extreme ice instantly covered his entire body. This is a defensive skill granted by the 100,000-year-old left arm soul bone. Clang! A crisp and heavy impact echoed in the air. The White Tiger destroying kill of Emperor Xingluo collided with Xiao Han's ice armor, bursting out with dazzling light and intense energy fluctuations. The sharp edge of the cross was completely blocked the moment it touched the ice, and failed to hurt Xiao Han at all. Xingluo, old man, is this all you can do? A sneer appeared on Xiao Han's lips, his tone full of disdain. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Han moved, as if he had merged into the cold wind, at a speed so fast that it was astonishing. He lightly tapped the fingertips of his right hand, and an ice arrow that was fused with the power of thunder and lightning shot out rapidly, flashing with faint blue lightning. This is exactly the skill of his 100,000-year-old right leg soul bone, the Sky Blue Annihilation Arrow. The Sky Blue Arrow of Annihilation cut through the sky, carrying the momentum to destroy the world, and pointed directly at the Star Luo Emperor. When Emperor Xingluo saw this, his pupils suddenly shrank and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart. This arrow is not something that ordinary people can resist. Emperor Xingluo activated the defensive skill granted by the 100,000-year soul bone without hesitation, White Tiger Golden Armor. A layer of golden light instantly enveloped his entire body. The moment the arrow touched the golden light shield, a deafening roar resounded through the sky, and the entire battlefield was shaken. The golden light shield began to crack under the impact of the arrow. The powerful force directly knocked Emperor Xingluo away. His figure drew a long parabola in the air and finally fell heavily to the ground, raising dust. Cough. Emperor Xingluo was lying on the ground, coughing violently, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Although he barely managed to block the attack, he was seriously injured. However, Xiao Han's attack did not stop there. His eyes became even colder, as if to freeze everything. He bent his left leg slightly, and another ice arrow condensed. This is the skill of the 100,000-year-old left leg soul bone, the Titan Ice Explosion Arrow. This arrow incorporates the power of the Titans, has extremely strong penetrating power, and has an explosive effect. The Titan's Ice Blast arrow cut through the sky, carrying the power to destroy the world, and pointed directly at the Xinglua Emperor who had just stabilized his body. Upon seeing this, Emperor Xinglua was horrified and retreated rapidly, trying to avoid this fatal attack. However, the speed and power of the Titan Ice Explosion arrow were far beyond his imagination. Boom! With a loud bang, ice chips and lightning intertwined together, erupting with astonishing power. Dozens of guards who stood in front of Emperor Xinglua were killed on the spot in this sudden explosion. Their bodies were pierced by ice chips and torn apart by lightning, turning into a bloody mess. Although Emperor Xinglua managed to avoid the direct attack, he was affected by the aftermath of the explosion and was severely injured again. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. "You, how dare you?" Emperor Xingluo raised his head with difficulty, his voice hoarse and trembling. He couldn't believe that he would be defeated so miserably. There was no mercy or sympathy in Xiao Han's eyes when he looked towards Emperor Xingluo, only endless indifference and determination. He pulled the bowstring to its full length again. He was about to activate his 9th soul skill and deal a fatal blow to Emperor Xingluo. A trace of determination flashed in Emperor Xingluo's eyes. He knew very well that he had no way out. Fusion. Emperor Xingluo growled. There seemed to be an invisible force surging between him and the Netherworld Spirit Cat Soul Master beside him. The two figures began to blur and quickly merge. A strange energy fluctuation filled the air. With a flash of light, a huge Netherworld white tiger, emitting a mixture of dark and pure white light, appeared out of thin air. Its eyes were like two bright stars, flashing with a mysterious and terrifying aura. The appearance of the Netherworld white tiger instantly pushed the atmosphere on the battlefield to a climax. Seeing this, Xiao Han remained calm. The soul power in his body surged, and the blue-gold soul rings shone around him, as if containing the power to destroy everything. The 9th soul skill, the Ice Demon Breaking Arrow, is activated. This arrow combines the extreme ice and the violent power of the deep-sea demon whale king. It cut through the sky, flying towards the Netherworld white tiger with unparalleled speed and power. The Netherworld white tiger roared, gathering all its strength. The moment the Ice Demon Breaking Arrow came into contact with the Netherworld white tiger, a deafening roar shook the entire battlefield, as if even the space was torn apart by this blow. Although the fusion skills of the title Douluo and Soul Douluo's martial arts are powerful, they are simply unable to stop Xiao Han's million-year soul skills. The light fades. The silhouette of the Netherworld white tiger became blurred, and finally transformed into two people again, the Star Luo Emperor and the Netherworld Spirit Cat Soul Master. The body of the Netherworld Cat Soul Master fell weakly to the ground, his eyes wide open, blood on the corners of his mouth, and he was obviously killed on the spot. Emperor Xingluo was lying on the ground, his face as pale as paper, blood constantly flowing from the corners of his mouth, and it was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. Xiao Han stared at the dying Xingluo Emperor with cold eyes, without any fluctuation in his heart. Suddenly, he felt an extremely powerful soul power fluctuation in the air. The breath seemed familiar, it came from Bibi Dong. "Bibi Dong, now that you're here, come out." As Xiao Han finished speaking, a cold wind blew across the battlefield. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, a purple-black figure slowly stepped out from the void. It was Bibi Dong. A breath of death spread. Bibi Dong's eyes were as deep as the abyss, revealing unquestionable majesty and dominance. Every step she took seemed to follow an invisible rhythm, making the entire battlefield tremble. "Xiao Han, it looks like you've become stronger again. Bibi Dong, you've been here a long time ago, but you've been hiding in the dark and refusing to take action. Are you waiting for us to both be defeated so that you can reap the benefits?" Xiao Han deliberately raised the volume to disrupt the enemy's morale. Bibi Dong's thoughts were exposed by Xiao Han, and she was furious. "Xiao Han, I want to return the humiliation I suffered last time to you." The last time the two fought, Bibi Dong was suppressed by Xiao Han and was able to escape thanks to her immortal body. She knew that although Xiao Han was powerful, he had not yet reached the god level, so it was impossible for him to truly kill her. Although she has not become a god yet, her strength has improved compared to the last time. Restricted by the Rakshasa divine test, Bibi Dong was unable to display her true strength. But for the safety of her beloved Yu Xiaogang, she couldn't care less. Chapter 216. Bibi Dong knew that in order to kill the Xinglua Emperor just now, Xiao Han had already used up his million-year-old soul skills, and his soul power had been consumed. But even so, Xiao Han should not be underestimated. If we wait any longer, Yu Xiaogang might be in danger. That's why she showed up in time. She was a little confused and didn't know why Tang San was not with Yu Xiaogang. Xiao Han's soul power surged, and the temperature around him dropped sharply. Upon seeing this, Bibi Dong flashed and directly released her second martial soul, the soul-eating spider emperor. After being possessed by the martial spirit, Bibi Dong's figure changed significantly. Complex dark green spider web patterns appeared on her forehead, and a layer of crystal dark green light spread from her body. 3 pairs of dark green spider legs broke out of her back and were tightly connected to her body, while her arms turned into a pair of extremely sharp dark green spears. The lower body was tightly wrapped in a layer of dark green light, which looked very strange. 7 soul rings black, 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 red, and red surround her body, and each soul ring emits a rich energy fluctuation. 200,000-year soul rings glowing with red light displayed her amazing strength. When Bibi Dong's second martial spirit, the soul-eating spider emperor, was fully revealed to everyone, the air around them seemed to solidify, and an indescribable sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Those soul masters who were still immersed in the shock of Xiao Han's display of his million-year soul skills were once again shocked by Bibi Dong's aura. Xiao Han's eyes also became unusually sharp. He knew that all of Bibi Dong's second martial soul spirit skills were over 50,000 years old and were quite powerful. Bibi Dong's first martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor, possesses a 100,000-year spirit ring. The second martial soul is the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, which possesses 200,000-year soul rings. She possesses a total of 16 spirit rings, including 300,000-year spirit rings, and her total spirit power is astonishing. Moreover, she can switch between the 2 martial spirits freely without pausing. The soul masters around, whether from the Xinglua Empire or the Wuhuan Empire, stopped what they were doing and watched quietly as the peak showdown was about to break out. As the first soul ring on his body glowed, the first soul skill, Half Moon, was activated. The 8 spider spears on Bibi Dong's body rose up at the same time. Immediately afterwards, a crescent-shaped dark green light slashed towards him. The movement direction of the crescent-shaped light blade can change according to Bibi Dong's will, and it has the ability to lock onto the target. Bibi Dong's strong soul power was enough to support her to swing out 8 crescent-shaped light blades in an instant. All of a sudden, 8 crescent-shaped light blades whizzed towards Xiao Han from all directions, each containing deadly and terrifying power. Faced with this overwhelming attack, Xiao Han did not retreat, but once again activated the defensive skill of his 100,000-year-old left arm soul bone. A layer of solid armor made of extremely cold ice instantly covered his entire body, protecting him tightly. Dang dang dang. A series of crisp metal collision sounds rang out in the air. 8 crescent-shaped light blades hit Xiao Han's ice armor one after another, sparking bursts of dazzling sparks. Although these light blades were incredibly powerful, they were ultimately unable to penetrate the surface of the ice armor due to its tough defense, let alone hurt Xiao Han in the slightest. Bibi Dong, this attack is not enough. Xiao Han sneered, his tone full of disdain. After blocking Bibi Dong's attack, he did not choose to passively defend, but took the initiative to counterattack. I saw his body move, as if blending into the cold wind, at such a fast speed that it was difficult to catch. With a light tap of his right fingertips, an icy arrow fused with the power of thunder and lightning condensed again. This was exactly his 100,000-year-old right leg soul bone skill, the Azure Annihilation Arrow. The arrow flashed with faint blue lightning and carried with it the power to destroy the world, pointing directly at Bibi Dong. But, Bibi Dong is obviously not that easy to deal with. Just when Xiao Han's sky blue annihilation arrow was about to touch Bibi Dong, 6 purple wings as thin as cicada wings suddenly spread out from behind Bibi Dong. That was her external soul bone, the 6-winged purple wing. The 6-winged purple wings not only give Bibi Dong the ability to fly, but also greatly reduce the consumption of soul power during high-speed movement, allowing her to maintain lasting combat effectiveness on the battlefield. With a light flap of his wings, he carried her into the air like a ghost, avoiding Xiao Han's fatal blow. Humph, it's not that easy to hurt me. Bibi Dong sneered in the air, with a hint of complacency and disdain in her voice. Her body flipped flexibly in the air, preparing to use the height advantage to launch a new round of attack. The 6th soul ring flickered, and a powerful aura burst out from her body. The 6th soul skill, Eternal Creation, is activated. This is a 100,000-year skill with powerful attack power. The 2 spider spears on her forearms were like 2 giant emerald sickles, crossing in the air and slashing out a huge green fork-shaped light wave, like the sickle of the god of death, pointing directly at Xiao Han below. Eternal Wounds, which ignores physical defense and reduces energy defense by 50, is one of Bibi Dong's most powerful single-target attack skills. Once hit, the trauma will spread endlessly, and one can only rely on soul power to resist, until the soul power is exhausted and the person dies. Xiao Han's absolute defense can make him immune to attacks below the god level. But he had no intention of taking on Bibi Dong's eternal wound head-on. Because the insidious and cunning Bibi Dong has other tricks up her sleeve. Without any hesitation, Xiao Han once again activated the 100,000-year-old left leg soul bone skill, the Titan Ice Explosion Arrow. Boom! The Titan's Ice Blast arrow collided with the green fork-shaped light wave in the air. The two forces converged and a deafening roar erupted. The entire battlefield seemed to be torn apart by this force. The light was radiant, and the cold and energy intertwined to form a shocking picture. The collision of the two forces produced a huge shock wave, forcing the surrounding soul masters to retreat again and again. Even spectators at a distance could feel the heart-pounding energy fluctuations. The light dissipated. Bibi Dong and Xiao Han stood at each end of the battlefield. Xiao Han, you are indeed quite capable. However, the battle has just begun, go to hell. Before he finished speaking, Bibi Dong and Xiao Han set off almost at the same time. Bibi Dong accelerated again, and her six-winged purple wings drew a purple track in the air, like purple lightning, heading straight toward Xiao Han. She completed the switch of her martial souls in mid-air, switching to her first martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor. The soul bones on both arms lit up at the same time. These two soul bones dropped from a Death Spider King with a cultivation history of 100,000 years. It is extremely rare for two soul bones to drop from the same soul beast. These 200,000-year-old soul bones gave Bibi Dong's arm bones two identical skills. One is to transform his arms into two huge black sickles. The other is to make the two giant sickles formed by the arms explode at the same time, which can be used to block the enemy's attack with the strong explosion shock wave, and can also be used to cause damage to the opponent. Chapter 217. Bibi Dong's arms transformed into black sickles that drew a sharp black blade of light in the air, and the breath of death seemed to solidify the space. The light blade carried unparalleled sharpness and destructive power, and went straight to Xiao Han's vital points. However, Xiao Han was not at all panicked. The million-year-old torso bone soul skill, the invincible golden body of the magic whale was suddenly activated, and the whole body was shining with golden light. Xiao Han's figure did not move at all in the air, but the golden light seemed to have covered him with a layer of invincible armor, and any attack seemed pale and powerless in front of it. The powerful defense easily turned Bibi Dong's attack, which was powerful enough to make a titled Douluo tremble in fear, into nothingness. "Ha, what a small skill!" Xiao Han sneered, with unquestionable arrogance in his voice. He quickly launched a counterattack. The 8th soul skill, Seal of the Ice Azure Dragon, and the 100,000-year-old right leg soul bone skill, Azure Locking Divine Arrow, were activated at the same time. Two arrows containing extreme icy power were shot out at the same time, cutting through the sky, carrying a chill that locked onto everything, and pointing directly at Bibi Dong. The speed of the two arrows was so fast that even with Bibi Dong's strength, it was difficult to dodge them. They arrived in front of her in the blink of an eye. The ice arrow exploded in the air, freezing Bibi Dong and her six-winged purple wings into an ice sculpture. Inside the ice sculpture, Bibi Dong's expression became extremely solemn. Although she had an immortal body and could not die for the time being, she felt humiliated to be restricted by Xiao Han in this way. This icy force was not only powerful, but also had a chill that could corrode the soul, forcing her to fight back with all her might. The two giant sickles transformed from the arms exploded instantly, and a powerful shock wave surged out like a raging wave, breaking free from the shackles of ice and breaking out. Although this blow allowed her to regain her freedom, it also came at a huge price. The two giant sickle-shaped blades shattered in the explosion. With their strong resilience, they can gradually recover, but it takes some time. Seeing this, Xiao Han curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer. He didn't intend to give Bibi Dong a chance to breathe. The soul power condensed again, and another ice arrow took shape at the fingertips. Lightning flashed on the arrow and pointed directly at Bibi Dong. Faced with Xiao Han's relentless pursuit, Bibi Dong remained calm although frightened. While flying and dodging, she once again switched her martial soul to the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor martial soul, and displayed her 7th soul skill, the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor's true form. In this state, her figure became even more bizarre. Her body had turned a pale green in the air, emitting green light mist all over. Her overall strength has been comprehensively increased. The arm bones that were broken after the explosion also recovered quickly with the blessing of the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor's true body. Although it consumed a lot of soul power, it undoubtedly bought her a precious opportunity to counterattack. Another 100,000-year soul skill of the 6th soul ring, the Space-Tearing Abyss Slash, is activated. Bibi Dong's two huge green arms instantly closed together, slashing out a green light blade. This blade of light was different from any previous attack. It flashed with distorted light, as if it could tear apart space. Within the attack range, any mental detection below the god level would be shattered. This is also one of her most powerful means of attack. With this strike, Bibi Dong successfully shattered the god-locking arrow that had been chasing her relentlessly, buying herself a moment of respite. But the battle did not end there. At this moment, Xiao Han's attention was suddenly attracted by a scene nearby. The dying Emperor Xingluo, under the protection of several guards, prepared to escape from this land of death. Xiao Han shot an ice explosion arrow at them without hesitation. The ice arrows exploded the moment they hit the ground, blowing those people to pieces. Emperor Xingluo was also blown to pieces, leaving no trace of his body. At the moment when Emperor Xingluo was killed in the explosion, a bright red light flashed through Xiao Han's eyes. Xiao Han knew that it was a soul bone. It exudes an alluring light and is most likely a 100,000-year-old entity. Bibi Dong also noticed this, and a hint of greed flashed in her eyes, and she obviously wanted to take it for herself. But how could Xiao Han let her do as she wished? Xiao Han released the bowstring and fired thousands of arrows. Countless arrows flew towards Bibi Dong at high speed like a meteor shower. They formed a dense web of arrows, forcing Bibi Dong to temporarily give up the idea of snatching the soul bones and concentrate on dealing with the overwhelming attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Han activated his soul power and absorbed the soul bone emitting red light into his palm. Feeling the enormous energy contained in the soul bone, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Xiao Han has already collected all the soul bones, but he can give this 100,000-year soul bone to others. With the death of Emperor Xingluo, the morale of the Xingluo Empire on the battlefield collapsed instantly. The soldiers had no desire to fight and began to seek a way to retreat. Chaos and panic spread quickly. However, the battle in the air did not subside. Several powerful priests of the Spirit Hall vowed to completely eliminate all threats. Ah! A shrill scream cut through the noise of the battlefield. The third elder of Haotian sect died under Qianjun Douluo's panlong stick, and the fire of life was suddenly extinguished. This scene made Yu Xiaogang, who was far away, feel heartbroken, with a mixture of grief, anger and powerlessness. The death of the third elder caused the already shaky Haotian sect to completely collapse. Since then, there was no more strong man in the Haotian sect, and it existed in name only. Xiao Han did not relax because of this, his eyes were fixed on Bibi Dong again. An arrow containing extreme icy power cut through the sky and headed straight for Bibi Dong. This time, Bibi Dong did not choose to take it head-on. She casually swung out a black blade of light, deflecting the arrow, then her figure flashed, turned into a black shadow, and quickly retreated from the battlefield. She knew in her heart that in her current state, she was not strong enough to defeat Xiao Han. The tide is gone. She must ensure Yu Xiaogang's safety. Xiaogang, let's go. Bibi Dong's voice suddenly rang in Yu Xiaogang's ears. Before Yu Xiaogang could react, she pulled Yu Xiaogang up and fled into the distance regardless of the flames of war around them. Yu Xiaogang was concerned about the battlefield and was extremely anxious. Jian Douluo, Bon Douluo, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing and others are still struggling in the chaos. However, he also understood that following Bibi Dong and leaving was the wisest choice at this moment. In the chaos, Ma Hongjun spread his wings and prepared to escape. That touch of red is particularly eye-catching in the crowd. Seeing Bibi Dong escaping again, Xiao Han shot the arrow that was originally intended to shoot at Bibi Dong directly at Ma Hongjun. The arrow hit Ma Hongjun and exploded, blowing him to pieces. On the other side, Jian Douluo saw that the situation was becoming increasingly critical and made a quick decision. Gu Rong, take Rong Rong away quickly. Sword Douluo shouted loudly, preparing to fight against Lightwing Douluo and Demon subduing Douluo on his own to buy precious time for Bon Douluo and Ning Rongrong to escape. Chapter 218. Hearing Chen Xian's call, Gu Rong immediately took action and came to Ning Rongrong. He planned to use his strange space travel ability to escape with Ning Rongrong. However, at this critical moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped my heart. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared out of nowhere. That was the million-year-old trunk bone soul skill that Xiao Han activated, the demon whale's death devouring. In the center of the golden light, a huge black vortex was spinning rapidly, as if it could swallow everything. Gu Rong and Ning Rongrong had no time to react before they were sucked into the vortex by the irresistible force and disappeared from everyone's sight. Rong. Jian Douluo cried out heartbreakingly. At this time, Qianjun Douluo also joined the team besieging Jian Douluo. After the golden vortex swallowed up Gu Rong and Ning Rongrong, the atmosphere on the battlefield became even heavier and more desperate. At this moment, Chen Xian was being besieged by three powerful worshippers, Guanling Douluo, Xianhua Douluo and Qianjun Douluo. His figure seemed increasingly lonely and tragic in the fierce battle. Chen Xian, you are very strong, but unfortunately you are on the wrong side. There was a hint of coldness in Guanling Douluo's voice. He fought with Chen Xian several times but failed to win. He knew that the existence of such a powerful enemy was a huge threat to the stability of the Wuhuan Empire and must be eliminated. Chen Xian's expression remained unchanged. He knew that he would not be able to escape death today, but the seven-killing sword in his hand still flashed with a deadly cold light. Ning Fengji, Gu Rong and Ning Rongrong have all passed away, and his heart is empty. It seemed that only by dying in battle could he be freed. Come on. Let's fight to the death. Chen Xian waved the seven-killing sword in his hand and fought with the three priests. On the other side, the battle between Thorny Porpoise Douluo and Tuoba Shi also entered a white-hot stage. The Thorny Porpoise Douluo's means of attack is poison. Although Tuoba Shi has not yet reached the title Douluo level, he relies on the power and defense of the white-armored Earth Dragon martial spirit to compete with it. However, the death of Emperor Xinglua made him realize that defeat was inevitable, and he began to think about retreating. Humph, you want to escape? You have nowhere to escape. At this critical moment, a ferocious lion rushed into the battlefield and punched Tuoba Shi. Tuoba Shi was unable to dodge and was directly hit by the punch, which shattered his body-protecting soul skills. His body fell like a kite with a broken string, and finally left a pool of blood on the ground. At the same time, the contest between Snake Spear Douluo and Yang Wudi was also coming to an end. Snake Spear Douluo's martial spirit gave him the perfect combination of speed and strength. Yang Wudi is known for his powerful strength, and he strives to make every blow fatal. As time went by, Snake Spear Douluo gradually showed signs of fatigue, while Yang Wudi became more and more courageous. Humph. A title Douluo is nothing more than this. That's all for today. Yang Wudi shouted loudly and prepared to evacuate. He also knew that if he didn't leave now it would be too late. But just as he turned around, Xiao Han's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, blocking his way. Yang Wudi, why are you so arrogant? Xiao Han's eyes were as cold as ice. The icy field was activated instantly. You can't escape. Yang Wudi was completely frozen and unable to move. A black icy vortex suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Yang Wudi widened his eyes and looked in horror at the black ice vortex that bound him tightly. This ice was completely different from any freezing force he had encountered before. It contained a deep and terrifying power, as if it came from the underworld and was about to annihilate his soul and body. What kind of power is this? Yang Wudi trembled in the ice and felt unprecedented despair. With Xiao Han's control, the speed of the black ice vortex's rotation became faster and faster. Yang Wudi's figure gradually became blurred in the vortex and finally disappeared into thin air. The whole process was clean and neat, without any delay. On the other side, although Chen Xian was powerful, he gradually showed signs of exhaustion under the joint suppression of the three powerful priests. Chen Xian, accept your fate. Submitting to the spirit hall is your only way to survive. The demon subduing Douluo said in a cold voice, his tone full of the arrogance of a victor. However, Chen Xian did not give up. His eyes remained firm, and the light on the seven-kill sword never dimmed even in desperate situations. I would rather die in battle than bow to the spirit hall. Under Chen Xian's resolute and determined eyes, his aura suddenly climbed to its peak, and Qi Sha's true form suddenly appeared, bathed in dazzling sword light. At this moment, he seemed to have merged with the seven-killing sword in his hand, becoming the most dazzling presence on the battlefield. His ninth soul ring finally lit up brightly at this moment. The ninth soul skill, the double slash of gods and demons, is activated. The air seemed to be torn into invisible cracks, and countless sword lights containing power enough to kill gods and demons condensed out of thin air, each one was enough to shake the heavens and the earth. This attack has extremely strong attack power and can even kill a titled Douluo of the same level in seconds. But it will consume all of Chen Xian's soul power. He will not use it easily without Ning Fengji's assistance. Obviously, he was ready to die. Countless soul masters will die under the light of his sword. He wanted to use this final blow to put an end to the feud between himself and the Spirit Hall. However, just as the sword light that was enough to overturn the situation was about to pour out, an even more dazzling golden light suddenly rose from the side, like the rising sun, illuminating the entire battlefield. Xiao Han stepped forward without hesitation, and instantly activated the million-year-old torso bone soul skill, the invincible golden body of the demonic whale. The golden barrier firmly blocked Chen Xian's sword light that was enough to kill anyone of the same level in seconds. At the same time, the sky seemed to be split in two, and a vortex of icy blue, scarlet red, and deep black swirled out. That was the yin-yang realm of ice and fire that Xiao Han had integrated with the devouring power. It was a terrifying realm that could freeze everything as well as burn and devour everything. The vortex was like a huge mouth, not only swallowing up all the sword light, but also enveloping Chen Xian entirely. There was a flash of shock in Chen Xian's eyes, but more of it was relief. All of this seemed to be destined, and it was his final destiny as the guardian of the seven treasures glazed tile sect. Chen Xian's soul power was completely exhausted at this moment, and his body was crumbling. But his eyes were still clear, without any fear or regret. Feng Ji, Rong Rong, Brother Gu Rong, I'm here to accompany you. Chen Xian's figure gradually blurred in the vortex of the ice and fire yin and yang field, and finally turned into nothingness. On the battlefield, everything seemed to stand still. The fall of Douluo moved everyone. Whether they were the strong ones from the spirit hall or the ordinary spirit masters, they all felt the grandeur and tragedy that transcended life and death. Chapter 219. The flag of the Wuhuan Empire flew high above Xinglua City, announcing their great victory in this battle. Emperor Xinglua is dead, and Douluo, Bon Douluo, the three elders of the HIATUS sect, and those powerful people who supported Bibi Dong have also died. Bibi Dong possesses an immortal body and escapes again with the useless Yu Xiaogang. But she was defeated by Xiao Han twice in a row, which made her lose face. Xiao Han did not feel relaxed because of this. As long as Bibi Dong is not eliminated, she will always be a huge hidden danger. In the distance, Tang San hid his figure, his eyes filled with grief and anger. Xiao Wu's soul was closely connected to him, and although the power of the sacrifice allowed him to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, the soul power of level 65 seemed insignificant in a titled Douluo level battle. He could only hide in the dark like a turtle and watch, witnessing the three elders of HIATUS sect, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Bon Douluo, and Sword Douluo die one after another, and his heart was in pain like a knife. HIATUS sect, this once glorious sect, suffered heavy losses in this battle and lost a large number of disciples. The third elder, the last titled Douluo level warrior in the sect, was also killed. The seven treasures glazed tile sect was even worse off. With the passing of the new sect leader Ning Rongrong and the two sect protectors, its glorious days came to an end. The two major sects completely perished. Tang San's gaze pierced through the layers of smoke and fell on the once prosperous but now devastated Xinglua city. The emotions surging in his heart were complex and indescribable. He clenched his teeth tightly, as if he wanted to swallow all the sorrow and anger into his stomach. In those deep eyes, there were layers of blush. Tears welled up in my eyes, but I tried hard not to let them fall. Why am I so weak? Tang San cried out silently in his heart, with endless bitterness. Although he obtained the 100,000-year soul ring that Xiao Wu sacrificed, this power still seemed insignificant in front of a true strong man. He witnessed his companions falling one by one, but he was powerless to do anything. This feeling of powerlessness made him feel collapsed. Rong, Fatty, Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Gu, the third elder. Tang San's mind kept echoing with those familiar people, and thinking that they had passed away, he felt heartbroken. Xiao Han, all of this is caused by you. Tang San clenched his fists so tightly that his nails almost dug into his palms, but he seemed to feel no pain. His heart was filled with hatred. But he also knew that with his current strength, he could not compete with a strong man like Xiao Han. This feeling of powerlessness made him feel unprecedented despair and confusion. But he also understood that he couldn't just give up like that, couldn't let Xiao Wu's sacrifice be in vain, and couldn't let down those who had passed away. I will become stronger, no matter what the cost. Tang San swore secretly in his heart, and this oath was like a flash of lightning, cutting through the darkness and confusion in his heart. Yu Xiaogang was rescued by Bibi Dong again. Tang San guessed that they might go to the secret cave, so he turned and left. Xiao Han led people to clean up the mess in Xinglua city. After this battle, his soul power increased by another level, reaching level 98. In the dark and deep cave, the weak light barely illuminated the surroundings, reflecting two faces, each with their own thoughts. Yu Xiaogang lowered his head, his hands resting weakly on his knees, his eyes empty and confused. His heart was filled with deep self-blame and powerlessness, as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Xiaogang, this is not your fault. Bibi Dong's voice rang out in the silent cave, with a hint of subtle tenderness. She slowly walked to Yu Xiaogang's side, squatted down, and her eyes revealed genuine concern. Yu Xiaogang raised his head, his eyes slightly red and his voice hoarse. It's me. I'm too incompetent. I can only watch them fall one by one, but I can't do anything. Bibi Dong shook her head slightly. No. Xiaojiang, this is not your fault. Everyone has his own destiny. You have been working hard in your own way. Your wisdom and strategy are equally important to us. Moreover, the outcome of this war cannot be decided by one or two people. Bibi Dong's words brought a touch of warmth and comfort. Yu Xiaogang was slightly stunned, as if he found a trace of strength from Bibi Dong's words. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Bibi Dong, thank you. I know I have always been too dependent on you. Without you, I would have died on the battlefield long ago. Xiaogang. I'm really glad that you think so. Bibi Dong felt gratified and felt that everything she had done for Yu Xiaogang was worth it. She knew that Yu Xiaogang couldn't let go of the hatred in his heart. Although she really wanted to help Yu Xiaogang get revenge, she was currently powerless to do so. Xiaogang, you have to be patient. When I become a god, I will definitely avenge you and kill Xiao Han, as well as those powerful enemies who have bullied us. When Yu Xiaogang heard this, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, but then dimmed again. He knew that the path to becoming a god was not easy. Seeing Yu Xiaogang remain silent, Bibi Dong continued. I am currently restricted by the god test and cannot exert my full strength. Otherwise, I would not have been defeated by Xiao Han twice in a row. It may take several more years to break through and become a god, but I will definitely do it. Yu Xiaogang nodded lightly. Although he was still a little nervous, looking at Bibi Dong's determined eyes, he could only secretly cheer himself up. He knew that the only person he could rely on now was Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, I believe you. The two smiled at each other, as if they had returned to the past. Bibi Dong tentatively leaned her head into Yu Xiaojiang's arms. Yu Xiaojiang accepted it with pleasure. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten Liu Erlong and the oath he had made to her. Xiaogang, promise me that you won't go anywhere. Just stay in this cave and practice with me until I become a god, okay? It is good. Yu Xiaojiang nodded slightly. This deep spider cave exudes a sickening smell of death. But who can he rely on besides Bibi Dong? The Star Luo Emperor is dead, and the Spirit Hall will soon be able to unify the entire Douluo continent. The world is so big that there is no place for him. With his soul power that is less than level 30, going out would be a death sentence. Bibi Dong suddenly thought of Tang San. By the way, Xiaojiang, why don't I see Tang San and Xiao Wu? Where are they? Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. I don't know either. A few days ago, he suddenly left without saying goodbye, saying that he had something to deal with. He and Xiao Wu left and never came back. Tang San is a smart man. He may have foreseen this crisis, so he took Xiao Wu away. It's good this way. He is still young and will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Saving his life is the most important thing. Chapter 220. Yu Xiaojiang didn't think Tang San was the kind of person who would desert the battlefield. I think there might be other reasons for his departure, and he had no choice but to do so. Just as the two were immersed in their own thoughts, Bibi Dong suddenly frowned. She keenly sensed the faint fluctuations of soul power coming from outside the cave. It was a feeling that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Then, a figure appeared silently at the entrance of the cave like a ghost. It was Tang San. His arrival broke the tranquility in the cave. Teacher, you are really here. Tang San's voice was a little hoarse and tired. Yu Xiaojiang looked up suddenly, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he quickly stood up to greet him. Xiao San, I'm so glad you're okay. Tang San nodded gently, his eyes sweeping over Yu Xiaojiang and Bibi Dong. Although he said nothing, his complicated emotions were hard to conceal. Teacher, after you left, Ma Hongjun was unfortunately pierced through the heart by Xiao Han's arrow while fleeing, and Rongrong and Bone Douluo were swallowed by the strange vortex cast by Xiao Han. Senior Sword Douluo fought against several great priests of the Spirit Hall alone, and even though he used his ultimate move, he still failed to escape the strange vortex. Xinglua City has completely fallen. With every word he spoke, Tang San's heart became heavier. Yu Xiaojiang's face turned paler and paler. His hands were shaking and he could hardly believe his ears. He knew that after this war, the fate of the Haotian sect and the Qibao Yoli sect, like their Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, would inevitably decline. Teacher, Haotian sect. Tang San's voice was choked with sobs, and he didn't know how to go on. This heavy reality almost suffocated him. Yu Xiaojiang suppressed the grief in his heart, patted Tang San on the shoulder and comforted him. Xiao San, it's good that you're alive. By the way, where have you been these days? Where's Xiao Wu? Why didn't she come? Tang San lowered his head, tears finally falling, and he choked and said. Teacher, Xiao Wu, she is no longer here. After hearing this, Yu Xiaogang felt like he was struck by lightning and his heart tightened. Xiao San, why did you return to Xingluo City when you knew it was dangerous? No. Teacher, Xiao Wu did not die in the war. In order for me to survive and become stronger as quickly as possible, she chose to sacrifice herself to me and became my sixth spirit ring. What? This sudden news was like a heavy hammer, hitting Yu Xiaogang and Bibi Dong's hearts hard. There was a hint of disbelief in Bibi Dong's eyes. Although she was cold, she couldn't help being moved by such deep affection and friendship. She had never thought that Xiao Wu would go to such lengths for Tang San. This sacrifice transcended life and death and shocked people's hearts. Xiao Wu, she really. Bibi Dong's voice was low and complex. She seemed to be looking for the right words to express her feelings, but in the end it just turned into a long sigh. Yu Xiaogang couldn't believe that Xiao Wu, who was always full of energy and smiles, would leave them in this way. How so? Yu Xiaogang murmured to himself. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the pain in his heart. Teacher, Pope, we can't let them die in vain. I want to become stronger, strong enough to fight Xiao Han and avenge all those who died because of them. Bibi Dong looked at Tang San, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Tang San's determination and perseverance were exactly what she admired. Although she once had a different stance from Tang San, she had to admit that Tang San's growth rate far exceeded her expectations. Tang San, with Xiao Wu's sacrifice, your growth rate will be further improved. I believe that it won't be long before you can become a truly strong man. I will definitely work hard. Bibi Dong nodded slightly. I just told Xiaogang that you should stay here for the time being and not go anywhere. It's a good opportunity for you to keep him company and practice here with peace of mind. When I become a god, I will be able to kill all of Xiao Han's people. Tang San and Yu Xiaogang looked at each other, then nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Tang San also knew that there was no place for him in this huge world. It's very dangerous outside. It's a wiser choice to stay here, practice peacefully, and become stronger silently. The Xingluo Emperor is dead, and the Xingluo Empire is completely destroyed. The Spirit Hall finally achieved the unification of Douluo continent. But Xiao Han did not relax because of this. He tried to find Bibi Dong's trace, but to no avail. Xiao Han returned to Jianshui City. The battle in Xingluo City had already spread throughout the entire Douluo continent. Lin Jiruo was proud of Xiao Han's strength. The mother and son talked a lot. Xiao Han took out the soul bone that was glowing red from the soul guide. That was the 100,000-year-old soul bone that fell from the body after killing the Star Luo Emperor. Xiao Han knew that it came with a powerful defensive skill, but the other skill was unknown. Mom, this is the 100,000-year-old right leg soul bone I just mentioned to you. I'm giving it to you. Lin Jiruo carefully took the soul bone, feeling the powerful energy contained in it, and felt a little excited. Xiao Han urged, Mom, please fuse it now. I'm worried that Bibi Dong will come to Jianshui City for revenge. After you fuse this soul bone, your strength will definitely increase a lot. It is good. Afterwards, under Xiao Han's protection, Lin Jiruo fused the 100,000-year-old right leg soul bone. Mom, how is it? How much has your soul power increased? Xiao Han asked with some anticipation. Lin Jiruo smiled and said. My soul power originally showed signs of breaking through level 94. After fusing with that soul bone, it directly broke through level 95. The 100,000-year soul bone is indeed different. Congratulations, Mother. I wonder what soul skills it has brought you. As you said, one of them is a defensive skill, and the other is to increase strength. Both are very helpful. Great. Xiao Han accepted Qian Renshue's important trust, and it was impossible for him to stay in Jianshui City forever. He knew that with his mother Lin Jiruo's current strength, if Bibi Dong suddenly attacked, she would not be able to compete with Bibi Dong. Therefore, he had to find Bibi Dong as soon as possible to completely resolve this hidden danger. Although Bibi Dong is immortal and difficult to kill, he has a special method and believes that this move can kill Bibi Dong. Qian Renshue devoted herself wholeheartedly to the angel god test. Under Xiao Han's leadership, the Wuhuan Empire became increasingly stable, and the people gradually lived a peaceful life. After destroying the Xing Luo Empire, in order to prevent it from reviving, Xiao Han ordered his men to eliminate all the leaders of the new sects that supported Bibi Dong. Now, the only hidden danger is Bibi Dong. In the decisive battle in Xingluo City, Tang San and Xiao Wu did not appear, and Xiao Han didn't know where they went. He thought of a place and decided to go and see it. Chapter 221 The stone chamber was located in a deep mountain within the Tiando Empire. In the mountain there was a huge waterfall about 200 meters high. That place is not far from Holy Soul Village. As long as you look carefully in that area, you can find it. There is a high possibility that Tang San is hiding there. After finding Tang San, maybe we can find out where Bibi Dong is hiding. A few days later, Xiao Han came to the Holy Soul Village and searched the area carefully. After passing through dense forests and crossing turbulent streams, we finally arrived at a valley and found a huge waterfall. The waterfall is like a giant silver dragon descending from the sky. The roar is deafening and the mist is everywhere, making the surrounding environment hazy and mysterious. Is it here? I don't seem to sense Tang San's aura. Xiao Han's figure was like a flash of lightning, passing through the barrier of the waterfall. When he walked out of the water curtain, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. There was indeed a stone chamber inside. Xiao Han walked into the stone chamber and searched around in the dim environment. Soon, his eyes were attracted by a small mound deep in the stone chamber. On the mound, a blue-silver grass swayed gently in the breeze, and the light shining down from the top of the cave fell right on it. Xiao Han knew that this was the blue-silver grass transformed from the remaining soul of Tang San's mother, Yin. To his disappointment, Tang San was not here. Just as Xiao Han was about to leave, he suddenly discovered some traces of excavation on the edge of the mound. This caught his attention. What was buried here? Out of curiosity and caution, Xiao Han decided to dig up this place to see what secrets were hidden underneath. As the excavation deepened, a wooden box gradually emerged. A sour smell emanated from it. Xiao Han was shocked. Then he carefully opened the wooden box. There was a rabbit lying inside that had not yet completely rotted. Looking at the rabbit, a thought suddenly flashed through Xiao Han's mind. Could this be Xiao Wu? Xiao Han realized that this rabbit was most likely the incarnation of Xiao Wu. In order to keep Tang San alive and make him stronger as quickly as possible, Xiao Wu sacrificed herself to Tang San. Xiao Han knew that even if Xiao Wu had not chosen to sacrifice herself, her life with Bibi Dong would never be easy. Not only does she have to be on guard against the threat of Bibi Dong, the murderer of her mother, but she also has to rely on Bibi Dong's power to avenge those who died because of her. Such a life was undoubtedly a torment for her. It's better to die, it will free me earlier, but it will only benefit that little jerk. Xiao Han looked at the blue-silver grass and continued. You don't have to wait for Tang Hao. Perhaps you have already guessed that he is already dead, and there is no trace of his body left. The blue-silver grass seemed to have some hidden spirituality touched by Xiao Han's words. It suddenly burst out with unprecedented vitality. The slender grass leaves seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, climbing upwards madly and expanding in all directions, instantly filling the entire stone chamber. This sudden growth carries a sense of tragedy and determination. What is conveyed between the grass leaves is not only the struggle of life, but more like the release of some kind of emotion. They intertwined and entangled in the air, forming an impenetrable green curtain. The light in the stone chamber was swallowed up by the sudden green, leaving only a vibrant vitality in the darkness. Every leaf of the blue-silver grass seemed to be trembling, and every vein was telling of unwillingness and resentment. They struggled and twisted. After reaching its peak, the blue-silver grass began to rapidly decay, its color changing from bright green to withered yellow, and its vitality seemed to be drained away in an instant. They drooped limply and eventually scattered all over the ground. This power comes quickly and goes away quickly, like a brilliant but short-lived firework. The sudden feast of life ended in deathly silence, leaving only the faint sadness in the air. Xiao Han was shocked as he looked at this scene. Just one sentence could provoke such a strong reaction from the blue-silver grass. He slowly approached the withered blue-silver grass, squatted down, gently touched the withered yellow leaves, and a trace of sympathy flashed in his eyes. Perhaps this is your destiny. Xiao Han left. He will continue to look for Tang San and Bibi Dong. The stone chamber returned to peace again. Only a withered blue-silver grass and the remains of a rabbit were left lying there quietly. Time flies, and 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Xian Renxue entrusted everything of the Wuhuan Empire to Xiao Han, and she herself devoted herself to the angel god test. Under Xiao Han's rule, the Wuhuan Empire became increasingly stable. Without war, people live and work in peace and their lives are getting better and better. While managing the empire, Xiao Han was also practicing. His soul power broke through level 98 and reached level 99. He was only one step away from becoming a god at level 100. At the same time, he sent people to search for Bibi Dong and Tang San. As long as Bibi Dong is not eliminated, she will always be a huge hidden danger. However, after 2 years, there is still no harvest. Bibi Dong and Tang San seem to have disappeared from the face of the earth. In the past 2 years, Tang San has been practicing hard. He didn't dare go out, for fear of meeting Xiao Han and the people from the Wuhuan Empire. He doesn't care about the outside world and only focuses on his own improvement. On this day, Tang San woke up from his training, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang walked over immediately. Xiao San, looking at you like this, have you made a breakthrough? Tang San nodded and smiled. Teacher, I finally broke through level 70. Xiao San, congratulations. After obtaining the 7th spirit ring, you will have the ability to release your spirit body. Ah! Tang San was a little excited. When the martial soul's true body is activated, all attributes can be greatly improved. His strength is about to undergo a qualitative change and take a big step forward. This was his dream, and now it had finally come true. Yu Xiaogang said happily. Xiao San, let's go hunt soul beasts together. Tang San shook his head. Teacher, it's dangerous outside. The Spirit Empire spies may have spread all over the Douluo continent. I'd better go alone. If they find me, I can escape. Yu Xiaogang understood what Tang San meant. He is too weak, and if they act together, he will become a burden to Tang San. However, he was worried about Tang San going alone to hunt soul beasts. Xiao San, even if you can hunt soul beasts alone, you still need someone to take care of you when you absorb soul rings. I'd better go with you. Tang San thought about it. Well, let's go to the Xingdou Great Forest. There are many kinds of soul beasts there, and it's easier to find soul beasts of high age. Well, let's go quickly and come back quickly. With great anticipation, Tang San headed to the Star Do Great Forest with Yu Xiaogang. He will obtain the crucial 7th soul ring there. Chapter 222. After Xiao Wu's sacrifice, Tang San's strength was greatly enhanced, and he gained 200,000-year spirit ring skills and 200,000-year spirit bone skills. The 2 soul ring skills are nothingness and explosive 8-stage throw. When using nothingness, Tang San's body can become virtual, immune to any physical attacks, and 50 immune to soul attacks. The explosive 8-section throw was originally Xiao Wu's innate skill, and it has enormous destructive power. However, this skill requires the Wastebow spirit skill as a foundation, and also requires a certain degree of flexibility, so Tang San cannot unleash its full power. The 200,000-year soul bone skills that Xiao Wu brought to Tang San were teleportation and invincible golden body. These 2 were originally Xiao Wu's spirit ring skills. After being sacrificed to Tang San, they became 100,000-year skills. Tang San can teleport within 100 meters, and each time it consumes only 1% of his soul power, which complements the Ghost Shadow Mirage. Invincible Golden Body is a very powerful defensive skill that can withstand all attacks below the God level. However, it only lasts for 3 seconds and can only be used 3 times per day. But, this is enough for Tang San. Tang San believed that with these 400,000-year spirit skills, he could hunt down a spirit beast with a cultivation base of more than 50,000 years alone. A few days later, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang arrived at the Star Do Great Forest. After a careful search, they found a soul beast with a cultivation history of about 60,000 years. Tang San successfully hunted down the soul beast with the help of several 100,000-year soul skills. Under Yu Xiaogang's care, Tang San began to absorb the spirit ring. Time passed by minute. Seeing Tang San wake up from absorbing the spirit ring, Yu Xiaogang couldn't wait to ask. Xiao San, how do you feel? Tang San stood up, feeling the changes in himself, and felt a little excited. Teacher, my soul power has increased by 1 level, reaching level 71. Great. Now, you also have the ability to release your martial spirit's true body. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Yu Xiaogang looked around and reminded, it's not suitable to stay here for long. We have to leave quickly. Well, let's go. The 2 were about to leave when they suddenly felt a powerful soul power fluctuation coming from the front. Teacher, someone is coming. Tang San's eyes instantly became sharp and he glanced around vigilantly. He has an extremely keen sense of danger. This kind of soul power fluctuation cannot be emitted by an ordinary soul master, it must be from a powerful person. Yu Xiaojiang's face changed, and his eyes followed Tang San's gaze closely. Before they could take the next step, a familiar figure appeared in front of them silently like a ghost. The figure was tall and stern, surrounded by a faint blue light, and the space within 100 meters quickly solidified. Tang San's pupils suddenly contracted, and his heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, even breathing became difficult. The person who came was none other than the enemy who killed his father and whom he hated to the core, Xiao Han. That face, that aura, even though he had dreamt of it countless times, seeing it with his own eyes at this moment still made him feel like he was struck by lightning, and he instantly became extremely nervous. He never thought that he would meet the enemy who made him lose everything here. The anger, grief, and fear in his heart intertwined together, forming a complex emotion that almost drowned him. Yu Xiaogang, who was standing aside, was so frightened that he stood there in a daze, his face as pale as paper and his eyes full of despair. Without Bibi Dong's protection, he knew that there was no way he could escape from Xiao Han's clutches. Fear was like ice, eroding his sanity bit by bit, making it almost impossible for him to think. At this critical moment, Tang San's left arm's soul bone instantly glowed. Without hesitation, he activated the 100,000-year-old left arm bone skill, preparing to escape from this land of death. Although his heart was filled with hatred for Xiao Han and he longed to avenge his father and those who died because of Xiao Han, he knew better that with his current strength, a head-on confrontation with Xiao Han would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Only by saving his life first can he have a chance to make a comeback in the future and complete his revenge. Tang San used all his soul power to try to break free from Xiao Han's suppression, but he seemed to be locked tightly by invisible shackles and could not move at all. Xiao Han's strength was so strong that it was like an insurmountable mountain, pressing him so hard that he couldn't breathe. Even Tang San couldn't move, let alone Yu Xiaogang. A sneer appeared on Xiao Han's face, and he looked at Tang San teasingly like a cat playing with a mouse. Tang San, I have been looking for you for 2 years, and even went to the stone chamber where your mother and Xiao Wu were buried. Xiao Wu sacrificed herself for you, and I knew that you might come to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt soul beasts and improve your strength. So, I had already ordered people to wait here, and sure enough, I waited for you. After hearing this, Tang San felt terrified. He was very emotional, his eyes were red, and he shouted angrily with gnashing teeth, Xiao Han, why do you know that place? What did you do to my mother and Xiao Wu? Tang San's voice was filled with anger and unwillingness, as if he wanted to eat Xiao Han alive. Feeling Tang San's anger and despair, Xiao Gan said slowly, I told the blue silver grass that Tang Hao was dead, and it withered on its own. Xiao Wu was smart enough to know that sacrificing herself to you would make you stronger. However, she must be regretting it now, because you will die in my hands today. Tang San felt heartbroken, he could not accept this cruel reality. His father's death and Xiao Wu's sacrifice, all of this was thanks to Xiao Han. Now, even the little bit of my mother's soul left cannot be saved. He clenched his fists, his nails dug deep into his palms, blood dripping through his fingers, but he seemed to feel no pain, only anger burning in his heart. Yu Xiaogang, who was standing aside, was already frightened out of his wits. He knew Xiao Han's methods very well. Without Bibi Dong by his side, he and Tang San would probably be doomed to die. At this critical moment, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Xiao Han, if you kill me and Tang San today, Bibi Dong will definitely not let you go. You know her methods. Even if she can't kill you, she can kill everyone around you. Xiao Han snorted, Yu Xiaogang, you are a useless bastard, how dare you threaten me? I just happen to be looking for Bibi Dong, so I will spare your life for now, but I will never let you have an easy life. As soon as Xiao Han finished speaking, an even colder breath suddenly hit him. Yu Xiaogang was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Xiao Han pinched his fingers lightly, and Yu Xiaogang's entire right leg instantly exploded into countless pieces, along with broken ice crystals, flying everywhere. What? A pig-slaughtering scream came from Yu Xiaogangs mouth. He endured the pain, lowered his head and looked at his body, and found that his right leg had disappeared and the blood flowing out was quickly frozen. My legs are gone. Chapter 223. Tang San's gaze seemed to be frozen on that scene. Yu Xiaogangs entire right leg shattered with a loud bang, and the bloody scene impacted his vision and mind like a nightmare. He felt a chill running up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, a fear and powerlessness that was deeper than any difficulty he had ever faced. Tang San's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Every beat was accompanied by severe pain and breathing became extremely difficult. Yu Xiaogangs pain is not only physical torture, but also mental breakdown. He never thought he would end up like this. He was a useless person to begin with, and with a broken leg, he became even more useless. That face was distorted by extreme pain at this moment, and his eyes were full of despair and unwillingness. Tears gathered in the corners of his eyes and were then frozen into ice beads by the cold wind. Teacher. Tang San's throat seemed to be blocked by something, and he could only make low and hoarse murmurs. The position of Yu Xiaogang in his heart has long surpassed the boundaries of blood ties. He is not only his guide in martial arts cultivation, but also the pillar of his soul. The deep friendship between master and apprentice is more sincere and warmer than any blood relationship. Xiao Han, you devil. Tang San finally erupted with his long pent-up anger. His eyes were bloodshot, as if they were about to bleed, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably with anger. He tried to break free from the invisible restraints Xiao Han had placed on him. But those efforts were of no avail, and every impact only brought a heavier sense of despair. Xiao Han looked at Tang San's struggle coldly, with a mocking smile on his face. "What are you barking about, you little jerk? It's going to be your turn soon." These words were like an icy blade, piercing Tang San's heart once again. Seeing this, Yu Xiaogang's fear and worry were instantly replaced by anger. He forgot the pain in his body and shouted with all his might. "Xiao Han, if you have anything to say, come to me, don't embarrass Tang San." Although his voice was weak, it revealed an unquestionable firmness. Xiao Han looked at Yu Xiaogang with full disdain. "You hypocritical villain, if I wasn't looking for Bibi Dong, I would kill you right now." After saying that, his attention returned to Tang San again. "It seems that you have already fused the 100,000-year-old left arm's soul bone that fell from the rabbit." Xiao Han's words were full of confidence, which made Tang San's heart sink to the bottom. He widened his eyes in horror, almost suffocating with nervousness. What are you going to do? Is that even a question? Here you go." Xiao Han's face turned cold in an instant. As his mind moved, Tang San was instantly wrapped in a thick layer of ice, turning into a lifelike ice sculpture. Yu Xiaogang witnessed all this and was terrified to the extreme. He knew what was going to happen next, but he couldn't stop it. Yu Xiaogang shouted at the top of his lungs. "No! Xiao Han, stop it." However, Xiao Han didn't even look at him and completely ignored his pleas. A light pinch of the fingers was accompanied by a crisp cracking sound. Tang San's entire left arm instantly shattered in the ice, and the frozen flesh and blood turned into countless tiny ice fragments, flying everywhere. "Ah!" Tang San let out a shrill scream. "The pain of losing my left arm is not only a physical trauma, but also a mental blow." That was his left arm that he used to swing the clear sky hammer, an important weapon in his battle, but now it has disappeared. In comparison, the physical pain seemed less important, and the psychological blow plunged him into deep despair. At this moment, a red light slowly descended from the sky. That was the 100,000-year-old soul bone that fell from Xiao Wu's body, floating quietly in the air. Xiao Han stretched out his right hand and activated his soul power. The soul bone seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and slowly floated towards him. Watching this scene, Tang San and Yu Xiaogang's hearts sank to the bottom. "No! Xiao Wu!" Tang San's voice was filled with despair and helplessness. He seemed to see Xiao Wu's gentle and determined eyes and hear her encouraging words. However, all this is irreversible. He could only watch helplessly as the soul bone was taken into Xiao Han's pocket. "Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. I'm too incompetent to protect the soul bone you left for me." Tang San's tears rolled down and he felt guilty about his own incompetence. No matter how much he regretted it, he couldn't change the facts before him, and he could only accept the pain. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San's painful expression, his heart filled with guilt and self-blame. He knew very well that if he had not dragged Tang San down, he might still have a chance of survival. However, it was too late to say anything now and they could only face reality. Tang San endured the severe pain, his eyes were red. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb all the anger and resentment into his chest. "Xiao Han, just kill me and let my teacher go. He poses no threat to you. He is just a useless man who lost his right leg. He is not worth wasting your time." Hearing this, Xiao Han curled up his lips into a smile. He looked down at Tang San, as if he was looking at a dying ant. "Are you teaching me how to do things? This is ridiculous. I will definitely kill you, but you still have a 100,000-year-old right leg soul bone, a skull, and a 100,000-year-old soul ring." Tang San's heart seemed to be hit hard again. He looked at Xiao Han in disbelief. What else are you going to do?" Tang San's voice trembled, filled with fear and despair. Yu Xiaogang's face turned pale as paper in an instant. "Xiao Han, please let Tang San go. If you want to know where Bibi Dong is hiding, I can take you to find her." Xiao Han sneered, "Yu Xiaogang, you are indeed a treacherous and ungrateful person. Only a fool like Bibi Dong would want someone like you." After Xiao Han finished speaking, he waved his hand lightly, and a powerful soul power surged out again, locking Tang San firmly. Tang San only felt an irresistible force sweeping him away. "What?" Tang San screamed miserably again. His entire right leg shattered in excruciating pain. A soul bone emitting a faint blue light slowly rose up and floated toward Xiao Han, and was easily taken into his pocket. Yu Xiaogang witnessed this scene and felt heartbroken. He struggled to stand up, but was powerless and could only watch Tang San being tortured, tears blurring his eyes. Xiao San, my good child, it's me who has caused you trouble. Yu Xiaogang's voice was choked with sobs, filled with self-blame and guilt. Tang San held back his tears and looked towards Yu Xiaogang, his eyes full of reluctance. Teacher, this is not your fault. It's our fault that we met this evil man. Looking at the affectionate expressions between Yu Xiaogang and Master Tang San, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with disdain and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he was watching an insignificant drama. He spoke slowly, his voice as cold as the wind that pierced through the bone marrow. Stop pretending. Now, it's your skull and spirit ring's turn. As he spoke, he once again activated his soul power, and a faint blue light surrounded him. Tang San's body trembled slightly, but it was not because of fear, but from the unwillingness and anger in his heart. He was like a lamb to be slaughtered, quietly waiting for the end of his fate. But there was an unyielding light shining in those deep eyes. He was unwilling to die without any resistance. He was even more unwilling to die at Xiao Han's hands. Tang San knew very well that he was powerless to save the situation at this moment. The severe physical injuries and lack of soul power made it impossible for him to maintain even the most basic defense. But, at the last moment of his life, he had a question in his mind. This question has been bothering him. Wait, you can kill me. But before I die, can you answer me a question? Xiao Han was slightly stunned, and then a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Tell me, I'll let you die with your eyes closed. Tang San took a deep breath and looked directly at Xiao Han. Are you not originally from this world? Tang San had been pondering this question for a long time. He always felt that Xiao Han's appearance was too strange, and that his knowledge of this world was too comprehensive, especially his understanding of those magical herbs, which was simply beyond ordinary people. Xiao Han smiled. Tang San, you guessed right. That's right, I'm just like you. I didn't originally belong to this world, but I came here by accident. This conversation completely stunned Yu Xiaogang, who was standing by. He looked confused and completely unable to understand the conversation between the two. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San, his eyes full of doubts. Xiao San, what are you talking about? Tang San turned to look at Yu Xiaogang, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, and he slowly explained. Teacher, I didn't originally belong to this world. I lived in the Tang sect in another world. When I was 29 years old, I was hunted by the people of the Tang sect. I finally jumped off a cliff to show my determination, but I accidentally traveled here. What? You? Yu Xiaogang was so shocked that he was speechless. He could never have imagined that the young man in front of him, who was not even 20 years old, was actually almost 50 years old. No wonder Tang San seemed unusually mature since childhood, and his thinking far surpassed his peers. It turned out that he was carrying such an astonishing secret. Just as Yu Xiaogang was about to continue asking questions, his body suddenly shook, and he fell to the ground powerlessly, unconscious. Seeing this, Tang San became extremely anxious. He turned his gaze to Xiao Han again and said angrily, Xiao Han, what did you do again? Xiao Han sneered, nothing, just let him be quiet for a while. I don't want him to hear what I want to say to you next. Tang San's heart sank. He knew that the next conversation with Xiao Han would most likely be his last words. He suppressed his fear and anxiety and asked, what do you want to tell me? Xiao Han slowly approached Tang San. Tang San, I know you came from the Tang sect in another world. You are a treacherous little thief. You stole the Tang sect's secret manual. Do you think you can do whatever you want in this world and show off your skills? Tang San's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he looked at Xiao Han in horror. Are you sent by the Tang sect? Xiao Han smiled disdainfully and shook his head. I am not from your original world, but from another time and space. It was you who should have met Douluo, discovered the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire, and absorbed the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot comb under your leadership. The other 6 Shrek monsters would all embark on the path of becoming gods, and you would also defeat Bibi Dong and eventually become the God King. Unfortunately, time and space flowed backwards, and I knew all this in advance and intercepted your opportunity. None of this will happen again. After hearing what Xiao Han said, Tang San couldn't believe his ears, and was even more unwilling to accept this cruel reality. He roared, no. Why? Why would you do this to me? Xiao Han looked at Tang San coldly, as if he was looking at an ant-like existence. No reason, we just have different standpoints. Since I came to this world, I can't just watch you destroy it. I have answered your question, and you can be on your way now. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Han raised his hand and waved. Suddenly, a huge vortex of ice and snow appeared out of nowhere, slowly spinning in the void, emitting a heart-pounding chill. The center of the vortex gradually became dim, and a bottomless black hole appeared, like a devil's eye, staring at Tang San closely, as if to suck his soul into the endless abyss. Tang San closed his eyes in despair, a series of memories flooded into his mind. Tang San, you actually dared to steal the Tang sect's secret manual. This is an unforgivable crime. You deserve to die. Xiao San, after you finish your ironing, make dinner. The blue silver grass martial spirit is actually at level 10 with full spirit power. Xiao San, are you willing to be my disciple? Hello, my name is Xiao Wu, and you are. We in Shrek Academy are all monsters. Welcome, little monsters. Shrek will win. No. Why would I lose to you? Why doesn't my poison have any harm to you? Dad. Mom. The angry rebuke of the Tang clan elders, his drunken father, the sound of iron forging in the dilapidated house, the shock of the awakening of the blue-silver grass martial spirit, the situation of becoming Yu Xiaogang's apprentice, the encounter with Xiao Wu, the laughter of his Shrek Academy friends, the departure of his parents, all of this flashed quickly in Tang San's mind like a slideshow. Tang San's vision became blurred and his memories gradually faded. He felt unprecedented fear and loneliness, as if the whole world was moving away from him at this moment. He tried to grab onto something, but there was nothing to grab onto. Finally, his body collapsed limply. The head shattered under the huge impact force, and the skull broke through the ice and was taken into Xiao Han's pocket. Immediately afterwards, Tang San's broken body was ruthlessly swallowed by the blue-black vortex and disappeared without a trace, leaving only silence and emptiness. Yu Xiaogang woke up and just happened to see the scene where Tang San disappeared. He could do nothing but look at the sky helplessly and cry out in grief, Xiao San, don't do that. Xiao Han stood there coldly, looking at the direction where Tang San disappeared, with a smile on his lips. The scourge Tang San was finally eliminated, and the next one was Bibi Dong. Yu Xiaogang, take me to find Bibi Dong now. Yu Xiaogang stared at Xiao Han coldly, his eyes full of anger. Humph. You've already killed Tang San, why don't you kill me too? Do it. Chapter 224. Tang San's death made Yu Xiaogang feel devastated. The most important people in his life left him one by one. He felt unprecedented loneliness and despair. Living was more painful than death. Xiao Han raised a cold smile and said to Yu Xiaogang. Want to die? That's not that easy. Bibi Dong hasn't been eliminated yet. But if you want to be tortured, I can satisfy you. When Xiao Han activated his soul power and was about to cripple one of Yu Xiaogang's arms as a punishment, a powerful soul power wave swept over like a raging storm. A strong smell of death filled the air. Xiao Han's hand stopped in midair, and a hint of surprise flashed in his cold eyes. He felt the approaching powerful soul power and had a familiar feeling. Xiao Han, you dare. A cold and angry voice cut through the air. As the voice fell, a purple-black figure appeared in Xiao Han's sight like a ghost. It's Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's eyes were burning with rage, and her body was surrounded by strong fluctuations of soul power. When he saw Bibi Dong appear, a complex emotion flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes, both surprised and sad. He spoke with difficulty, his voice hoarse. Bibi Dong, you are finally here. Seeing Yu Xiaogang's broken right leg, Bibi Dong's face turned pale instantly, her body trembled slightly, and she almost collapsed. Xiaogang, your leg, why is this happening? Bibi Dong felt unbelievable. Yu Xiaogang's miserable condition was like a sharp knife piercing her heart, making it difficult for her to bear it. Seeing Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaogang could no longer control himself and tears welled up in his eyes. He pointed at Xiao Han and said through gritted teeth. All this is due to him. Xiao San has been killed by him. Yu Xiaogang's words were filled with despair and anger, and the finger pointing at Xiao Han trembled slightly. Bibi Dong was struck by lightning. She suddenly looked up at Xiao Han, her eyes burning with anger. Xiao Han, how dare you hurt Xiaogang? I'm going to kill you. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, her soul power began to boil, and a powerful pressure enveloped her. Facing Bibi Dong's anger, Xiao Han did not show the slightest fear on his face. Bibi Dong, you came at the right time. I was looking for you everywhere. I didn't expect you to come to my door on your own. Xiao Han spoke in a relaxed tone, as if everything was under control, and he didn't care about Bibi Dong's threats at all. Do you think I will lose to you this time? Bibi Dong snorted coldly, and a powerful breath of death emanated from her body, instantly forming a death field. This is the innate domain of the Death Spider King. This field has 3 major effects: increase all your attributes by 10, and reduce all enemy attributes by 20. Enemies within the area cannot use any stealth skills or instant transfer skills, and at the same time, mental deterrence is generated, increasing the strength of your own mental power by 20 and weakening the opponent's mental power by 20. The area within the domain is filled with the Death Spider King's poison, which is extremely corrosive and spreads. Once poisoned, the body will continue to weaken until death. If the field of death is used in a war, it would be catastrophic for ordinary soldiers or low-level soul masters. Xiao Han, today is the day you die. Xiao Han knew that compared to the last time they met, Bibi Dong had become stronger. But he was not worried and immediately released the ice field to deal with Bibi Dong's death field. In the frozen domain, all of your own attributes are increased by 20, while the opponent's attributes are weakened by 20, with a freezing effect. Layers of frost instantly condense in the air, seemingly able to freeze the dead silence and decay in Bibi Dong's death domain. Bibi Dong's lips curled up in a sneer, her eyes flashing with cold light. Obviously she did not take Xiao Han's counterattack seriously. As she gently spread out her hands, the aura of death in the realm of death suddenly intensified, rushing towards Xiao Han like a tide, attempting to completely swallow up that cold world. The Death Spider King's deadly poison permeates the area, and every breath of it carries a deadly threat. Xiao Han did not retreat, but instead activated the ice field, trying to use his ice power to freeze Bibi Dong's pervasive aura of death. The temperature in the frozen area dropped to an extreme point. The collision of the two realms caused the surrounding space to tremble, and the energy fluctuations raged like a storm, destroying everything around beyond recognition. Yu Xiaogang was watching from the side, terrified, and couldn't help but be shocked by the strength of Xiao Han and Bibi Dong. Faced with the powerful counterattack of Xiao Han's ice field, Bibi Dong's death field seemed a little powerless. The aura of death that should have been pervasive became sluggish and fragile under the extreme cold. Bibi Dong's expression changed slightly. She obviously had not expected that Xiao Han's domain skills could restrain her so much. Humph, I underestimated you, Xiao Han. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Suddenly, another realm blossomed around her. It is the realm of the god of death. This is an area full of solemnity. Not only can it greatly increase Bibi Dong's murderous aura, but it can also exert strong mental oppression on the enemy, making the opponent live in fear. Within the area, an invisible murderous intent permeated like a substance, as if it wanted to completely destroy Xiao Han's will. However, Xiao Han did not show any panic. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if everything was expected. With the control of thoughts, another area slowly unfolds. Slow field. In the realm of slowness, time seems to be stretched and space becomes heavy. Bibi Dong's originally swift attack speed suddenly slowed down, and even her thinking became slow. Bibi Dong, do you think you are the only one with two fields? Xiao Han's voice echoed in the slow field, carrying a hint of sarcasm and confidence. Bibi Dong's expression turned serious. She didn't expect that Xiao Han also had two powerful domain skills. She could feel that her spirit was being strongly suppressed by the slow field, which made her feel an unprecedented sense of crisis. Humph. Xiao Han, do you think you can defeat me like this? Bibi Dong said this through gritted teeth, releasing her mentally immune skull. As the skull was released, a powerful wave of mental power surged from her forehead, instantly breaking free from the suppression of the slow field. Bibi Dong's eyes became clear and sharp again, as if she could see through all the vanity in the world. In order to release the mental immunity skull, Bibi Dong also paid a huge price. 1/3 of her mental energy was consumed. This consumption was undoubtedly a huge blow to her. But at this moment, she no longer cared about that. Facing Xiao Han's suppression, she must go all out. Chapter 225. Seeing Bibi Dong break free from the constraints of the slow field, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with surprise, but it was quickly replaced by the will to fight. He knew very well that when facing an opponent like Bibi Dong, any slackness could lead to a complete defeat. Humph, a mentally immune skull. You won't last long. Xiao Han sneered, and the soul power in his body surged again. It was obvious that he had no intention of stopping. Bibi Dong's eyes glanced back and forth between Xiao Han and Yu Xiaogang. She knew that if she continued to fight, it would be unlikely that she would be able to defeat Xiao Han. Yu Xiaogang might even die from Xiao Han's arrow, which was something she absolutely did not want to see. After being defeated twice in a row by Xiao Han, Bibi Dong was filled with frustration, but reason told her that the most important thing at the moment was to protect Yu Xiaogang, not her personal honor and disgrace. Xiao Han, go to hell. Bibi Dong activated her soul power, and dozens of black light blades flew towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han did not dodge, but directly activated the defensive skill of his 100,000-year-old left arm bone, while preparing to launch a counterattack. While Xiao Han was reacting, Bibi Dong had quietly approached Yu Xiaogang, ready to take him away from this dangerous place. Yu Xiaogang looked at Bibi Dong's determined eyes and felt mixed emotions. He knew that he was her weak spot. A complex emotion surged in his heart, both touched and guilty. Bibi Dong, leave me alone, Yu Xiaogang opened his mouth with difficulty, but found that he could no longer speak. Xiaogang, let's go. Bibi Dong interrupted Yu Xiaogang. Seeing this, how could Xiao Han let them escape so easily? He released the bowstring and shot an arrow at Bibi Dong. However, Bibi Dong reacted extremely quickly. Almost at the same time as Xiao Han made his move, she had already disappeared from the spot with Yu Xiaogang. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Xiao Han roared angrily, and his figure turned into a stream of light and chased after him. He released the bowstring and shot a sky-blue divine arrow in the direction where Bibi Dong was fleeing. Just when Bibi Dong was about to disappear from sight with Yu Xiaogang, the sky-blue locking arrow seemed to cross the boundaries of space, carrying an irresistible force and heading straight for Bibi Dong's back. Bibi Dong's heart shuddered as she felt the terrifying power contained in the arrow. She knew that if she was hit by the arrow, the consequences would be disastrous. But no matter what, she would not give up Yu Xiaogang. At the critical moment, Bibi Dong mobilized the remaining soul power in her body to form a shield in an attempt to block the attack. Boom! The azure locking god arrow collided with Bibi Dong's shield, bursting out with dazzling light and deafening roar. Bibi Dong only felt a huge force hitting her body. Although the shield temporarily blocked the arrow's sharp edge, the force penetrated through the shield, shattering her internal organs and causing her to vomit blood. But she did not retreat, nor did she give up. At the moment when pain and despair intertwined, Bibi Dong hugged Yu Xiaogang tightly and tried her best to escape. Although she was seriously injured, Bibi Dong relied on her faith and managed to put some distance between herself and Yu Xiaogang from Xiao Han's pursuit. Hey, Xiaogang, don't be afraid, we can definitely escape. There was a hint of panting in Bibi Dong's voice, but her eyes were unusually firm. She knew that she was seriously injured, but as long as she could protect Yu Xiaogang, she was willing to pay any price. Yu Xiaogang looked at Bibi Dong's pale face and the blood at the corner of her mouth, and his heart ached as if it was being cut by a knife. He understood that all this was because of him. He was the one who became a burden to Bibi Dong, distracting Bibi Dong from the battle and even risking everything to protect him. Bibi Dong, why are you so nice to me? Yu Xiaojiang's voice was choked with sobs and tears welled up in his eyes. He never thought that he would feel Bibi Dong's deep affection for him so deeply at such a moment. In order to save Tang San, he was even willing to betray Bibi Dong and told Xiao Han where Bibi Dong was hiding. But Bibi Dong is willing to give everything for him. This made him feel even more ashamed. Bibi Dong smiled gently, with a hint of bitterness and tenderness in her smile, because you are Xiaojiang, and you are an indispensable person in my life. No matter what happens, I will protect you. As she spoke, Bibi Dong increased her speed again, taking Yu Xiaogang through the woods, trying to get rid of Xiao Han's pursuit. Bibi Dong, I let you run away again. Xiao Han was surprised by the amazing perseverance and speed that Bibi Dong showed in difficult situations. In a hidden valley, Bibi Dong finally stopped. She carefully put Yu Xiaogang down and leaned against a big tree, breathing hard and adjusting her condition. Yu Xiaogang looked at Bibi Dong's tired figure and the scars all over her body, his heart filled with gratitude and guilt. Bibi Dong looked around vigilantly, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Xiao Han had not caught up with her. Xiaogang, are you feeling better? Bibi Dong asked with concern while checking Yu Xiaojiang's physical condition. Yu Xiaogang shook his head. Although the pain in his right leg was still unbearable, his spirit was extremely firm. I'm fine, Bibi Dong, thank you. Bibi Dong smiled lightly. Do we need to say this between us? Xiaogang, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to heal your leg injury and get you back on your feet. When Yu Xiaogang heard this, a warm feeling surged in his heart. Bibi Dong, I. Yu Xiaogang opened his mouth again, but stopped when the words came to his lips. He understood that at this moment, what else could he do except be grateful? Bibi Dong seemed to see through his thoughts and comforted him, don't say anything, Xiaogang. Let's settle down and recover first, and then we can make a long-term plan. Looking at Yu Xiaojiang's pale face and painful expression, Bibi Dong felt heartbroken. She didn't want Yu Xiaogang to see her fragility and pain, so she held back her tears and remained calm and firm. She signaled Yu Xiaogang to rest and she turned around to take care of his injuries. Yu Xiaogang stared into the distance with empty eyes, feeling mixed emotions. He knew clearly that although Bibi Dong risked her life to save him, his right leg had suffered irreversible damage and was destroyed by Xiao Han. From then on he would be a cripple, unable to walk like a normal person, let alone fight. This realization was like a heavy stone weighing on his heart, making him feel sad and desperate. Tang San's death and physical disability made him feel as if he had lost everything. But, in this sorrow, there is also a hint of expectation. He was looking forward to witnessing Bibi Dong killing Xiao Han after she became a god, and avenging those who died because of Xiao Han. Although Bibi Dong was seriously injured, her strength and perseverance far exceeded those of ordinary people. Yu Xiaogang believed that she would be able to rise again and kill Xiao Han. Chapter 226. Xiao Han returned to Tianshui City and told Lin Jirua everything that happened in the Xingdou Great Forest. After hearing this, a trace of worry flashed across Lin Jirua's eyes. Xiao Han, I'm glad you're okay. You've paid too much to protect us. Mom, this is what I should do. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he took out the 3 soul bones from the soul guide and gently placed them on the table. Mom, this 10,000-year-old skull can improve your spiritual power, so I'm giving it to you. You can't use it now, so you can keep it or give it to someone else later, it's up to you. Lin Jirua already had a 100,000-year-old torso bone, a 100,000-year-old right leg bone, and a 10,000-year-old skull. She can't use these 3 soul bones. However, each soul bone is a rare item and hard to come by. Xiao Han guessed that this skull might have been obtained by Tang San when he killed Shernyan before, and it could enhance his mental strength. Lin Jirua looked at the skull that was emitting a faint luster, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Xiao Han, thank you for always thinking about me. You are my mother. If I don't think about you, who should I think about? It's a pity that you can't use these 300,000-year soul bones. It doesn't matter. I am already very satisfied that you gave me this skull. You can keep the other 2 soul bones for now. Lin Jirua said gratefully, and then took the head soul bone from Xiao Han. Xiao Han picked up the 100,000-year-old right leg bone and looked at it carefully. We can't use this 100,000-year-old right leg bone. But such a precious soul bone cannot be wasted. I want to try to use my devouring power to refine and absorb it. Xiao Han, do you mean to devour the energy in it? Xiao Han nodded and explained. On the way back, I thought about this problem carefully. Just like fusing the Ice and Fire Dragon King Pearls and the Dark Demon Evil God Pearl, I will slowly absorb its energy. A hint of joy flashed across Lin Jirua's face. That's a good idea, why don't you try it now? It is good. Xiao Han sat cross-legged, placed the 100,000-year-old right leg soul bone in the palms of his hands, and then activated the soul power in his body. As his soul power surged, the Ice, Fire Dragon King and devouring power in his body were all released. Between his palms, a small energy vortex composed of ice blue, fiery red and black colors slowly formed. Although the energy vortex was only the size of a palm, it seemed to contain endless power and mysteries. The right leg soul bone floated above this strange energy vortex, and then began to rotate slowly. The blue light released from it was absorbed by the energy vortex. Seeing this scene, a hint of joy flashed in Lin Jirua's eyes. Xiao Han's method might be feasible. As time went by, the right leg soul bone became smaller and smaller as it was devoured by energy. Its luster gradually dimmed, and finally completely dissipated in the energy vortex. Xiao Han's face was calm, and he concentrated on guiding the huge amount of energy and slowly integrating it into his body. An unknown amount of time had passed, but when the last bit of energy was completely consumed, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes. Mom, I succeeded. Xiao Han looked at Lin Jirua with a satisfied smile on his face. Lin Jirua was also very happy. Great. Did it improve you in any way? Xiao Han nodded. Mom, I have completely absorbed its energy and gained a powerful self-healing ability. Not only can I recover quickly from injuries, but I can also quickly recover the soul power consumed in battle. Moreover, my soul power seems to have increased as well. Hearing this, Lin Jirua also showed a relieved smile on her face. Xiao Han, why don't you absorb the 100,000-year-old left arm's soul bone? Maybe you can make further progress. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Xiao Han once again mobilized the soul power in his body and used the same method to place the 100,000-year-old left arm bone in the palms of his hands. As the energy surged, the left arm bone began to rotate slowly, and the pink light it released was swallowed up by the energy vortex. This time the process was smoother, as if Xiao Han had already grasped the essence of this power. When the 100,000-year-old left arm bone completely dissipated in the energy vortex, a hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Han's eyes again. Mom, I did it again. Xiao Han stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt the new power surging in his body. Lin Jirua smiled and asked. So what abilities did you gain this time? My speed has increased further. After Xiao Han finished speaking, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared beside Lin Jiruo. Mom, I have acquired the teleportation skill. I can move instantly within 100 meters. Xiao Han originally had an extremely fast speed, very close to teleportation, but not yet at the level of teleportation. So, although Bibi Dong lost to him 3 times, she was always able to escape with a faster speed. With the teleportation skill, if I meet Bibi Dong again, I won't let her escape easily. Lin Jiruo looked at Xiao Han, her eyes full of pride and satisfaction. Xiao Han, your growth is truly amazing. I believe that you will soon be able to break through the limits of a human spirit master. Xiao Han smiled and said, Mom, I have some good news to tell you. After absorbing these 200,000-year soul bones, my soul power has broken through the bottleneck of level 98 and has reached level 99. After hearing this, Lin Jiruo was surprised and happy, with tears in her eyes. Xiao Han, my good child, Mom is proud of you. It is incredible that Xiao Han has reached the demigod realm at such a young age. Time flies like a white horse, passing by in a flash. During this period, in order to prevent Bibi Dong's revenge, Xiao Han has been practicing in Tianshui City. He had only one unwavering goal in his heart, to break through the final shackles and step into the supreme realm of becoming a god at the 100th level. After reaching the god level, you can easily find Bibi Dong's hiding place. Moreover, he had to become a god before Bibi Dong and kill her with his divine power. However, breaking through level 100 is not easy. Xiao Han seemed to be standing at the peak of his strength, and he only needed that final push to cross the boundary that seemed within reach yet out of reach. As Xiao Han's cultivation level improved, the dragon bone power in his body was released more and more, deeply integrated with his soul, bringing him more transformation. At this time, Xiao Han's soul rings had all reached the terrifying level of 100,000 years. 8 red 100,000-year soul rings and 1 million-year blue-gold soul ring. On this day, Xiao Han was practicing at home when he suddenly felt a familiar breath. Then several familiar figures appeared. It was Shui Binger and her group. Xiao Han was surprised and happy. Binger, why are you back? Several people walked towards Xiao Han together. Xiao Yu said with a smile, Xiao Han, we missed you, so we came back to see you. Chapter 227. Xiao Han, Shui Binger and others gathered together and chatted about each other's experiences in the past few years. All in all, Shui Binger and her companions have been training on Poseidon Island for 5 years. The last time Xiao Han saw them was when Lin Jiruo broke through level 90 and went to the waters of Sea God Island to hunt soul beasts. It has been 3 years since then. In order to allow them to concentrate on their training on the island, Xiao Han did not look for them in the past 3 years. Xiao Han learned from them that, except for Shui Binger, the other 7 people had all passed the test of the sea god, and their soul power had reached above level 80. Shui Bingshang's soul power reached level 93, completing the 8th test of the sea god. Xiao Han's gaze swept across several people and finally landed on Shui Binger. As her strength increases, Shui Binger looks more elegant and charming. Binger, seeing that you have all made such great progress, I am so happy for you. Shui Binger smiled gently. Xiao Han, without your guidance, we would not have been able to get this far. The opportunity to inherit the sea god originally belonged to you, but you gave it to me. No, that's because you are fully qualified to receive the inheritance of the sea god. Shui Yu joked, even without the inheritance of the gods, our junior brother is about to break through the 100th level and become a god. Junior brother, you are really amazing. So many masters have died in your hands. Moreover, you also helped Qian Renxue complete the unification of Douluo continent. Yes, Xiao Han is so powerful, he is about to create the miracle of becoming a god at level 100. Several people nodded in agreement. Facing everyone's praise, Xiao Han smiled and said, it's not that easy to become a god at level 100, but I won't give up in order to protect Tianshui College and fight against Bibi Dong. When Bibi Dong was mentioned, the smiles on everyone's faces suddenly stopped. They all knew that after Bibi Dong became a god, she would come to seek revenge on Xiao Han. Tianshui College and even the entire Tianshui city might suffer from her crazy revenge. Shui Binger said, Xiao Han, we are a team. No matter what happens, we will face it together with you. Yes, we will face it together. Several people echoed. Xiao Han shook his head slightly. If Bibi Dong becomes a god before us, you will just be making a meaningless sacrifice if you stay. After all, there is a difference between humans and gods. Using human power to resist the power of gods is like hitting a rock with an egg. You should return to Poseidon Island as soon as possible. It is safer there because the Poseidon is protecting you. But, you. Shui Binger was worried about Xiao Han's safety, but was interrupted by Xiao Han before she could say anything. Binger, don't worry. Even if Bibi Dong became a god before me, it wouldn't be that easy for her to kill me. After all, I have the power of the two dragon kings and a trace of the evil god's power in my body. If you can inherit the throne of the sea god as soon as possible, we can find Bibi Dong and completely solve this problem. Shui Binger nodded. Well, I will rush back to Poseidon Island as soon as possible to complete the final test. Shui Binger also knew the seriousness of the matter. However, after not seeing each other for a few years, she wanted to stay with Xiao Han for 2 days before returning to Poseidon Island. Meanwhile on the other side. Ha ha ha. Deafening laughter echoed in the secret realm. That was Bibi Dong's voice, filled with the ecstasy of a winner and the desire for revenge. That arrogant laughter seemed to release all the repression. It's done. I finally became a god. Bibi Dong stepped out of the Rakshasa secret realm. Her figure seemed particularly tall in the dim cave, and she was surrounded by a strong aura of death that made people shudder. Looking at the changes in Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaogang was surprised and happy. Bibi Dong, what are you doing? Xiaogang, I finally succeeded. Bibi Dong, have you become a god? Yu Xiaogang's voice was trembling. He had been waiting for this moment. Bibi Dong smiled. That's right. Xiaogang, I become a god. Great. I can finally avenge Xiao San and the others. Yu Xiaogang's emotions completely collapsed at this moment, and tears mixed with smiles slid down his cheeks. They have experienced too many setbacks along the way. Now, we finally have the power to fight back. Bibi Dong's eyes suddenly became sharp. She looked at Yu Xiaogang, who had lost his right leg and was leaning on crutches, and the anger in her heart was ignited again. Xiaogang, Xiao Han destroyed you. I will make him pay a heavy price. I will make him suffer 1,000 or even 10,000 times more than this. I will torture him severely, kill everyone around him, and then cut him into pieces. Hearing Bibi Dong's harsh words, a raging fire of revenge ignited in Yu Xiaogang's heart. Xiao Han, your death is coming. Yu Xiaogang's voice was low and powerful, as if he had foreseen Xiao Han's death. Xiaogang, after I subdue him, you can do it. You can cut him into pieces and let him die in endless torture. There was a hint of temptation in Bibi Dong's words, and she personally painted a beautiful dream of revenge for Yu Xiaogang. Okay, that's what I meant. A sinister smile flashed in Yu Xiaogang's eyes. His desire for revenge and endless hatred for Xiao Han made his psychology distorted. After his right leg was crippled by Xiao Han, he wanted to give up his life countless times, but it was his belief in revenge that kept him going until now. Now, Bibi Dong has become a god, her strength surpasses that of humans, so dealing with Xiao Han is as easy as taking candy from a sack. Bibi Dong, when are we going to look for Xiao Han? Yu Xiaogang asked. He couldn't wait to see Xiao Han's pain and despair. Xiaogang, Xiao Han can't run away, there's no need to rush. It's getting late today, let's go early tomorrow morning. I want you to see clearly how those people died. Bibi Dong's tone was calm and resolute, as if everything was under her control. The two smiled at each other, as if they saw the dawn of victory coming towards them step by step. Qinshui City. 2 days flew by. Shui Binger and her group prepared to say goodbye to Xiao Han and return to Poseidon Island. Although Shui Yu and the others have completed the assessment of Poseidon, they can stay on Poseidon Island to continue their training, and it is safer there. Xiao Han sent Shui Binger and others out of Qinshui City. Binger, the next time I see you, you may have become a god. The same goes for you. Maybe you will become a god before me. There was a hint of reluctance in Shui Binger's eyes as she looked at Xiao Han. She didn't know how long it would take before they would meet again after this separation. But, for a better future, they must leave. Xiao Han, we're leaving now. Take care of yourself. If you ever run into Bibi Dong who has become a god, don't try to be brave. Shui Binger believed Xiao Han, but was also worried about him. Okay, I understand. You guys go with peace of mind, I will protect myself. After taking a look at Xiao Han, Shui Binger got on the carriage reluctantly. Xiao Han looked at the carriage slowly disappearing from his sight. Suddenly, an extremely powerful soul power wave hit. Without any hesitation, Xiao Han suddenly took off into the air. That's Bibi Dong. Chapter 228. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly became solemn. He could feel the terrifying pressure contained in the fluctuation of soul power, which was undoubtedly Bibi Dong's aura. I didn't expect that she would show up at this time. Moreover, it seems that the inheritance of the gods has been completed. The sky was covered with dark clouds and black air. Bibi Dong's figure was like a demon walking out of hell. She was surrounded by a thick dark aura that was frightening. Xiao Han, we finally meet. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Bibi Dong's gaze was like a knife, piercing Xiao Han straight away, filled with the pleasure and cruelty of revenge, and her voice was filled with endless murderous intent. Xiao Han remained calm. The war is coming. This battle is of great importance and is a matter of life and death. Xiao Han looked towards the direction of the carriage where Shui Binger and the others were and shouted, "Binger, hurry up and leave." Shui Binger also felt Bibi Dong's breath of death. She really wanted to fight with Xiao Han. But she also knew in her heart that if Shui Yuer and the others stayed, they would only become a burden to Xiao Han. "Yuer, hurry up and leave." Shui Binger urged loudly. Shui Yuer and the others looked at each other, somewhat at a loss. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Bibi Dong snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, a powerful soul power transformed into dozens of black light blades, sweeping towards the carriage, intending to prevent them from escaping. Xiao Han flashed and teleported to the front of the carriage. His whole body glowed with golden light, forming an indestructible shield that blocked all of Bibi Dong's attacks. Seeing this, Bibi Dong showed a disdainful smile on her face. "Xiao Han, it seems that you have made a lot of progress. But, after all, there is a difference between humans and gods. Using human power to resist divine power is like hitting a rock with an egg." Xiao Han looked towards Bibi Dong, without any fear in his eyes. "Bibi Dong, your opponent is me. Come at me if you dare. So what if you become a god? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Xiao Han's voice was cold and resolute, and he protected Shui Binger and the others behind him. Bibi Dong sneered, "Xiao Han, who do you think you can protect? Today, I will make this place your burial place. I also want you to watch them die tragically in front of you one by one, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Xiao Han also suddenly burst into laughter. Bibi Dong was stunned. "You are about to die, and you still dare to laugh. That tentative attack just now only used 10 of my power. Do you think you can really resist my power with your mortal body? Bibi Dong, where is that loser Yu Xiaogang? Is he hiding like a rat in a stinky ditch? He almost betrayed you last time, but you still don't know. Is that treacherous villain worthy of your loyalty?" Xiao Han knew that Yu Xiaogang was hiding in the dark. He said this deliberately to disturb Bibi Dong's mentality. Bibi Dong was angry. "Asshole. Don't insult Xiaogang. It's not your place as an outsider to comment on what happened between Xiaogang and me." Before she finished her words, Bibi Dong suddenly jumped up. Suddenly, she was wearing a purple armor, which was filled with an evil-smelling purple aura. 4 huge sickles extended from both sides of her back. That was the Rakshasa divine armor that Bibi Dong obtained after becoming a god. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Han's Junbing Bao and arrow martial spirit was instantly released, and 9 soul rings of red, and blue gold colors surrounded his body. The 9 soul rings released dazzling light, sweeping away the dark aura around them. Along with the sudden flash of the 7th soul ring, the Junbing Bao and arrow showed the true state of the weapon soul, containing extreme coldness and destructive power, as if it could freeze the space and shatter everything. Xiao Han's momentum reached its peak at this moment, like a god of war descending from the sky. Bibi Dong was shocked when she saw the soul ring on Xiao Han. Xiao Han's spirit rings have transformed again. All of his spirit rings are over 100,000 years old. Add to that the million-year spirit ring, and he has obviously reached the demigod level. A hint of solemnity flashed across Bibi Dong's eyes, but she quickly adjusted herself. She has become a god. Even though Xiao Han possesses a heaven-defying spirit ring configuration, he is still a human spirit master after all and cannot be compared with a god. So what if I'm a demigod? I'm the descendant of the Rakshasa god. The gap between gods and humans cannot be made up by a mere demigod. The purple armor on Bibi Dong's body flickered with a faint light, and 8 huge sickles slowly rose up. Xiao Han stared at Bibi Dong closely. This battle not only concerns his own life and death, but also the safety of Shui Binger and others. He must go all out. Suddenly, Xiao Han moved and disappeared from the spot like a ghost. When he appeared again, the Junbing Bao had been pulled to the full moon, and an ice crystal arrow condensed with extreme coldness was pointing directly at Bibi Dong. The arrow flew out from the bow with the power to tear through space, heading straight for Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, turned her body to the side, and easily dodged the attack. But Xiao Han's attack did not stop. Relying on the teleportation skill, he constantly changed his position and shot several arrows continuously. Each arrow contained enough power to penetrate everything. Bibi Dong waved the sickle in her hand and smashed the ice arrows one by one. Xiao Han, your speed has increased again. You even have the ability to teleport. But you are still far from being able to defeat me. Bibi Dong roared angrily, and the purple armor on her body suddenly burst into dazzling light. 8 sickles drew strange arcs in the air and attacked Xiao Han. Xiao Han's figure flashed again, and he cleverly dodged the attack of the light blade. It is not wise to confront a god-level powerhouse like Bibi Dong head-on. You should use your speed and flexibility to find flaws. Fortunately, Xiao Han has long-range attack and teleportation capabilities, so he can always maintain a safe distance from Bibi Dong. Xiao Han, I wonder how long you're going to hide. As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, she quietly swung the purple-black sickle in her hand. In the sky, purple light swept down with the swing of a giant sickle, condensing into a huge sickle light blade hundreds of meters long. That is the skill of Rakshasa god, Nether Rakshasa. The huge blade of light did not attack Xiao Han, but slashed towards the direction where Shui Binger and the others were. Under the shock of Bibi Dong's mental power, Shui Yu and others who were at the Soul Douluo level seemed to be fixed in place, unable to move. Upon seeing this, Xiao Han teleported in front of Shui Yu and the others and released the defensive skill of his million-year-old torso bones, the invincible golden body. The golden light instantly enveloped the few people. The million-year-old soul skill, the ice demon-breaking arrow, was instantly fired, pointing directly at the purple sickle light blade. Almost at the same time, the Poseidon trident in Shui Binger's hand burst into blue light and also faced the huge sickle light blade. Rumble! The huge shock wave caused the entire battlefield to tremble. Xiao Han and Shui Binger's joint attack blocked Bibi Dong's netherworld Rakshasa. Looking at the Poseidon trident in Shui Binger's hand, Bibi Dong's pupils suddenly contracted. That's a divine weapon. Chapter 229. Bibi Dong's shock was beyond words. Her eyes were fixed on the trident of Poseidon in Shui Binger's hand. The bright aqua-blue light continued to grow in her eyes, as if it contained endless ocean power. Divine artifact, how is this possible? Bibi Dong murmured to herself, feeling unbelievable. Only true gods can possess and control divine weapons. And Shui Binger, a human soul master who has not yet entered the realm of gods, could actually possess such a treasure. This was completely beyond her expectations. Could it be that she has also been favored by a certain god? The sea god? Did they go to the sea god island? Bibi Dong pondered secretly in her heart. In the past few years, Shui Binger and others seemed to have disappeared from the world. Only then did she realize that they had gone to Poseidon Island for training. Bibi Dong took a deep breath to calm herself down, and glanced at Xiao Han and Shui Binger again, with a hint of solemnity and vigilance in her eyes. The power of the divine weapon is extraordinary. Even as the inheritor of the Rakshasa god, she dare not underestimate it. She originally thought that with her power after becoming a god, she would be able to crush everything, but now it seems that things are far more complicated than she imagined. Bibi Dong's eyes fell on Shui Binger and she said coldly. Do you think you can threaten me with a divine weapon in your hand? Naive. After all, you are still a human spirit master, and I am already a god. Really? Then why are you panicking? Shui Binger retorted fearlessly. Bibi Dong was angry. She didn't expect that Shui Binger would ignore her divine power just like Xiao Han. You're looking for death. I'm going to kill all of you. Bibi Dong yelled angrily. She slowly raised her hands, palms facing up, and the power of the Rakshasa god surged within her body, transforming into an invisible force that spread outward from her palms. In an instant, a transparent barrier, the forbidden barrier, quietly formed around everyone. This barrier is invisible and boundless, as if it has blocked off the entire space and is indestructible. This is, the forbidden barrier. Xiao Han's pupils shrank slightly as he felt the horror of this power. He quickly gathered Shui Binger and others around him and prepared to respond. Everyone be careful, this is Bibi Dong's magical skill. Xiao Han's voice was steady and powerful, trying to calm everyone's nervousness. At this point, they were already in a life-and-death situation. Shui Binger tightly grasped the trident of Poseidon in her hand, stepped forward without hesitation, and fought side by side with Xiao Han. Xiao Han, let's attack this barrier together. Let me try it first. After Xiao Han finished speaking, the million-year-old blue-gold soul ring on his body shone again. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and activated his 9th soul skill, the ice demon-breaking arrow. An arrow containing extreme icy power, accompanied by a whistling sound, shot towards the transparent barrier. However, even this astonishingly powerful million-year soul skill was unable to break the forbidden barrier. The moment the arrow touched the barrier, it seemed to be swallowed up by an invisible force and disappeared without a trace. Humph, Xiao Han, this is a barrier formed by divine power. It is impossible to break it with the power of a human soul master like you. Bibi Dong looked at Xiao Han's fruitless attack and a smug smile appeared on her face. She slowly compressed the space of the forbidden barrier, trying to oppress Xiao Han and the others in this way. Xiao Han once again used the defensive skills of his million-year-old torso bones, and the golden light enveloped him and Shui Binger and the others. Bibi Dong's forbidden destruction barrier is a divine skill after all. Under Bibi Dong's divine power, Xiao Han and Shui Binger can still barely resist, but Shui Yu, Yi Lingling and others cannot withstand this pressure. Their faces turned pale as paper, blood was flowing from the corners of their mouths, and they had obviously been seriously injured. You are a bunch of ants, let me send you off today. Ha ha ha. Bibi Dong's laughter was cold and heartless. When Shui Binger saw this, a look of determination flashed in her eyes. Holding the trident of Poseidon in her hand, she flew into the air, trying to use the artifact in her hand to break Bibi Dong's forbidden barrier. Binger, danger. Xiao Han also had to protect Shui Yu, Yi Lingling and others, so he had no time to spare. You are courting death if you overestimate your own abilities. Bibi Dong sneered when she saw this. She had already expected Shui Binger to do this and was waiting for her to take the bait. The giant purple-black sickle in Bibi Dong's hand and the 8 large dark purple sickles on the Rakshasa armor suddenly merged into one, turning into a Rakshasa magic sickle that was completely black and purple with countless magic patterns swirling around it. This sickle contains evil thoughts, as if it can devour all living things. The Rakshasa demon scythe drew a strange arc in the air and slashed towards the trident of Poseidon in Shui Binger's hand. With a loud bang, Poseidon's trident broke. Shui Binger was also blown away by this force. Binger! Xiao Han was horrified when he saw this. He teleported out and caught Shui Binger. Looking at the blood constantly flowing out of Shui Binger's mouth, Xiao Han's anger instantly erupted. His eyes turned red, and there seemed to be 2 giant dragons raging in his body, and his soul power surged like a flood. Without any hesitation, Yi Lingling quickly released her sacred heart begonia martial soul, and a golden red light descended on Shui Binger. With Yi Lingling's powerful healing ability, Shui Binger's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Xiao Han's anger did not diminish in the slightest. Ah! Xiao Han roared to the sky. At this moment, his whole body was glowing with golden light, and his aura became stronger than ever before. In endless anger and desperation, the dragon bone power in Xiao Han's body was completely stimulated, and his strength made a qualitative leap, breaking through the bottleneck of level 100. A fiery red light and an icy blue light surged out of his body. The 2 rays of light transformed into 2 giant dragon shadows, spinning wildly around him and intertwining together, forming a strange scene. Seeing this scene, Shui Binger and the others were so shocked that they were speechless. Bibi Dong tried to continue putting pressure on Xiao Han and the others, but with the 2 giant dragon phantoms there, her divine power could not get any closer. How is this possible? Bibi Dong showed an expression of disbelief on her face. She never expected that Xiao Han could actually block her divine power. Xiao Han, do you think you can stop me like this? Everything you do is in vain, and you will die in the end. Bibi Dong's voice was full of disdain and ridicule. She slowly raised the Rakshasa sickle in her hand, preparing to launch a more deadly attack. But at this moment, 2 dragon roars suddenly came from the sky. The 2 giant dragon shadows instantly merged together, turning into an incomparably dazzling golden light. The dazzling golden light is impossible to look directly at. Under the illumination of the golden light, the entire battlefield turned into a golden world. When the light gradually condensed into one point, everyone was surprised to find that Xiao Han actually had a million-year-old golden soul ring on his body. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Bibi Dong couldn't help but widen her eyes. That is Xiao Han's 10th soul ring. Has he broken through level 100? Chapter 230. Seeing the dazzling million-year-old golden soul ring on Xiao Han, Bibi Dong was shocked like a surging tide. The 10th soul ring means that Xiao Han has crossed the ultimate threshold of soul masters and entered the realm of gods. What made Bibi Dong even more unbelievable was that Xiao Han accomplished this feat when he was only in his 20s. How is this possible? Bibi Dong's voice trembled with a hint of fear. Xiao Han was originally just an ant-like existence in her eyes, but he suddenly made a breakthrough and achieved such an amazing leap that he had the power to fight against her. She received the inheritance from Rakshasa God when she was at level 99, so her divine power is much stronger than that of an average first-level god. But Xiao Han is different. Xiao Han's spirit rings start from 100,000 years, and he also has 2 million-year spirit rings. What's more, he has broken through level 100 to become a god, but no one knows how high his limit is. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged in Bibi Dong's heart. Her face turned extremely ugly. Complex emotions of anger and unwillingness intertwined in her heart. What made her even more worried was that Xiao Han was able to use his divine power to discover Yu Xiaogang, who was being protected by her. Bibi Dong used her divine power to conceal Yu Xiaogang's figure and breath, originally wanting him to witness the tragic deaths of Xiao Han and Shui Binger with his own eyes. But now, under Xiao Han's divine power, Yu Xiaogang has nowhere to hide. "You, how could you possibly do that?" Bibi Dong let out a hysterical scream. She couldn't accept the fact that Xiao Han had broken through level 100. Her path to becoming a god was full of hardships. But Xiao Han completed it easily. Jealousy and unwillingness have changed her beyond recognition. Xiao Han soared into the air, surrounded by brilliant golden light, and his aura was completely different. His eyes were as sharp as torches, staring straight into the void. "Yu Xiaogang, you loser are really here. Do you think this crazy woman can protect you? Go to hell." As he spoke, the golden light on Xiao Han's body became brighter and brighter, like the rising sun, so dazzling that people could not look directly at it. The longbow in his hand was pulled into the shape of a full moon, and a heart-pounding energy condensed on the arrow. Feeling that terrifying energy, Yu Xiaogang was terrified to the extreme. Seeing this, Bibi Dong's pupils shrank suddenly and she became extremely worried. "Xiao Han, you dare. See if I dare." A sneer appeared on Xiao Han's lips. As soon as he finished speaking, he loosened his fingers slightly, and a blue-gold arrow streaked through the sky and directly locked onto Yu Xiaogang's location. Divine power flowed on the arrow, as if even the space was cut by its sharpness. Upon seeing this, Bibi Dong immediately mobilized all her soul power to form a shield in an attempt to block the fatal blow. At the same time, she swung the Rakshasa demon scythe fiercely, and a sharp blade of light cut through the air and went straight toward Shui Binger and the others. She wanted to distract Xiao Han and take Yu Xiaogang away. Yu Xiaogang, with his mortal body, has become a burden to her. With Yu Xiaogang by her side, she couldn't concentrate at all to deal with Xiao Han, who had become a god. The Poseidon trident in Shui Binger's hand had been broken in the fierce collision with the Rakshasa demon scythe and was unable to block Bibi Dong's attack. At this critical moment, Xiao Han flashed and appeared in front of Shui Binger and the others. The blue-gold light surrounding him instantly condensed, forming an indestructible barrier that easily blocked Bibi Dong's attack. Boom! With a loud bang, the purple-black blade of light hit the blue-gold barrier, causing circles of energy ripples, but failed to penetrate at all. At the same time, the ice arrow shot by Xiao Han, which was infused with divine power, headed straight for Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong tried her best but still failed to stop the arrow. It directly penetrated Bibi Dong's defense. Swoosh! The moment the arrow hit Yu Xiaogang, a dazzling light burst out. This was followed by a deafening explosion. Yu Xiaogang had no power to resist and was blown to pieces, without even a trace left. Seeing that scene, Bibi Dong was stunned. "No, Xiaogang." Bibi Dong's voice was hoarse and broken. The body shook unconsciously from excessive shock and grief. She felt as if her soul had been taken away from her, leaving only an empty shell. She once thought that with her own strength and wisdom, she could control everything, including Yu Xiaogang's fate. But no one expected that Yu Xiaogang would die tragically in this way under Xiao Han's arrow. Bibi Dong's face became distorted and hideous due to pain. Yu Xiaogang's death was a huge blow to her, breaking the last line of defense in her heart. Her eyes were red, and the flame of hatred was burning in her heart. "Xiao Han, I will make you pay the price. I will make everyone in Tianshui city be buried with Xiaogang. Bibi Dong, forget it." Before Bibi Dong could finish her oath, a layer of indestructible blue-gold ice wrapped her tightly. That was the icy magic skill activated by Xiao Han, which could freeze everything in the world. In the ice, Bibi Dong's figure looked particularly small. "Xiao Han, do you think you can trap me like this?" Wishful thinking. Bibi Dong's voice echoed in the air. Then, her body began to change. Purple-black mist emanated from her body and spread out instantly. With a loud bang, the ice exploded. Bibi Dong's body was also blown into countless pieces. But in the blink of an eye, the fragments reassembled in the void and turned into an illusory shadow with a heart-pounding evil aura. "I'm going to destroy this world and you all will die." Bibi Dong's voice was full of madness and despair, and she was ready to take revenge at all costs. She wanted to massacre all the people in Tianshui city and let them be buried with Yu Xiaogang. "Xiao Han, all of this is caused by you, ha 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 ha." The eerie laughter echoed in the air. Just as Bibi Dong was about to leave for Tianshui city, a brilliant golden light suddenly descended from the sky. The light was so dazzling that the whole sky changed color. Immediately afterwards, a huge golden sword cut through the sky and slashed towards Bibi Dong with the force of thunder. This sudden attack surprised Bibi Dong. Without time to think, she quickly dodged. A golden figure appeared in the sky. The figure was suspended in mid-air, holding a golden sword. It's Qian Renxue. Qian Renxue looked a lot younger, only about 18 or 19 years old. Her face was calm and solemn, and her eyes revealed a wisdom that transcended the mundane world. The 6 wings behind him spread out, and each wing was bathed in golden light, sparkling with a holy and bright light. Obviously, she is no longer the original Qian Renxue. Seeing this, Bibi Dong's pupils suddenly contracted and the blood in her body surged. Qian Renxue, it's you. Chapter 231. Seeing Qian Renxue again, Xiao Han was surprised and happy. Obviously, Qian Renxue has completed the 9 tests of angels and become the new generation of angel god. At this time, Qian Renxue was wearing the angel's holy armor and holding the angel's holy sword. Qian Renshue's soul bone is the core inheritance of the Qian family of the Spirit Hall, the angel set. A set of 6 soul bones can only be used by soul masters with 6-winged angel martial souls. Only when your soul power breaks through level 100 can you absorb the last soul bone. Each soul bone of the angel divine armor is 99,999 years. Only by using these 6 soul bones at the same time can they be stimulated to the level of 100,000 years at the same time, thus becoming a godlike existence. After Qian Renxue completed the 9 tests of the angel's suit was transformed into the angel divine suit, becoming a set of divine armor that perfectly suited her, the angel holy armor. The angel holy armor can absorb the energy contained in the sun's true fire and enhance her abilities in all aspects. Paired with the angel's holy armor is a sword, the artifact angel's holy sword, which can draw the power of the sun's true fire. Bibi Dong's gaze was fixed on Qian Renxue. That golden figure was like the first ray of sunshine in the morning, piercing through the gloom and despair in her heart. Qian Renxue has also become a god. Shock hit Bibi Dong's mind like a tide. She didn't expect that Qian Renxue would become the god of angels in such a short time. A complex emotion flashed across Bibi Dong's eyes, but she quickly came to her senses. So what if I become a god? I want all of you to be buried with Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong's voice echoed in the air, with hysterical madness. The Rakshasa power in her body surged, as if it wanted to draw the entire world into her vortex of hatred. Qian Renxue and Xiao Han looked at each other. Needless to say, the two of them understand each other and must stop Bibi Dong's crazy revenge plan. Bibi Dong, your sins will come to an end today. Qian Renshue's voice was cold and firm. She held the holy sword of angels in her hand, and the 6 wings behind her flapped gently. Golden light spread all over the earth, adding a bit of sacredness and solemnity to this decisive battle. At the same time, Xiao Han moved, and the yin-yang field of ice and fire instantly unfolded. The ice dragon and the fire dragon intertwined and circled, releasing heart-pounding energy fluctuations. 2 completely different forces merged around him, forming a unique domain space that locked Bibi Dong firmly inside. Xiao Han has become the ice god, but he possesses more than just the power of the ice god. After breaking through level 100, the power of the 2 dragon kings became even more terrifying. The true ice bow and arrow has become a sacred weapon that contains divine power and the power of 2 dragons. Ha 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 ha. Bibi Dong suddenly burst into laughter, and the eerie and terrifying laughter filled the entire sky. A dark and deep power surged out of her body. It was the curse of Rakshasa, the curse of disaster. In the sky, a huge magic circle composed of black and purple runes slowly took shape, releasing a powerful gravitational force, trying to suppress Qian Renxue and Xiao Han. Qian Renxue also moved. Her figure flashed and the angel domain suddenly expanded, instantly covering an area of thousands of square meters in the air. After reaching level 100 and becoming a god, Qian Renshue's angel realm evolved into a realm that belonged exclusively to the god of angels. The brilliant golden light is even brighter than the sun. In the realm of angels, Qian Renxue is the absolute master. She transformed into an illusion, increasing her own strength by 30 while weakening Bibi Dong by 10. The area is filled with sacred energy that has a purifying and dissolving effect, which can continuously dissolve Bibi Dong's soul power. It can also weaken Bibi Dong's sensory abilities and fix Bibi Dong in the center of the field. Even if you move a certain distance with the help of Qian Renshue's attack, you will immediately return to the center position after the attack effect dissipates. Angel Realm, purify all evil. Qian Renshue's voice echoed in the area, every word was like the sound of nature, purifying the space polluted by Bibi Dong. Xiao Han's ice and fire yin-yang domain and Qian Renshue's angel domain complement each other. The ice dragon and the fire dragon wreak havoc in the domain, suppressing Bibi Dong's disaster curse. The collision of the two forces caused the entire space to tremble. Bibi Dong, put an end to your sins. Xian Renxue spoke in a cold tone, holding the holy angel sword high in her hand, and an unprecedented sacred aura spread out. Angel, judge. A huge golden beam of light descended from the sky. It was the condensed power of the sun and the final judgment of the God of angels on the sins of the world. Wherever the beam of light passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, and all obstacles were purified into nothingness. Under the shining light, Bibi Dong's movements became slow, and the Rakshasa power in her body quickly melted away like ice and snow encountering the scorching sun. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Wishful thinking. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with determination. She gathered the last of her soul power and launched her ultimate move, Rakshasa Prison. This is a small world constructed by the power of Rakshasa, which attempts to imprison Xiao Han and Qian Renxue in it. At this critical moment, Xiao Han's 10th soul ring suddenly flashed. A god-killing arrow containing divine power and the power of the two dragon kings flew out and pointed directly at Bibi Dong, whose speed was restricted by Qian Renxue. The blue-gold arrow containing mixed power exploded violently the moment it touched Bibi Dong. The Rakshasa armor on Bibi Dong exploded under the impact of that powerful divine force. She was severely injured, spitting blood, staggering, falling from the air, and landing heavily on the ground. Impossible, how could I lose? Looking at Xiao Han and Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. She looked at the sky in front of her, which was purified to be almost spotless, and an unprecedented feeling of emptiness and loss surged in her heart. What was shattered was not only the Rakshasa divine armor, but also her divine throne. She is no longer a high and mighty god. Qian Renxue and Xiao Han stood side by side, their figures appearing exceptionally tall and sacred in the golden light. They successfully prevented Bibi Dong's revenge plan and completely resolved this hidden danger. Bibi Dong, your ambition and hatred will only lead you to destruction. Let go of your obsession. Everything is over. Qian Renxue's voice was calm and powerful, and the angel holy sword in her hand slowly dropped. No matter what, Bibi Dong is her biological mother, and she can't do it. Xiao Han, Qian Renxue, I lost, but I don't need your pity. There was a hint of indomitable spirit and determination in Bibi Dong's voice. Her eyes were empty and deep, as if she had seen through life and death and transcended victory or defeat. Seeing Bibi Dong's deep inner fragility and helplessness, Qian Renxue felt a complex emotion surge in her heart. She understood Bibi Dong's stubbornness and pride. Although she had always regarded Bibi Dong as an enemy, she felt a little sympathy for her now. A faint smile suddenly appeared on Bibi Dong's lips. Xiaogang, I'm here to accompany you. We will be together forever. Bibi Dong's body began to emit a faint light, which seemed to be the last afterglow of her life. Under the shining light, her body gradually became transparent, and finally turned into nothingness and dissipated into the air, as if she had never existed in this world. Qian Renxue and Xiao Han looked at each other, with a hint of loss in their eyes. In order to help her complete the angel test, Qian Douluo has sacrificed himself, and now Bibi Dong, the only person related to her by blood, has also left. Xiao Han held Qian Renxue's hand and said softly, "Swear, for Bibi Dong, disappearing from the human world might be a relief." Well, she was too obsessed with Yu Xiaogang. It seemed like everything started because of Yu Xiaogang. But it's all over now. At this moment, Shui Binger and others came over. They were all in disbelief. Xiao Han, is Bibi Dong dead? Xiao Han nodded. She's gone now. The biggest threat has been neutralized. Several people looked at each other, their hearts filled with joy, but they could not express it in front of Qian Renxue. Xiao Han came to Shui Binger and said with concern, "Binger, are you okay?" Shui Binger shook her head gently. "Thanks to Lingling's treatment, I'm fine now. But, this Poseidon trident. After all, Shui Binger hasn't become a god yet." The Poseidon trident was attacked by the Rakshasa demon scythe and several cracks appeared. Xiao Han smiled. "Binger, don't worry, I have a way to fix it." As Xiao Han spoke, he took out the million-year-old whale pearl from his soul guide. "This is..." Shui Binger was a little confused. Xiao Han explained, "This is a whale pearl taken from the head of a million-year-old deep-sea demon whale king. It can be used to repair the broken artifact." Hearing this, several people were surprised. Does this whale pearl have such a magical effect? Try it. Xiao Han handed the whale pearl to Shui Binger. Shui Binger took it and carefully placed it close to the cracked surface of Poseidon's trident. "Binger, inject your soul power. It is good." As Shui Binger's soul power was slowly injected, a dazzling ice blue light gradually flashed on the Poseidon trident. The whale pearl seemed to be awakened and emitted a soft golden light. The ice blue and golden light intertwined and penetrated into the cracks of Poseidon's trident, producing a wonderful reaction. Under the influence of this force, the cracks that were originally clearly visible and shocking began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye until they completely disappeared, as if they had never existed. Finally, when the light faded, the trident of Poseidon returned to its original state. Not only were there no cracks left, but it also had a jade-like luster, as if it had become even more powerful after this baptism. Shui Binger looked at the brand new Poseidon trident in her hand with a look of disbelief in her eyes. She gently stroked the shaft of the trident, feeling the tremendous power flowing through it, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. Really, it's fixed. Shui Binger turned and looked at Xiao Han, and said happily, "Thank you, Xiao Han. Without this whale pearl, I really don't know what I would do." "Binger, why are you being so polite to me? This whale pearl has finally completed its mission. Bibi Dong is dead, and you can return to Sea God Island to continue your cultivation with peace of mind." Several people nodded and looked at Xiao Han, feeling a little reluctant. Shui Binger said, "You guys go ahead, I'll be right there." They smiled at each other and understood what Shui Binger meant. She wanted to talk to Xiao Han alone. "Then you guys chat." Qian Rinxue also turned around and walked in another direction. Shui Binger said softly, "Xiao Han, you have broken through the limits of human soul masters and become a god. What are your plans next?" "I will stay and wait for you to become a god." "Wait for me?" "Of course, you are the most important person in my heart." Shui Binger's cheeks turned slightly red. "Qian Rinxue has also become a god. I can see that she also loves you. Then you too. No matter what, your place in my heart cannot be shaken." As Xiao Han spoke, he took Shui Binger's hand and kissed her forehead gently. Shui Binger's heart beat faster and a warm current flowed through her body. "Xiao Han, if you have her in your heart, I don't mind. Then let her be the younger one, and you be the older one." As Xiao Han spoke, he held Shui Binger in his arms, gently stroking her aqua blue hair and feeling her unique fragrance. "Binger, go with peace of mind. I will wait for you." "Well, I should go now. Go check on Qian Rinxue. She seems a little sad." After a brief moment of tenderness, Shui Binger reluctantly left Xiao Han and caught up with Shui Yu and the others. This time she goes to Poseidon Island, she will complete the final test as soon as possible. After watching Shui Binger and the others leave, Xiao Han caught up with Qian Rinxue. "Shuer, haven't you recovered yet?" Qian Rinxue shook her head. "I am not sad about her death, but my grandfather's. In order to help me complete the test, my grandfather, he..." Thinking of her grandfather's sacrifice, Qian Rinxue felt so uncomfortable that she was speechless. No matter how strong she is, she has a fragile side. Xiao Han gently wiped the tears from Qian Rinxue's eyes and extended his shoulder for her to lean on. "Your grandfather did this to help you. He will live in your heart forever. Don't be sad. I'm here for you." Feeling the warmth from Xiao Han, Qian Rinxue's mood calmed down a lot. In order to divert Qian Rinxue's attention, Xiao Han asked, "In the angel test you went through, there seemed to be a test of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, right?" After hearing this, Qian Rinxue's cheeks turned red and she felt a little embarrassed. "How do you know?" "I have the ability to predict the future." "Didn't you know that all along?" "Then who were you thinking of at that time?" "Yes, it's you." Qian Rinxue became even more shy and lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Xiao Han. After becoming a god, she looked only 18 or 19 years old. At this moment, in front of Xiao Han, she behaved like a young girl. Xiao Han gently lifted Qian Rinxue's chin with his fingers and looked into her eyes. "I have just made an appointment with Binger. I will wait until she becomes a god. In the future, I will marry her as my first wife. If you don't mind, you can be my second wife. Is this okay?" "Doesn't she mind?" "Binger is the most considerate. It was she who suggested this." "Then I don't mind." Xiao Han smiled and scratched Qian Rinxue's nose affectionately. Let's go to Tianxue City to meet your future mother-in-law." Xiao Han pulled Qian Rinxue and walked briskly towards Tianxue City. The two of them walked and talked. "Among your senior sisters, it seems that Shui Binger is not the only one who admires you. There are also Shui Yu and the healer." "How do you know?" "My intuition is very sharp. When I like someone, my eyes won't lie. Then Binger will be the eldest, you will be the second, and then there will be the third and fourth." Many years later, Xiao Han achieved the status of Dragon God, unified the God realm with his God wives, and ascended the supreme throne of God King. The end.